Chapter 101 Team Formation. Li Cangyu said that he would test Zhou Hang for 1 week, but he already thought of this person as a teammate. This week with Zhou Hang in the arena was to learn more about this boy. Zhou Hang liked to boast about himself from time to time, but the fact that he could muster up the courage to recommend himself proved this boy was very confident. On the field, confidence was better than inferiority. The facts proved that Zhou Hang truly was talented and he smoothly passed the test. A week later, Li Cangyu summoned several teammates into the game and said happily in the voice room, "I'm here to share good news with everyone. Our new team members have finally all been found. If time permits, we will go to the Dragon Warriors Club on December 1st and officially start training." Gu Siming excitedly filled the team channel with flowers. "Great! I've been dreaming about this day." Xiao Han said, "The team formation is very fast." Zhou Hang sent a row of kisses. "Cat God is awesome." Li Xiaozhang was excited, but he didn't know how to express it. He just quietly watched everyone. Bai Xian asked doubtfully, "Training is so soon? Didn't you plan to return to China after the Spring Festival?" "I didn't expect the change in competition methods in the 7th season to be so big," Li Cangyu explained. "The other day, Ling Suifeng sent me the data from the league meeting. The next competition has changed a lot. We are a new team, so we needed to train the members, but we also need to study the new competition method. Thus, the training time has to be pushed forward." Xie Shurong said, "I understand. I also read the new rules. It is a lot more complicated than the old rules. I have been officially released from the Ice Club and can return home at any time." Zhang Chuiming asked curiously, "What are the new competition rules?" Li Cangyu said, "The changes are very big and I can't say them clearly. Let's wait until I go back and then we will study it carefully." Zhang Chuiming was very simple. "Then I will wait in Changsha for your return." Xiao Han stated, "I can go to China at any time." Zhou Hang added, "I'm flying over on December 1 st. Li Xiaozhang whispered, I. Zhang Chuiming asked, "Does this mean we have 4 young people on the team?" Bai Xian smiled and said, "Yes, there are more young players, making the team more energetic." "This is great." Li Zijiang's voice was too small and was drowned out. I. Li Cangyu heard the weak voice and couldn't help smiling. "Xiaozhang, what do you want to say?" Everyone calmed down as Li Xiaozhang stuttered with a red face. I wanted to say that I can also gather in December." Everyone. "Young man, it was too hard to hear you say something." The 8 people formed a new team. On November 30th, Li Cangyu, Bai Xian, Xie Shurong, and Xiao Han departed from New York and boarded a flight home. Lu Chuan knew that Cat God was coming back and gave face by personally picking him up at the airport. After picking up the 4 people at the airport, he wanted to hold a welcoming party, but Li Cangyu stopped him. "Wait, there are 2 people arriving tomorrow." Lu Chuan patted Li Cangyu's shoulder and cried out, "You worked hard. I didn't think that you could actually form a team in less than half a year." Li Cangyu stated, "Perhaps I have better luck recently." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'll go back and prepare the contracts. Then I will arrange the dorms. Do you think a double room, triple room, or quadruple room will be more convenient?" Li Cangyu thought about it before replying, "We are 8 people, so 2 rooms of 4 should be suitable." "No problem." Lu Chuan readily agreed. On the morning of December 1st, Li Xiaozhang and his cousin Li Hai took the high-speed train from Wuhan to Changsha. At the same time, Zhou Hang checked in at Nanjing Airport. In the afternoon, Li Hai arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Warriors Club with his younger cousin Li Xiaozhang. Li Hai saw the new office building, formal training room and meeting rooms of the Dragon Warriors Club and couldn't help patting his younger cousin's shoulder. His voice shook with excitement. "Xiaozhang, you should follow Cat God well. Then once you have good results, endorse Brothers Online Store. The keyboards and computer business will be even more on fire." Li Xiaozhang nodded seriously. "Yes." The 2 of them went to the hall of the club and saw a tall man waiting for them. This man was very handsome while his eyebrows were sharp. He saw the 2 of them and took the initiative to come forward. Holding out a hand, he smiled and said, "Hello, I am old cat Li Cangyu." He was a great god, but there was no arrogance at all. He laughed honestly and gave people a very reliable first impression. Li Hai immediately shook his hand. "Hello Cat God. How are you doing?" Li Xiaozhang also excitedly said, Cat God is well." Li Cangyu heard this familiar stuttering and couldn't help looking at the boy. Li Xiaozhang was thin and small. He seemed nervous as his cheeks were red and his black eyes were especially bright. Li Cangyu quite liked this slow guy and couldn't help touching his head gently. He asked, "Are you Xiaozhang?" Li Xiaozhang immediately nodded. "Yes." Then a sunny voice was heard from next to him. "I am looking for Cat God. Is Cat God here?" Li Cangyu saw this teenager's bright smile and tentatively asked, "Are you Zhou Hang?" The teenager immediately came over and took the initiative to hug Li Cangyu. "Are you Cat God? The actual Cat God? Ha ha ha! I am Zhou Hang, that great elf hunter." Li Cangyu reluctantly pushed him away by 10 centimeters. Bai Xian wasn't wrong when he said that this child was unrestrained. He hugged Li Cangyu when they met, like he wasn't afraid to die at all. Li Cangyu almost fell over. After stabilizing his feet, Li Cangyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good elf hunter, are you here alone? Your parents didn't bring you here." Zhou Hang immediately replied, "I have grown up and I'm an adult. I don't need to be brought here by my parents." Li Xiaozhang who was brought here by his brother. Zhou Hang turned his head and saw the little guy standing next to him. He couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" Li Xiaozhang stuttered out, I am Li Xiaozhang." Zhou Hang exclaimed, "Ah, the black magician." Li Xiaozhang nodded. "Yes." Zhou Hang looked at him curiously. Li Xiaozhang wasn't good at communicating with people. His face turned red and he was embarrassed to speak. Li Cangyu looked at the two of them and said, "The two of you have reported to me first." He headed to the meeting room with Li Xiaozhang and Zhou Hang. Xiao Han, Xie Shurong and the other people were already chatting. Lu Chuan was also present. Li Cangyu walked up to Lu Chuan with the two teenagers and introduced them. "This is the boss of the Dragon Warriors Club." "Hello boss." Hello boss." Lu Chuan looked carefully at the two teenagers in front of him. One was very small and stuttered. He was obviously very afraid. The other was tall and looked handsome despite his age. His personality was sunny and his actions generous. He was obviously a very bright person. Combined with the small madman Gu Siming and the mixed race Xiao Han, the four youngsters of this new team had different personalities. It wasn't easy for Li Cangyu to collect so many youngsters. Lu Chuan smiled and shook hands with both of them. "Welcome to the Dragon Warriors Club." After saying that, he turned back to Li Cangyu. "You found many youngsters this time. I assembled a mahjong table." Li Cangyu looked at the four little boys in front of him and couldn't help smiling. The four of them are 17 or 18 years old. They are in the best state so they can lead the team even after I retire. It's true. Young players do have greater development potential. Lu Chuan paused and said, "Let me first show the contract to everyone. If there are no problems then we will sign them today." He dialed a number inside the building. Soon afterwards, a middle-aged man came over with a pile of contracts in his hand. Lu Chuan introduced him. "This is Mr. Qi, the legal advisor of the Dragon Warriors Club. The previous contracts were handled by my Zuan but Zuan is busy leading the team. Thus, I specifically invited a lawyer." Little boys. This club actually had a special lawyer. Mr. Qi gave the contracts to everyone and said, "Take a look at the contract first. If you have any questions, you can always ask me." The new players sat down and seriously examined their contract. After a while, Zhou Hang looked up and asked, "Do new people have to sign for 3 years?" "Yes." Lawyer Qi explained, "It isn't easy for a team to train a player. If the contract is only for 1 or 2 years, many people will jump to another team after becoming gods. Then the efforts of the previous team would be wasted. 3 years is enough for a contestant to mature. Then if they want to renew their contract, they can also get a pay raise." Zhou Hang nodded. "I understand." Zhou Hang carefully examined the contract before decisively signing his name. Li Xiaozhang and Xiao Han didn't really understand the contract issues. They saw Zhou Hang sign and followed him by signing. Uncle Zhang's contract had been signed last time and Xiaogu was a member of the training camp, meaning he didn't need to re-sign. The other 3 teenagers were treated as newcomers but the Dragon Warriors Club was very good to the players. The conditions for them were excellent compared to other teams. Xie Shurong and Bai Xian's contracts were naturally different from the teenagers. A Shu was one of the 3 musketeers and famous while vice-captain Bai Xian was Li Cangyu's old partner. The 2 people were qualified so their conditions were naturally much higher. Lu Chuan gave them the contract for star players. Everyone happily signed their contracts and Lawyer Qi gave them their own copies. Then Li Cangyu's new team was officially formed. Lu Chuan turned back and asked, Cat God, is the name of the team still Kanglan like we discussed at our first meeting? The first time Lu Chuan had run to Hangzhou to confirm the cooperative relationship with Li Cangyu, he mentioned the name of the team. Li Cangyu couldn't think of anything good and decided to use Kanglan. The cold and vastness of the swelling water, this was the name that Bai Xian thought of when they transferred to Woolen, and it was quite artistic. Unfortunately, Li Cangyu's team didn't win any trophies after transferring to Woolen. This had always been Li Cangyu's biggest regret. Now that he had a brand new team in Miracle, he wanted to achieve the dream that hadn't been realized for many years. If one day, the Kanglan team could really stand on stage at the awards ceremony, wouldn't the old friends that struggled with him for so many years also feel relieved? Li Kanglan thought of this and a hint of determination filled his eyes. He smiled and said, the name of the new team is Kanglan. New players using the old team name, just like an old bottle is filled with new wine. The team was changed and filled with vigorous and strong teammates. The things that remained unchanged were the persistent dream and the firm heart. Chapter 102 Dragon Warriors Big Party. In order to celebrate the official formation of the Miracle Team, Lu Chuan gathered all the members of the Woolen team and the new people in the club's training camp. Everyone went to the restaurant near the club where a large private room with 3 tables was booked. It was a meal to welcome Cat God. Lu Chuan had heard about Li Cangyu's love of eating fish. He deliberately ordered the famous boiled fish and chopped pepper fish head from the restaurant. Li Cangyu looked at the menu and was really satisfied. The food hadn't arrived yet when Wu Zuan, captain of the Woolen team, and Li Xiang, the vice-captain, came over to the table to say hello. Wu Zuan wore silver-rimmed glasses and his expression was very calm. He was the person who helped Lu Chuan at the beginning of the club's creation. Once Lu Chuan retired to be the boss, he became captain. In a few years, Wu Zuan took the Dragon Warriors Club to repeated success. His ability to organize information and to analyze maps was extremely strong. He was a rare talented player. Vice-Captain Li Xiang was enthusiastic and hearty. He was Lu Chuan's apprentice in Woolen and used to be a stupid novice. He became one of the best players in the league under Lu Chuan's personal training. Then he took over as vice-captain and matured a lot. Wu Zuan wasn't good with alcohol, so he was responsible for pouring the wine. Li Xiang raised a glass to Li Cangyu and declared, Cat God, I didn't expect that you would one day join Dragon Warriors. I would like to represent the full Dragon Warriors team by raising a cup to you. First of all, welcome to the Dragon Warriors Club. If you encounter any problems in the future, tell us. We are family, so don't hesitate. He said it with great pride. Li Cangyu smiled at him and touched their glasses together before drinking. Please take care of me in the future. Cat God is too polite. Li Xiang followed up by going to Bai Xian. Milk God, long time no see. Come have a drink. Bai Xian stood up with a smile. I can't drink. I have been taking Chinese medicine lately, so I will just have tea. Li Xiang wondered, do you have stomach problems? Yes. Bai Xian replied helplessly. It is an old problem. Li Xiang immediately made a fuss. You have to take care of that. Pay attention to your diet and sleep. I used to have stomach problems caused by irregular working hours and drinking iced drinks. Later, I took stomach medicine and now I'm completely fine. As he was speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open and a cold voice was heard. Everyone is here? Sorry, I went to the airport to pick up Si Lan and there was a traffic jam. Li Xiang immediately turned around and greeted the person. Yai came. The group turned to look and saw 2 men come in one after the other. The man that Li Xiang called Yai was very cold. He wore tight black pants and a slim jacket that showed off his slender figure. His short hair fell over his face and there seemed to be an innate pride on his face. Add the shiny shoes on his feet and the whole person gave off a delicate feeling. The other man had a languid demeanor. His hands were in his pockets as he yawned while walking casually. He had slightly longer chestnut hair and had a strange temperament similar to an artist. Once the 2 men arrived, all members of the Dragon Warriors Woolen team stood up very respectfully. Xiao Han, Li Xiaozhang and the others didn't know who these men were, but they had to stand up with blank expressions. Yai, Si Lan, you came. Li Cangyu walked up to them with a smile and shook their hands. Lu Chuan told us to come back because something big happened. I guessed it was the formation of the Miracle Branch. Qin Ye looked over at Bai Xian and the new faces on the table and asked, Cat God, is this the team that you built? Li Cangyu nodded. Yes, today is the first day the full team is gathered. Qin Ye gave a rare smile as he said, your progress is quite fast. You found teammates in only half a year. Lu Chuan laughed as he walked over. Our club has taken a new step and our power has grown. How can two old veterans not give face by not coming to the celebration? Right, Si Lan. The yawning man turned around and narrowed his eyes. Yes, Boss Lu is right about everything. Lu Chuan smiled and turned to the new people on the miracle side. This is Qin Ye, he is the Dragon Warriors Club's ace coach. This is Lan Weiren, abbreviated to Si Lan. He is the first vice-captain of the Dragon Warriors team. The newcomers were very surprised. They didn't expect that Lu Chuan would invite such veterans to welcome the new team. Coach Qin Ye was famous in the esports circle. It was said that he was very strict with the players, especially newcomers. If they weren't obedient, they would be scolded by him. When Xiao Gu saw Qin Ye, he tried to hide under the table. He had obviously been scolded by Qin Ye. Lan Weiren was the vice-captain of the Dragon Warriors team and the legendary strategist. After retiring, he disappeared for many years. Even many newcomers in the Dragon Warriors Club had never seen him. Lu Chuan inviting him today showed that the reformation of the Kanglan team was very important. The scene became very lively once two great gods arrived. Lu Chuan, Qin Ye and Si Lan took the initiative to sit at Li Cangyu's table. Lu Chuan gave a brief explanation of the situation of the new team. Si Lan looked at these teenagers and his eyes narrowed. The four youngsters are very good but Cat God will need to work hard. The newcomers need time to grow slowly. Li Cangyu agreed. Fortunately, before the start of the first division, there is the second division that will be a transitional event. It will train them well. That's how our team was like in the past. At first, the new people were in a precarious state and they gradually matured. Qin Ye's eyes swept over the four team and he asked calmly, you seem to be confident in your team this time. Li Cangyu nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure I will win the prize. Lan Weiren spoke emotionally, in fact, we have the same experience. In the past, I never won any trophies and only joined the Dragon Warriors team to prove myself. I believe that your luck will be as good as mine and you will become the champion. Li Cangyu smiled. I think so as well. Lu Chuan suddenly interjected, Cat God could tie with me in that year. He is obviously very powerful and will take the championship. Qin Ye looked at him. Are you praising Cat God or yourself? Lu Chuan laughed. We are equally powerful. There is a magnetic field of empathy between masters. Cat God and I are masters standing at the top of the professional leagues and can happily cooperate, isn't that right? Li Cangyu. Everyone. The boss started to boast and everyone immediately ducked their heads. Zhou Hang felt that he was too lacking compared to Boss Liu's boasting power. He needed to continue learning. The atmosphere of this meal was very joyful, especially Li Cangyu, Qin Ye and Si Lan. These players haven't seen each other for a long time and couldn't stop once they started chatting about the past. Xiao Han and Xiao Li weren't familiar with several seniors but thanks to Xiao Gu's explanations, they learned about some past events. Lu Chuan, Qin Ye and Lan Weiren were the beginning of the Dragon Warriors Club's establishment. The three pillars used to the heroes of the professional league. They were retired out but they had the same style. The invincible appearance of them on the field could still be seen. Everyone felt excited when they heard Cat God chatting with these gods, as if the championship trophy was waving to everyone. After dinner ended, Wu Zuan took the initiative to pay for it with his team's funds. Lu Chuan took Li Cangyu back to the team dormitory and arranged 2 quadruple rooms for them. The 2 apartments were on the same floor and facing each other, making later discussions convenient. Once this was settled, Lu Chuan patted Li Cangyu's shoulder and sighed. The newcomers might be strong but you have to bring so many newcomers with you to the competition. It will be very hard on you as the captain. He had also been a team leader and knew how difficult it was to raise newcomers. Thus, he was very impressed with Li Cangyu's decision to find so many newcomers. Li Cangyu declared confidently, it doesn't matter. I believe they won't let me down. These 4 talents aren't bad. I will slowly train them. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I am 100% reassured with you leading them. The 4 newcomers have just joined the team and might not be used to the daily life. You and Vice Captain Bai should think about this. Li Cangyu nodded. Yes, I'll talk to Xiao Bai. Lu Chuan left and Li Cangyu started arranging the accommodations. He let Bai Xian, Li Xiaozhang, Xie Shurong, and Zhou Hang live in one room while he lived with Uncle Zhang, Xiao Gu and Xiao Han. The dragon warriors had excellent accommodations and there were many double apartments. However, Li Cangyu felt that the team was just established and everyone wasn't familiar with each other. If the two roommates sharing the double room weren't suitable to be roommates, it was easy to have problems. A quadruple room was also more convenient to communicate with each other. Li Cangyu lived with Xiao Han in order to personally raise his apprentice. Uncle Zhu had been helping familiarize Xiao Gu with other classes and could guide Gu Siming. Li Xiaozhang had an introverted personality and wasn't good at talking, so Bai Xian's gentle coaxing would help integrate him into the team more quickly. As for Zhou Hang being paired with Xie Shurong, Li Cangyu thought that Aishu was the best at playing fast. Zhou Hang had a very high hand speed, so he could learn to maximize his strengths from Aishu. It was a simple dormitory arrangement, but Li Cangyu considered it so carefully. An old player was paired with a new player. The one-on-one tutoring would allow the youngsters to adapt to the team's rhythm as quickly as possible. Zhou Hang naturally had no opinions on the arrangement of the dormitory. The unrestrained teenager soon became familiar with Xie Shurong and called Brother Tree very kind. It was Li Xiaozhang who was uneasy about living with so many strangers. He was silently unpacking when Bai Xian suddenly knocked on the door of his bedroom. Xiaozhang, cat god is decisive. He seems serious when it comes to business, but he is actually very easy to get along with. Don't feel any psychological pressure. If you aren't used to eating the food or if you have any problems during training, you can secretly tell me. Li Xiaozhang was moved and nodded. Yes, I know. Thank you, Vice Captain. Bai Xian gently touched the teenager's head. Among the four teenagers, he was most worried about Li Xiaozhang, who was thin and small. He stammered and clearly lacked confidence. It wasn't easy to raise this child's confidence, but Bai Xian believed that he could let Xiaozhang gradually let down his guard. Once all the team members settled in their dorms, Li Cangyu returned to his bedroom and stood by the window. He sent a text message to Ling Suifeng, "The team is good. I have already arrived at the club and will officially start training tomorrow." Ling Suifeng quickly replied, "Congratulations. It is a new beginning. You have to refuel." Li Cangyu saw Ling Suifeng's brief words of encouragement and was moved. At the age of 17, he refused Ling Suifeng's invitation to serve as the vice captain of Wind Color and set up his own team. The first FTD team was established during a period of hot blood and his teammates were all excited. Li Cangyu had been full of enthusiasm and expectations for the future. Unfortunately, he only met a basin of cold water for 3 years. FTD disbanded and he led the team to transfer games. At that time, he wasn't as simple and became more mature and stable. Once the Kanglan team transferred to Woolen, they faced many accusations and doubts. Every time they lost a game, there would be a large number of netizens ridiculing them. However, he was able to withstand these criticisms because it was his own choice. It was the path he chose, so he should finish it. Today, the new Kanglan team was completely formed according to his own ideas. Half the members might be youngsters who had no experience with the professional league, but they were talented. Li Cangyu had full confidence that he could go further with this team and realize the dream of standing on the stage. He looked out the window at the bustling night scenery and couldn't help smiling confidently. As Ling Suifeng said, it was a new beginning and he had to refuel. So many years passed and his third team was settled. The long-lost Miracle League, the old friends and old opponents, old cat Li Cangyu was finally coming home. Chapter 103 Cat God's Classroom, 1. The next morning, Li Cangyu got up and found that Uncle Zhang and Xiaogu had already washed up and were waiting for him in the living room. Xiao Han's bedroom door was closed, probably because he still hadn't recovered from the time difference. Li Cangyu opened the bedroom door to take a look and found Xiao Han lying sideways on the bed. His blonde hair covered his white forehead and his lips were slightly pouted, making him look like a little angel. He was reluctant to wake Xiao Han up, but the training time was approaching. Li Cangyu had to walk over and gently touch Li Cangyu's hair. "Xiao Han, get up." Xiao Han sat up in a daze, rubbing his eyes and asking with confusion, "Master, what time is it?" "It is almost 8 o'clock. Get up and have breakfast." "Oh." Xiao Han quickly got dressed, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Then he followed behind his master. The 4 people headed to the dining room of the Dragon Warriors Club. The rectangular tables were neatly arranged with many players burying their heads to eat breakfast. They couldn't help thinking about the student canteens. The club had a special chef responsible for cooking for the team members. It was a buffet style and they didn't need to pay. Any member of the Dragon Warriors Club could take a plate and pick any food. Li Cangyu walked to the breakfast window and saw the vice-captain Li Xiang holding a plate. He took many things in portions of two. Not far away, the coach Qin Ye was sitting and waiting. Li Xiang was obviously taking a portion of food for him. Li Xiang was very hospitable and walked over to say hello to Li Cangyu. "Cat God, you came." Li Cangyu smiled. "Good morning Vice-Captain Li." "Hey, I'm not used to you calling me that." Li Xiang took the plates and walked forward, taking the initiative to introduce this place. "The dining place of the Dragon Warriors is excellent. The bread on that side is delicious. It was just made so Cat God can taste it." "Yes." Li Cangyu walked with him to take a piece of bread, fried eggs and milk. Then he praised, "There is a lot of variety. Breakfast is served daily with bread, milk, soy milk, etc. There will be even more dishes for lunch and dinner." Li Xiang continued, "If you aren't used to eating at the canteen, you can go out on weekends to buy food. There is a shopping center opposite here and there is a fine food area on the 7th floor. There are the grilled fish and pickled fish that you love." Li Xiang was like a guide NPC in the game for novices. He was too dedicated. Li Cangyu's eyes lit up at the mention of fish. "I will try the fine food city another day." Then Bai Xian and the others also arrived. Li Cangyu beckoned and let everyone find a table to sit down on. Xie Shurong saw Li Xiang taking a plate to serve Qin Ye and laughed. Then he asked, "Vice-Captain Bai, what do you like to eat? I will go and help you get it." He decided to curry favor with Vice-Captain Bai so that he might not have to wash the dishes later. Bai Xian looked at the plentiful breakfast dishes and said, "Take a bit of each one to see which is delicious." "Okay." Xie Shurong quickly ran to grab the breakfast. The young teenagers entered a team canteen for the first time and looked at the window displaying all types of delicious foods with bright eyes. In particular, Li Xiaozhang had seen inclusive of room and board when signing the contract yesterday. He thought he would have to eat fast food or boxed lunches. He didn't expect the club to have a special canteen. Everyone was a newcomer and they didn't dare mess around. Fortunately, Xiaogu was familiar with this place and led everyone forward. "Go up and get the food. There is no need to pay for it so don't hesitate." He was like a little master. The four young teenagers lined up for breakfast. Xiaogu took the lead, Xiao Han and Zhou Hang were in the middle and the shy Li Xiaozhang hung his head at the end. This scene made Li Cangyu's mood instantly improve. He saw these four little guys and suddenly had the sense of being a parent. Not long afterwards, Lu Chuan, Lan Weiren and Wu Zuan walked in together. Lan Weiren had his hands in his pocket and inspected the canteen like a leader. Once he finished turning around, he touched his chin and commented, "This canteen is good. The Dragon Warriors Club is becoming better and better." Lu Chuan stated proudly, "Of course. Look at who the boss is." Lan Weiren picked up a plate and consciously looked for Li Cangyu. They sat at a table and Qin Ye followed him. Then Qin Ye took the initiative to talk with Bai Xian. "Vice-Captain Bai, if you have stomach problems then it is better to have a cup of hot milk in the morning. I used to have stomach problems and milk with bread is easier for digestion." "Yes." Bai Xian nodded with a smile before yelling into the distance. "Aishu, bring me back a glass of milk." Xie Shurong replied, "Okay." The four long tables connected together sat more than a dozen people. Li Cangyu couldn't help thinking of the class committee sitting in a row in the dining hall. Li Cangyu looked at Lan Weiren bending his head to drink milk and couldn't help wondering, "Si Lan, where did you live last night? I didn't see you come back here after dinner." Lan Weiren replied, "I'm staying in the opposite hotel. This time, I mainly came back to see the situation of the club and the new team. I will be returning to Shanghai tomorrow." Qin Ye asked, "You can't stay for a few more days?" Lan Weiren spoke around a mouthful of bread. "I have something else to do." Qin Ye made an expression like he understood. "Are you going to travel again?" Lan Weiren nodded. "Yes." Lu Chuan sat opposite Li Cangyu and smiled. "Cat God, the new players can keep eating in the dining hall. It is convenient and clean. The canteen chef is a local and is good at Hunan cuisine. Are you used to eating Hunan food?" Li Cangyu replied, "I don't mind eating anything but Bai Xian has stomach problems. Xiao Han is also from abroad and isn't accustomed to spicy food." Lu Chuan said, "That isn't a problem. I will tell the chef to do more light meals. At this time, the Gu Siming quartet came back with food. Gu Siming saw Lu Chuan sitting here and asked with surprise, "How did boss come to the canteen?" Boss Lu didn't usually spend a lot of time in the team, let alone eat in the dining hall. I came to see how you are eating. Lu Chuan's gaze swept over Li Xiaozhang, who was sitting silently in the corner. He couldn't help saying, "Xiao Li, you are too thin. You should eat more delicious food and build up fat within a year." Li Xiaozhang was flattered about being called out and stuttered, I know. I will eat more." Lu Chuan smiled and touched the head of the young boy. Wu Zuan came over with a plate and sat next to Lu Chuan. He looked at Li Cangyu and said, "Cat God, I sorted out the information of the 2nd Division teams and the map library's data in the past few days. I will give it to you in the afternoon." Li Cangyu smiled. "Thank you, Captain Wu." Lu Chuan interjected. "You are welcome. My Zuan is an expert. He used to be a school tyrant and likes to organize information." Wu Zuan glanced at him. "You love to boast too much. Don't keep exaggerating things about me, okay?" Lu Chuan laughed. "I can't help it. Who told you to be born so good?" Wu Zuan. Qin Ye frowned. "I lost my appetite sitting next to Lu Chuan." Lan Weiran also said, "It is too early in the morning for such a cheap mouth." Zuan quickly put an egg in his mouth. "Yes." Wu Zuan took the initiative to shove a peeled egg into Lu Chuan's mouth. The hated boss Lu had to eat the egg with an innocent face. Li Cangyu looked at the scene and couldn't help laughing. Lu Chuan was often scorned by Qin Ye and Lan Weiran and they bickered from time to time. However, the friendship between these people hadn't changed for many years. He hated the intrigue between players, so Li Cangyu hoped that the new team would be infected by the relaxed and warm atmosphere of the Dragon Warriors Club, with everyone being friends. After breakfast, everyone headed to the training room together. Li Cangyu walked with Wu Zuan and asked in a concerned manner, "The playoffs for Woolen have already started, right?" Unlike Miracle, which had one season a year, Woolen was divided into the spring and autumn seasons. March to July was the spring season while the autumn season was from September to December. December was when the most intense playoff stage for autumn occurred. Wu Zuan nodded. "Yes, the players are busy training these days." Lu Chuan added, "Cat God, I discussed it with Zuan last night. I think it is better to temporarily separate the training rooms of the two teams. It is more convenient for teammates to discuss problems without being afraid of influencing the other team. There is only one meeting room with a projector. The team who wants to use it will discuss it with the other side in advance so you don't clash." With so many newcomers, Li Cangyu definitely needed separation. If the old and new teams were put together, it was easy to affect the other side. There was no need to worry about this if they were separated. Lu Chuan was obviously being thoughtful. "This is better." Li Cangyu asked, "Can I use the meeting room today?" "No problem." Wu Zuan said, "I have been meeting in the training room recently, so you can have the meeting room." The group separated at the entrance of the training room. The players of Dragon Warriors started to nervously prepare for the playoffs while Li Cangyu took his team to the meeting room. There was an oval table in the meeting room and a podium connected to the computer and projector. Li Cangyu turned on the computer and inserted a USB. He flipped through files while saying, "Find a place to sit. They will be your seats for the meetings after today." Everyone quickly found a place to sit down. Li Cangyu opened a PPT document and said, "Today, I will give you a basic course. Xiao Bai, Aishu and Old Zhang don't need to listen. The other four must listen carefully." Bai Xian saw the serious man on the podium and couldn't help smiling. Cat God's class finally started again. When Li Cangyu led the team in Woolen, every time there was an important event, Li Cangyu would stand on the podium and carefully analyze the lineup and formulate tactics. After half a year, Cat God once again stood on the podium as a teacher, although the students had completely changed. Looking back, Bai Xian saw that the four teenagers had their ears pricked to listen. Li Xiaozhang even took out a notebook to take notes. Li Cangyu continued saying, "In today's lesson, we are going to talk about the basic features of the miracle classes. Several of you might be knowledgeable and proficient in the class you are playing, but you don't know other classes very well. As a professional player, we must know the skills of all classes, including effects, timing of release and even the movements. You must keep all of this in mind when facing opponents on the field to know how to deal with them." He spoke as he opened a PPT. The title on the first page was, "Miracles Full Class Details." However, the author was written as, Wind Color Team, Ling Suifeng. Everyone was stunned when seeing this name. Captain Ling's name actually appeared in the Kanglan team's meeting. Bai Xian coughed and said, "Did you directly take the data from Wind Color?" Li Cangyu smiled and said, "Time is short, so I borrowed the PPT from Ling Suifeng." Bai Xian. Captain Ling was really generous to lend this to him. This type of basic data was also available on the official website, but Captain Ling just made it more detailed. There were no secrets like tactics and lineups included. It was harmless to lend this to Cat God. Li Cangyu pressed the laser pointer and changed it to the next page. This page listed all the classes and races of miracle. There were a total of 12 miracle classes. There were the 4 melee classes, the Paladin, Berserker, Swordsman, and Assassin. The Black Magician, White Magician, Bard, and Summoners were the 4 ranged classes. There were the 2 healing classes of the Priest and Sacrifice. Finally, there were the Auxiliary Psychic and the Hunters who relied on traps to attack. There were 6 races, mainly the Beast species, Terran, Angels, Demons, Bloodkin, and Elves. Li Cangyu pointed the laser pointer at the race row and said, "We should all know the 6 races. The Beast race has the highest defense, the Terran are even overall, the Elves have the fastest movement speed, the Bloodkin's advantage lay in stealth and attack, the Demons have strong magic and give negative statuses, while the Angels also have strong magic but they have more control abilities. Based on the classes chosen by the different races, the final stats must be different. After many years of verification, there are 20 different types of builds that can be played. I will give you a detailed analysis of each one. First of all, the Paladin is the main defense for a melee class. The most popular builds are the Beast Paladin and Terran Paladin. The former has the strongest defense, but their bodies are heavy and their actions will be slow. The latter's defense is slightly weaker and their advantage is their flexibility when it comes to actions. The most commonly used skills of the Paladin are Guardian's Power and Protection Light. The man's voice was like flowing water in the meeting room. Li Cangyu's speech was very clear and every word was loud. He had a good voice and was tall and handsome. Once he stood on the podium to give a lecture, he had a calm and talkative style that made people look at him. The 4 young teenagers looked up and listened carefully, adoration filling their faces. The old players like Bai Xian, Xie Shurong, and Zhang Zhuiming had clearly mastered this knowledge, but they still listened with relish to Cat God's lecture. Lu Chuan, the owner of the meeting room, saw the scene of Cat God giving a lecture to the kittens. He couldn't help smiling happily. He really didn't choose wrong when he chose to sign Cat God to the Miracle Branch. This confident Cat God would surely take this brand new team step by step towards the throne that belongs to him. Chapter 104 Cat God's Classroom, 2. Li Cangyu used the class time to give a detailed explanation of the 20 types of builds to new players. The youngsters all listened carefully. As Cat God said, they were familiar with the class they played, but they had little knowledge of other professions. This was such a systematic and comprehensive lecture that they had a deeper understanding of all professions. Next, Li Cangyu took everyone to the Kanglan team's training room. The training room had dozens of computers side by side, more than enough for 8 people. The computer configurations were also at the highest level and the keyboard and mouse were of excellent quality. Li Cangyu asked everyone to find a place to sit down and turn on the computer. There were some small training software programs on the desktop. Li Cangyu introduced the functions of these softwares and then arranged training tasks. Xiaogu, you have been in the training camp for half a year. Your foundation is very solid, so your training time has been reduced. Every morning and afternoon, take half an hour to stabilize the hand speed. The rest of the time, follow Uncle Zhang to understand the operations of all the classes. I understand. Gu Siming nodded seriously. Li Cangyu went on to say, Xiao Han, Xiao Li, and Xiao Zhou, all 3 of you haven't received systematic training. Starting today, you must begin from the most basic training. Practice 1 hour of random walking in the morning, an hour of steady hand speed training, and spend 1 hour familiarizing yourself with the maps. In the afternoon, go to the cross-server arena to find someone to practice with and then practice with your teacher to strengthen your class. Xiao Li's teacher is Vice Captain Bai, Xiao Zhou's teacher is A Shu, and Xiao Han will be taught by me. If there are any problems, don't hide it. Boldly ask your teacher. You are new people. It isn't shameful to ask questions. If you don't understand and don't ask, then you will harm not only yourselves but others as well. Do you understand? The 3 teenagers immediately nodded. I understand. There is still a problem that needs to be emphasized. Li Cangyu continued saying, the four of you are almost the same age and you are equally good in my heart. I hope the four of you can form a virtuous competitive atmosphere. Let's make progress together. Don't compare each other or secretly compete in the dark. Do what you should do. During matches, I will send different people to play according to different tactics. In the future, you will form a cooperation with each other. Remember, you are teammates, not enemies. Li Cangyu's words were very serious. The thing he cared about the most was the unity of the team. No matter how strong the team, if there was a crack then the team wouldn't be far from death, just like the roots of a tree rotting. The four teenagers were very simple but they would be in the competition in the future. It was difficult to ensure that they don't compete with each other over strength or popularity. Li Cangyu didn't want these four children to have hostility. He hoped they would grow up together, overcoming problems and supporting the Kanglan team to the end. The young teenagers nodded slightly, causing Li Cangyu to smile and raise his right hand. Okay, start the training. This action was decisive and handsome. The several young teenagers immediately made looks of worship and started to concentrate on the training, afraid that they would be slower than others. Bai Xian laughed. 4 little milk cats being obediently trained by the cat god. At the very least, there was no need to worry about them fighting each other in the future. In the afternoon, Li Cangyu let the 4 teenagers go to the arena by themselves. There was too much knowledge input so he had to leave them time to digest and ponder on it. The arena practice had just been arranged when Wu Zuan knocked on the door and handed a USB to Li Cangyu. This is the data on the teams in the second division as well as a modeling of the miracle maps that Lu Chuan had me organize for you. Li Cangyu happily accepted. Thank you so much. The school tyrant's organizational ability was first class, which really helped the busy Li Cangyu. Wu Zuan adjusted his glasses and said, You're welcome. I'm glad to help. Li Cangyu said, I also hope you achieve good results in the playoffs. Wu Zuan nodded earnestly. I will. He left and Li Cangyu immediately accessed the USB flash drive to check. He was very confident about winning the second division but the situation on the field was always changing. There was always a danger of losing, making it good to know more about the opponent. The data compiled by Wu Zuan listed the ace players and basic tactical styles of each team, which was quite practical. In addition, there was a modeling of the map library which made Li Cangyu stunned. It wasn't a secret since the Miracle League had published this information in the league's maps and had a special map package software. As long as this map was installed on the computer, all game maps could be seen. However, Wu Zuan used his powerful spatial analysis ability to mark many blind spots on the map with coordinates. This was invaluable information that was exclusive to the Dragon Warriors. Li Cangyu studied the map carefully. The more he looked, the more he liked it. According to the characteristics of the maps, he could arrange a variety of tactics for different teams in the future. He was busy studying when Lu Chuan knocked on the door. He was very pleased when he saw everyone training and said, Don't you look serious? Am I interrupting? Li Cangyu raised his head and said, It doesn't matter. Does boss want anything from me? Lu Chuan stated, I got the new competition rules from the Miracle League. Do you want to see it? Everyone heard about the new competition rules and looked up curiously. Li Cangyu smiled. I've seen it so show it to everyone else. Lu Chuan sent a copy of the file to everyone. The group of people looked at it and became excited. Xiao Gu almost jumped up as he exclaimed, Wow, it is a big change. It is completely different from the old arena rules. Xiao Han also said, the new competition has changed from moving the crystal to destroying the crystal. Zhou Hang seemed to know the competitive game very well. He spoke the key points in a brief summary. It is the tower defense mode. The economic difference will determine the outcome. This makes the tactics more changeable and the game more interesting. Li Cangyu glanced at him with appreciation and asked, Xiao Zhou, don't you know a lot about this? Zhou Hang laughed. Someone in my family has played this type of competitive game before. I have been watching it since I was a child. It was no wonder that he could capture the key points of the contract. There were insiders inside his family. Li Cangyu put away his curiosity and said, the changes for the new competition are really big. Previously, we would get a point if we captured the crystal and moved the crystal back to our base. The new system requires us to destroy the crystal to get points. The front and rear of the crystal respectively have the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix as guards. The attack power is extremely strong and they will appear after a certain period of time. There are 4 defense towers in the east, west, south and north. Outside the defense towers is a foggy area and there are some mobs that will give a status bonus after killing them. Li Cangyu paused and said, the key to the new system is to kill all types of mobs in the wild area to make money and accumulate an economy advantage. Once you have money, you can buy equipment in the battlefield store. The new rules means that in the middle of the game, we can choose equipment that is beneficial to us or can target the enemies. Zhang Xueming exclaimed, the way of playing has really changed. The crystal is equivalent to the ultimate boss. The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix are two small bosses while the defense towers are the surrounding elite monsters. If we want to break the crystal in the middle, we must first take care of the surrounding 4 defense towers and the Ice and Fire Phoenix. Is that right? Li Cangyu nodded. This is what it means. I just saw the map data compiled by Captain Wu. Most of the crystals will refresh in the middle of the map. There are 4 roads leading to the crystal location and many mobs on the road that can be killed for experience. The fields between the roads are suitable for ambush tactics. This system is much more tactically interesting than the previous crystal mode. Lu Chuan heard this and couldn't help smiling. The big change in the competition is actually good for our new team. Other teams have to face new rules and will certainly train again from the beginning. It is equivalent to standing at the same starting point as us. Yes. Li Cangyu looked back. It is currently December. There are only 2 months left until the second division that starts in February. There is also the Spring Festival holiday, making our timing quite tight. The next training tasks will be very heavy and the newcomers might be under great pressure. I hope that everyone can grit their teeth to survive this difficult stage. Will you show me? Xiao Gu answered in a positive manner. Captain, I have no problem staying up late to train. I like training. Zhou Hang also said, I have no problems. Cat God can arrange it however you like. Xiao Han's eyes were firm. Master, rest assured that I can hold on. Li Xiaozhang looked up at Li Cangyu and said seriously. I also have no problems. Li Cangyu smiled and thought, since you made your guarantees in person, don't blame me for trying to trample on you. Bai Xian thought sympathetically, small milk cats, be ready to be abused by the big cat. Chapter 105 Abused Teenagers. Everyone came to the training room the next morning and found Li Cangyu already waiting there with a stack of printed forms in his hand. He distributed it to the 4 teenagers and said, for the next week, you will train according to my arrangements. After each training section, I will look at the results. If you don't pass, there will be overtime. This was the same as not doing homework for school and then being forced to stay behind after class by the teacher. The teenagers took the forms that detailed the training items and times for each person. The Dragon Warriors Club had many training software for esports players. For example, there was the software for practicing speed. After it was started, English letters would randomly appear on the screen. The speed at which the letters appeared could be adjusted. The fingers had to quickly press the right letter after seeing it to eliminate the letter, otherwise it would be game over. The walking software had a variety of random labyrinth maps. Some had cliffs which would cause the players to fall to their deaths if they were even slightly careless, which tested the players' psychological quality and movement operations. There was also a software to practice skills. The player could freely choose a race and class in the initial interface, then enter a single-player instance to challenge a boss. This allowed them to become familiar with the gameplay of different classes. Gu Siming was very familiar with these training softwares and Zhou Hang showed no curiosity at all. Xiao Han and Li Xiaozhang looked excited because this was their first contact with the software. In the morning, everyone trained according to the captain's arrangements and no tiredness could be seen on their faces. This lasted until the afternoon when Li Cangyu looked over the training videos and frowned. Xiao Han, your hand speed training is not qualified. Change it to 400 keystrokes per minute and then retrain for 1 hour. Xiao Han lowered his head and replied, Oh. Xiao Li, it took you too long to play the boss. Practice again for 2 hours. Li Xiaozhang made a mistake and hung his head. I know. Xiao Zhou, there were 5 mistakes that occurred 10 times during your movement training. The error rate is too high. Do it again. Zhou Hang also lowered his head. Okay. The only one not trained was Gu Siming. He had trained in the Dragon Warriors camp for half a year and his foundation was relatively solid. He was happily thinking he was passed over when Li Cangyu came to him. Xiao Gu, did you master the White Magician's skills? Gu Siming was embarrassed. I'm not very familiar with them. Li Cangyu ordered, open an account in the arena. Once your winning rate is more than 95%, come and report to me. Gu Siming also hung his head. Yes, I know. Bai Xian looked at the four youths who had lowered heads and couldn't help smiling. He went up to Li Cangyu and whispered, "Aren't you afraid your requests are too strict?" Li Cangyu helplessly shrugged. "There is no other way. The time is tight and I must increase their training intensity." Xiao Han sat in front of the computer and adjusted the hand speed to 400 according to master's instructions. It was very difficult. His usual steady hand speed was 350/min. It was slightly higher when unleashing an outbreak of attacks. Now he adjusted the hand speed to 400/min, which was equivalent to pressing 6 to 7 keys in 1 second. It could be imagined how fast the fingers needed to be. He had been pressing the keys for less than half an hour when he felt his fingers becoming very tired. He saw the words "game over" appear on the screen and wanted to take a short break. However, he turned back and saw Master looking sharply at him. Xiao Han immediately shrank back, straightened his back and continued with the training software. Li Xiaozhang was even more miserable. He originally had a slow nature and his hand speed was naturally the slowest in the whole team. If he faced a boss alone, he was often chased by the boss and couldn't cast his skills. He could only rely on using the terrain, making it difficult for him to end the battle in 10 minutes like the captain said. It took him more than 15 minutes to kill the boss. Li Xiaozhang was discouraged and gritted his teeth while staring at the computer. He obviously didn't know what to do. Bai Xian smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, concentrate slowly." Li Xiaozhang took a deep breath, focused on the computer screen and placed his fingers on the keyboard again. The big-headed Zhou Hang was also suffering. Cat God found a particularly complicated map for him. There were many cliffs and the road was as narrow as steel wire. If his fingers shook even a little bit then he would fall into. He only moved 20 meters when he fell down. Zhou Hang really wanted to remove the keycaps on the keyboard one by one. Xie Shurong saw his depressed expression and couldn't help laughing. "Fierce hunter, quickly get up and continue." Zhou Hang endured the impulse to hit the wall and spoke into Xie Shurong's ears. "Brother Tree, do you have a special method?" Xie Shurong stated, "Practice makes perfect. You should have just not said anything." Zhou Hang nodded in a depressed manner. "I'll try again." Gu Siming opened a white magician account to PK with people in the arena. Cat God gave him the task of achieving a 95% winning rate, i.e. he had to win at least 95 games out of 100. The result was that he met several masters just after he started and lost 3 games in a row, making Gu Siming depressed. He didn't know that Uncle Zhang, sitting opposite him, was stealing his wins. Yes, the 3 games that Gu Siming lost were all Zhang Chuiming's accounts playing with him. He was the owner of a leveling studio and had a basket of accounts in his hand. Zhang Chuiming's state wasn't as good as the past but he had a large amount of experience. His understanding of miracle was more thorough than Xiaogu. In addition, Xiaogu wasn't familiar with a white magician while Zhang Chuiming was a white magician. It was natural that Gu Siming couldn't fight back in these 3 matches. He lost 3 rounds so reaching a 95% winning rate was even more difficult. Gu Siming suddenly felt pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. The afternoon training was particularly difficult. The excitement of the 4 teenagers had already disappeared. At 5 o'clock when the training ended, Li Cangyu received the videos of the 4 people and they naturally all failed. Li Cangyu had a solemn expression as he stated, "You all failed. Stay and train for another hour." The 4 people hung their heads. Yes. Their faces were pathetic. Bai Xian had a soft heart but he knew that Li Cangyu was acting like a captain towards the young children. He found it hard to meddle and said, "Then shall we go to dinner first?" Li Cangyu said, "Then let's go." Bai Xian, Aishu, and old Zhang went to dinner first while Li Cangyu stayed to supervise the training. 1 hour felt longer than a century, especially when everyone was hungry. Zhou Hang particularly wanted to protest. "Cat God, it is illegal for you to abuse minors like this. I want to eat, I'm so hungry." He was so tired and dizzy that he couldn't see what was on the computer and fell to his death. Xiao Han was also angry but he had a stubborn personality. He was angry but insisted on continuing to tap on the keyboard. Li Zijiang's eyes were wet and he was almost crying. Obviously, one afternoon of practice had made him very depressed. His lips were bitten until they cracked and he looked very pitiful as his stomach growled. Xiao Gu's state was relatively good. After all, he was a little madman who wasn't afraid of staying up all night. He was just depressed from losing in the arena during the afternoon, and it was like dark clouds were floating above his head. Li Cangyu supervised them for another hour before mercifully letting them go. Okay, go eat dinner. The four youths immediately jumped up and rushed to the canteen. They spent all afternoon training and were dizzy from hunger. The four people rushed to get a plate full of food and stuffed things into their mouths. They didn't care about anything else. Li Cangyu watched the young teenagers sitting together while eating and couldn't help smiling. Do you see what I am capable of? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. In the next training session, Li Cangyu made them work overtime again. They gradually became used to eating dinner at 6 o'clock. It was only 1 extra hour a day, but once this accumulated, Li Cangyu believed that it would certainly be effective. 1 week of training passed and it was finally the weekend. Li Cangyu mercifully gave everyone a day off. That night, Li Cangyu called everyone together to open a symposium. Several people sat in the living room and Li Cangyu asked softly, "How do you feel about this week's training?" All four lowered their heads and didn't speak. Li Yunyu said, "Didn't you say you could hold on? How is it? Do you feel very tired?" The four men's heads hung lower and they wanted to bury their heads in their chests. "The daily training of other teams is the same as what I arranged for you. I repeated the same operations every day, tapping on the keyboard from morning until night. The life of a professional player is actually very boring." Li Cangyu paused and his tone became serious. "It is practicing basic operations like this that you won't make mistakes on the field. 1 minute on the stage, 10 years under the stage, do you understand this principle?" "Yes." The four young men nodded. Li Cangyu smiled. "Come and talk to me about your feelings. Xiaogu first." Xiaogu replied positively. "My white magician's winning rate has reached 90%. I will be able to complete the task next week. Then I will change to a black magician to play the arena." Xiao Han went on to say, "I feel there is some improvement in my hand speed. It used to be around 350 and now I estimate it to be around 380. The goal of 400 hand speed will be completed soon." Zhou Hang said, "Cough, I walked 50 meters in the maze. I am 50 meters from the finish line, so I will continue to work hard, cat god." Li Zijiang's face was red and he spoke in a very embarrassed manner. I am still very slow playing the boss. I will speed up." Li Cangyu's eyes swept over the four teenagers and found that they were staring at him with shining eyes. He couldn't help laughing. "Don't be discouraged. The high-intensity training tasks I have arranged are tailor-made for you. Once this stage's training is over, you will look back and find that your level has improved." The four immediately replied in unison. "Yes." Bai Xian also came to Li Cangyu's dormitory to join in on the fun. He found the four teenagers sitting side by side on the sofa while listening to Cat God. Their tired and annoyed expressions were gone, replaced by confidence. He knew that Li Cangyu's way of dealing with the players was to abuse them before holding them up to raise their confidence. Under Li Cangyu's training, their psychological state would be very strong. However, they were young and this week's training put them under too much pressure. Some people had dark circles under their eyes, which was distressing for Bai Xian to see. Bai Xian headed to the refrigerator to take out some fruit and cut it, saying, "We should relax this weekend. Eat some fruit." The four teenagers looked at Li Cangyu, who waved his hand. "Eat." It was as if they heard an imperial decree. Everyone immediately grabbed the fruit to eat. Li Xiaozhong had the slowest movements and half the plate was empty before he could grab anything. Li Xiaozhong stared with a dazed expression and Bai Xian handed an apple to him. Bai Xian sat on the sofa and looked at Li Cangyu. "I saw a message on the internet today. The large-scale update for the Miracle National Server will start on Monday. In addition to the skills adjustment of some classes, the biggest update will be to the arena. The points in the arena will be reset to 0 and the rules will change to those of the new competition rules." Li Cangyu speculated, "It seems that the officials plan to release the new system in advance, allowing players and netizens to familiarize themselves with it." "Yes." Bai Xian asked, "What are you going to do? Should we team up to play the arena?" Li Cangyu looked at the young children eavesdropping while eating fruit and grinned. "Of course we will go. The arena update means many teams will be using side accounts to test the waters. How can our Kanglan team be lacking?" Chapter 106 Arena Encounters. On Monday, the Miracle official website released an announcement that all world servers would be shut down for a full update. The key to this update was the change in arena rules and the expansion of the equipment library. Old players selected their equipment before entering the map and couldn't change it. The new system allowed players to buy equipment in the battlefield store in the middle of the match, increasing the number of variables and allowing more flexible tactical designs. Lee Cangyu carefully studied the information published on the official website. This professional equipment expansion was the largest in the 7 years since Miracle opened, and the data was dazzling. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Miracle server in China opened. In less than 5 minutes, all regional servers were full. This showed that the update attracted countless new and old players. The official emergency team added 10 server lines, doubling the number of players in the cross-server arena. Lee Cangyu asked Uncle Zhang to prepare a batch of side accounts to play the arena qualifiers. The new update cleared all arena points, meaning those who previously hit the Diamond or King rank had to regain the points from scratch. In addition to the previous 6v6 team mode, the arena added a new 2v2 arena mode, both of which could be used to accumulate points. The team battle was more complex and winning gave 10 points. The partner arena mode was simpler and only gave 2 points for winning. Their scores might accumulate slower, but this mode was very beneficial for Lee Cangyu to train his team members. There happened to be 4 old and 4 new players in the Kanglan team. Lee Cangyu arranged the youngsters with their respective masters and everyone entered the partner mode in the arena qualifiers. The bronze qualifying section were for those with less than 1,000 points. Apart from masters who were starting from scratch, most of them were novices and rookies. Lee Cangyu played the 2v2 mode with Xiao Han, and Xiao Han alone could kill 2 people easily. Most people were handled in 1-minute battles and they won more 50 games in an hour. Lee Cangyu was very confident in Xiao Han. Therefore, he acted as a soy sauce and let Xiao Han play alone. To his surprise, once the pair won their 60th match, Xiao Han was actually killed by the opposing archer. What was this situation? Lee Cangyu saw the prompt that Xiao Han had been killed appear on the screen and immediately moved behind a stone pillar in the ring. His mouse clocked on the upper right corner to view the battle record. It turned out that Xiao Han had been controlled by the opposite side's white magician, who used God's seal. Then the archer followed up with a set of critical damage, killing Xiao Han. The matching rule for the arena was generally matching similar levels together. He and Xiao Han won 60 games in a row and the system matched them with opponents who also won more than 60 matches. Were they Cheng Wei and Tan Shishan? Lee Cangyu couldn't help smiling and he typed in the public channel, Cheng Wei. Cheng Wei was startled and typed, "Hey? You know me? An elf summoner, are you cat god?" Lee Cangyu, "Yes." Cheng Wei excitedly slipped into the central fountain. Tan Shishan. Lee Cangyu wondered, "Did you also come to play the qualifiers?" Cheng Wei quickly typed, "Yes." Haven't the rules changed? The single-player mode is cancelled and it has become combination vs combination. Captain Tan and I came to practice our combination in the online game. This was equivalent to exposing the combination tactics of the time team in advance, but he didn't reveal anything. Everyone knew that the time teams Cheng Wei and Tan Shishan would definitely come as a duo. Tan Shishan asked politely, "Cat God, are you with a teammate?" Lee Cangyu replied, "Yes, I'm taking my apprentice." Cheng Wei remembered the mixed-race child he met in New York and couldn't help typing jealousy, "Xiao Han, you are just lying there. You're dragging Cat God down." Xiao Han didn't understand why Cheng Wei was so hostile to him and spoke in a somewhat puzzled manner, "I couldn't react in time." Lee Cangyu smiled and said, "I will let you have this game." In fact, he couldn't help it since Xiao Han died. Lee Cangyu might have confidence, but even he would find 1v2 hard against the ace combination of Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. It was better to die quickly and move to the next game. After all, it was just a promotion match and there was no need to waste time. Cheng Wei was thrilled. "Thank you, Cat God." "Tan Shishan, you stay still. I want to kill Cat God." "Tan Shishan, okay." Lee Cangyu stood still and let Cheng Wei kill him. Cheng Wei was very happy about personally killing Cat God and sent a row of hugging emojis. The score for this match was quickly calculated on the screen. Tan and Cheng won 61 rounds in a row and got a lot of bonus points. Lee Cangyu and Xiao Han lost and had 2 points deducted by the system. After exiting the room, Tan Shishan took the initiative to add Lee Cangyu's side account as a friend and asked, "Cat God, have you assembled your team?" "Yes, I've just assembled it." "Then refuel with your apprentice." Tan Shishan smiled and said, "I will take Xiao Wei to continue to upgrade." "Go ahead." Lee Cangyu bid farewell to Tan and Cheng before turning back to Xiao Han. We have a 60 winning streak and are likely to meet more masters. Cheer up and play well. Xiao Han. I've been playing well the whole time. You are the one idling, master. Xiao Han saw Li Cangyu's serious expression and didn't dare say it. He just nodded in agreement. The new rules had been updated today. Many guild management and passers-by filled the arena. There were many combinations with a 60 winning streak, making it not that easy to encounter Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. Only, Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing at the names of their accounts. Only Soy Milk and Progress Day by Day. What were these messy names? They weren't as creative as his own fish farming professional. In the next few rounds, Li Cangyu didn't meet any professional players. Most of the online masters were jointly handled by him and Xiao Han. An afternoon of playing the arena passed. The mentor and apprentice scored too quickly and quickly advanced to the silver group. At dinner time, everyone gathered in the dining hall to eat. The faces of the teenagers were bright. They joined with a great god and the speed of their upgrade was very fast. Gu Summing excitedly cried out, "Go back and play at night. I want to rise to the diamond group in one breath today." Zhang Shuiming patted him on the head and said, "Don't dream about it. We need 5,000 points to rise from silver to gold and then 15,000 points to rise to diamond. At our current speed, it will take at least 1 week." Gu Suiming calmed down and scratched his head. "I was just thinking about it." Zhou Hang wondered, "Isn't getting to diamond in 1 week fast enough? It took me 1 month to rise to diamond." Xiao Han echoed him, "I also spent 1 month." Li Xiaozhang stammered, Me too." Li Cangyu said with a smile, "Since you are so interested in raising your rating, return to your dorm and continue to play the arena. However, you must go to bed before midnight." The group cheered. Apparently, they were very fond of the pairs arena mode of the new system. Li Cangyu returned to his dormitory and took a shower. Then he logged into the game and opened his Q account. There were thousands of unread messages in the Miracle Gossip group. He opened it and saw that all the professional players of the major teams were discussing the new system. Cheng Wei was saying, "At Grey Wolf, why don't you go to the group battle? All of you are running to play the pairs mode." Su Guangmo said, "The pairs mode can accumulate scores quickly. A group battle will take more than 20 minutes. It isn't too late to wait until the diamond section and then do the team battles." Cheng Wei sent a row of vomiting blood emojis. Su Guangmo smiled, "If you lose to us, you will vomit blood. There are still many bosses in the future." Cheng Wei was surprised. "Who else?" Su Guangmo replied, "Wind Color's Yan Guo combination and the Red Fox's 2 sisters, I have met these 2 groups." Tan Shishan came forward to say, "It is estimated that the major teams will have people playing the pairs mode. After all, upgrading in the pairs mode is fast and the rules of the group battle haven't been studied clearly. The group battle can be tried out after reaching diamond rank." Su Guangmo agreed. "This is the truth." The just mentioned Yan Ruwen also spoke up, "There are 3 groups from Wind Color in the pairs arena. Captain Ling is also there." Li Cangyu temporarily shut down the Q group and headed to the cross-server arena. Then he sent a private chat to Xiao Han, "Continue doing the arena." Xiao Han immediately replied, "Okay master." The mentor and apprentice joined the cross-server arena's qualifying list. The new rules had just been updated and everyone's points had been cleared. It was obvious that no rookies would have rushed to the silver rank in one afternoon. The probability of encountering masters would naturally be greater than before. Li Cangyu thought about which professional players he would encounter next. As soon as the map was loaded, he saw the combination of a demon summoner and a bloodkin summoner. The ID of the demon summoner was Wooden Wind. Li Cangyu was startled and sent a message in the public channel, "Ling Suifeng. Wooden Wind, TL, Wooden Wind equals Mu Feng." This guy's ID was even less creative and he used the Feng part of his name. It was simply too obvious. As for the bloodkin summoner called side account name is difficult to decide, they were either Su Fifan or Qin Mo. Is the other person Qin Mo or Xiao Su? Side account name is difficult to decide. Immediately typed, "Cat God as well. I am Qin Mo." Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing. "Suifeng, are you also taking your apprentice along?" Ling Suifeng, "Yes, I wanted to try out the pairs arena." Li Cangyu asked, "Let me win this game." Ling Suifeng, "Why should I let you win?" Li Cangyu, "The 10 steamed base you owe me will be decreased by 1. Ling Suifeng, "When did I owe you 10? Li Cangyu, "Your steamed base account was an undercover in my guild for so long 10 is cheap." Ling Suifeng helplessly smiled and typed, "Fine. Qin Mo. Master, wasn't this the arena? Shouldn't there be an earth-shattering confrontation between gods instead of discussing fish like this?" Moreover, Master agreed with whatever Cat God said. Every time Master met Cat God, he will throw all principles away. He was scolding in his heart when a friend's application popped up. It was sent by Li Cangyu. Qin Mo accepted and the other person immediately sent him a private message, "Xiao Qin, how is the task I assigned to you?" Qin Mo immediately replied, "I checked. Master shouldn't have a girlfriend." When the wind color team was on holiday, he went to Beijing for a meeting. After the meeting, he returned to Shanghai and according to the Wind Color Guild's president, he stayed in the team for half a month and never went out on a date. Li Cangyu nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Qin Mo was puzzled, "Cat God, why are you asking this? Do you want to introduce a girlfriend to Master?" Li Cangyu said, "The secret can't be revealed." Meanwhile, he was thinking in his heart, "You are too naive. I don't want to introduce a girlfriend to your master. I am trying to gain your master as my wife." The author has something to say. April Fool's Day Small Theatre. On April 1st, Li Cangyu took the initiative to tell Ling Suifeng, "Suifeng, I really like you. Become my wife." Ling Suifeng nodded calmly. "Okay." That night, Li Cangyu happily threw Ling Suifeng down. He wanted to do that to Captain Ling when there was suddenly a reversal. He was stripped, eaten dry and then cleaned. The next morning, Li Cangyu rubbed his sore waist and cried out angrily, "Didn't you agree to be my wife?" Ling Suifeng smiled and kissed him gently. "You shouldn't believe anything you hear on April Fool's Day." Li Cangyu. Chapter 107 Pairs Arena Battle. Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng encountered each other in the arena qualifiers. They chatted for 3 minutes without doing any actions, causing the system to give them a warning. "Don't be passive in the game or the online account will be sealed." Qin Mo was speechless. The two of them chatted so much that the system had to give a warning. In order to prevent some people from holding up their opponents in the arena, 3 minutes of no action would be regarded negatively and the system would give a warning. After the warning, the account would be sealed. Li Cangyu saw this warning and moved the fish farming professional a few steps forward. He operated his elf summoner while typing on the public screen, "Xiao Han, Qin Mo, the two of you fight." Ling Suifeng agreed with this. "Okay." Xiao Han wondered, "Master, you aren't going to fight?" Li Cangyu thought, "I rarely see Ling Suifeng in the arena and naturally want to chat with him. How can we fight when we've just met? It is good to leave the fighting to the apprentices while the masters have an emotional exchange. I will watch." Li Cangyu stated decisively. "Come, let me see if you have improved recently." Xiao Han stepped forward and started to PK with Qin Mo. This wasn't the first time he fought with Qin Mo. In the beginning, he didn't have any experience facing a bloodkin summoner and was often killed by Qin Mo. Sometimes he wouldn't even last half a minute. Later, he had a long training period with Qin Mo and gradually discovered the way to deal with Qin Mo. Now Xiao Han found that it wasn't as hard to play against Qin Mo. This time, Xiao Han was very active. He entered stealth and looked for opportunities. Once Qin Mo summoned 4 bloodkin pets to suppress him, he calmly bypassed the pet's encirclement and came to Qin Mo's back. His daggers fell and the crit directly reduced Qin Mo's blood by 15%. Qin Mo wasn't anxious. After Xiao Han appeared, he quickly summoned his Death Knight to resist the next wave of damage. At the same time, he had his Blood Spider return and fix Xiao Han's body in place while he quickly retreated. The Blood Snake also tangled around Xiao Han and used the blood-sucking effect, so that Qin Mo's blood volume instantly surpassed Xiao Han's blood. Li Cangyu saw that their 2 apprentices were starting to fight seriously and sent a private message to Ling Suifeng, "I heard you are still staying with the team." He naturally just heard this from Qin Mo. Ling Suifeng said, "Yes." Li Cangyu was concerned, "Aren't you going home for the holidays? There are some things in the team that I need to deal with. I will go home for the Spring Festival." Ling Suifeng paused before asking, "What about things on your side?" "It is well. I've gathered 8 people." Li Cangyu explained, "Your method really worked. I opened my identity and recruited for the team. Someone voluntarily came to the door to recommend himself. He is an elf hunter and very talented. Thus, I accepted him." "That's not bad." Ling Suifeng asked, "Are you busy with training your teammates?" "Yes, many new people on my team haven't played competitively. They haven't been systematically trained and need to start from scratch. Li Cangyu spoke emotionally, thanks to this group of youngsters, I feel like a father rather than a captain. You should pay attention to your rest and don't work too hard. Ling Suifeng typed. Li Cangyu was startled. Was Ling Suifeng caring about him? This was concern, wasn't it? Li Cangyu felt a ripple in his heart. If it wasn't for the computer, he would pounce on Ling Suifeng and kiss him, saying, I'm not working hard. You also shouldn't work too hard. The captain staying behind while on holiday, this was really too dedicated. The two people operated their accounts in the game while chatting. 5 minutes passed and they saw a prompt on the screen, side account name is difficult to decide has killed wintry 12th lunar month. They looked back and found that Xiao Han had fallen while surrounded by blood-kin pets while Qin Mo's blood volume was at 20%. Ling Suifeng opened the battle panel and read the records. Qin Mo relied on the blood snake and vampire bat's big moves to instantly kill Xiao Han. Xiao Han was able to fight with Qin Mo for 5 minutes, showing the rapid progress he was making under the guidance of Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu turned back to Xiao Han and praised him. You played well. Xiao Han lost but Qin Mo was the winner of the 6th season's Best Newcomer award. The team's systematic training and arena experience allowed Xiao Han to last for 5 minutes. Li Cangyu was already satisfied with this. Resurrection wasn't allowed in the arena. Xiao Han lay on the ground and typed in the area channel, Master, what should we do about this round? Li Cangyu said, of course we will win. Suifeng, stand still. I will kill you okay. Ling Suifeng, okay. Qin Mo. Qin Mo wanted to vomit up 3 liters of blood. He managed to win against Xiao Han and as a result, Master completely disregarded his principles and gave the game to Cat God. As the person at the bottom of the food chain, Qin Mo felt that he should directly concede to Cat God in the future. Li Cangyu happily used a set of moves to kill Ling Suifeng. Qin Mo also didn't move as he let Cat God kill him. Li Cangyu saw the word victory on his screen and was naturally in a good mood. He typed, thank you. Kiss kiss dot. Qin Mo. Xiao Han was puzzled. Master, did you send the wrong emoji? Li Cangyu thought, fool, your master is sending this to Ling Suifeng, not Qin Mo. However, Captain Ling seemed quite calm and he replied with, you're welcome. Li Cangyu imagined the man's handsome and abstinent face and suddenly had an itchy feeling. He wanted to hold this man like in the New York hospital and see a different expression on his face. They exited from the arena and Li Cangyu smoothly added Ling Suifeng's side account as a friend. He saw Xiao Han beside him and couldn't help saying, Xiao Han, you team up with Qin Mo. The teenager sitting beside him looked surprised. Master, why should I group up with Qin Mo? Li Cangyu explained seriously, you and Qin Mo should play the pairs arena. Cooperating with a blood-kin summoner is very good for gaining more ideas. Xiao Han nodded. Yes. At the same time, Ling Suifeng sent Qin Mo a private chat message, you go with Xiao Han to play the qualifiers. Qin Mo was surprised but he habitually obeyed his master's orders and had to reply, okay. Thus, the 2 small apprentices, small light bulbs, were grouped together. Li Cangyu privately sent to Ling Suifeng, the children are playing on their own. How about we team up? Ling Suifeng, yes. The 2 connected hearts formed a pairs team and joined the qualifiers. As a result, the system seemed to be incompatible with them. The first match was actually against Xiao Han and Qin Mo. The 4 people once again entered the arena. Qin Mo. Xiao Han. Master, are you so good? Driving away your apprentice by saying that teaming up with a different class can open new ideas. In fact, the most fundamental reason is for the both of you to team up together, right? Xiao Han suddenly felt as if he realized something. Li Cangyu saw the familiar side account name is difficult to decide and wintry 12th lunar month. He was a bit embarrassed but he still typed seriously, you don't have a master with you. You have to try your best and see how many games you can win with your level. Come back and report to me later. Xiao Han, yes. Qin Mo, yes. Ling Suifeng, you aren't allowed to give up this game. Fight well. Xiao Han, oh. Qin Mo, yes. The 2 apprentices were tossed by their masters and didn't know what to say. Ling Suifeng told them to fight well but actually, he joined forces with Li Cangyu and killed Qin Mo and Xiao Han in 1 minute. The two apprentices lay on the ground with dazed expressions. Li Cangyu typed, "Look at you, fool and fool. You don't know how to cooperate with each other. Quickly go and practice." Ling Suifeng also echoed his words, "Qin Mo, bring Xiao Han with you. Try to cooperate with a melee. This is also a good experience for you." The two apprentices. "Making us fight each other while the two of you are chatting next to each other. After a while, you let us team up and cooperate with each other, while the two of you go off together." The pressure was really too big as their apprentices. Chapter 108 Boss Combination. After being ruthlessly abused by their masters, Qin Mo and Xiao Han entered the qualifiers list again. The result was that they encountered Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. They were once again killed without the power to fight back. Previously, their masters brought them to victory. Now they teamed up and lost. The depressed Qin Mo typed to Xiao Han, "Can you not be so anxious? Why don't you wait for me to summon a pet before acting?" Xiao Han replied, "This is how I played with master before." Qin Mo wanted to cough up blood. How could he be on the same level of Xiao Han's master? Cat God could interact with anyone instantly. Did Qin Mo need to reflect on how to summon pets? Xiao Han asked tentatively, "Should I slow down next time?" Qin Mo frowned. "I'm not telling you to slow down." Xiao Han was even more confused. "Then should I act faster?" "It isn't a problem of speed. It is the cooperation. You have to cooperate with me, do you understand?" Qin Mo had a headache. "It is hard to communicate with you." Xiao Han replied honestly, "I grew up abroad and my Chinese is at primary school level. Should we use English?" Qin Mo, "Forget it." His English was at the primary school level. The two people bickered while continuing to play the qualifiers. After losing several games in a row, they finally matched with less powerful opponents and won the game in a thrilling way. Qin Mo suddenly found that he was even happier than when he got the trophy. It was too difficult to win with the rookie Xiao Han and really gave him a sense of accomplishment. In contrast to their two apprentices who kept losing, the combination of Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng was invincible. In just half an hour, they won 10 games in a row. After the major update to the arena, everyone's points were cleared and the fastest ones to rise in the arena were playing in this group. There were almost no weak players in the silver rank. 80% were the management of the major guilds, 10% were randoms in the online game and 10% were the side accounts of professional players. Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng's winning streak was too high. The system kept matching them with the side accounts of professional players. On the 21st match of their winning streak, they met Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. This time Li Cangyu didn't give up and cooperated with Ling Suifeng instead. Ling Suifeng controlled Tan Shishan at the beginning of the game and Li Cangyu let out a burst of hand speed to kill Cheng Wei. Then the two people teamed up to kill Captain Tan. Cheng Wei was dazed from the beginning. He thought that Cat God would chat like last time. The result was that he was instantly killed by Cat God while Captain Time was killed by Wooden Wind. Cheng Wei asked doubtfully, "Cat God, is this demon summoner part of your team?" Li Cangyu replied, "Yes, isn't he amazing?" Cheng Wei sent a row of thumbs up. "He is really amazing." Tan Shishan smiled helplessly. If Cheng Wei was next to him then he would rub this idiot's head hard. However, it was the holidays and Cheng Wei went home. Tan Shishan had to send Cheng Wei a private chat message, "This person is obviously Ling Suifeng. Can't you recognize him?" Cheng Wei was shocked. "How can that be? Ling Suifeng is playing with Cat God? They aren't teammates." Tan Shishan smiled and said, "One day you will understand." Cheng Wei was dying with curiosity. "What is it? Don't leave me on tenterhooks. Just tell me." Tan Shishan, "I won't tell you." Cheng Wei, "Do you want me to add you to the blacklist?" Tan Shishan sent a smiling emoji. "Are you willing?" Cheng Wei's hairs stood up. Tan Shishan, die. He was too excited and ended up sending this message to the public chat. Li Cangyu wondered, "Xiao Wei, you only lost. Why are you scolding Captain Tan?" Cheng Wei blushed because he typed in the wrong channel. Tan Shishan laughed so hard that he got a stomachache. This emotional cat typed in the wrong channel and was seen by Cat God. Wouldn't the kitten want to slam into the wall? Tan Shishan sent him a patting head emoji and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Let's continue to upgrade." Cheng Wei sent a row of knives and reluctantly followed Tan Shishan to continue the upgrade. The Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng combination reached a 21 winning streak. Li Cangyu asked thoughtfully, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Ling Xuefeng sent back, I'm not tired. Li Cangyu, do you want to continue? Continue. The two of them once again joined the pair's qualifiers and found they were matched with a Terran swordsman and Terran berserker. It is Su Yu. Ling Xuefeng typed in the private chat. Are you sure? Li Cangyu asked. Sword of Judgment is Su Guangmo's side account and Quiet Berserker is Yu Pingshen's side account. It should be right. It seems that our winning rate is too high and the system is matching us with professional players. Yes. I haven't played with Yu Pingsheng yet. I will control him while you deal with Su Guangmo. Okay. Ling Xuefeng decisively responded. Su Guangmo didn't know the identities of the opponents, but according to the principle of the system matching, the winners of so many games would definitely be masters. Su Guangmo thought about it and turned back to his younger brother. These two people aren't simple. Be careful. I suspect that this wooden wind is Ling Xuefeng. Yu Pingsheng didn't like to talk. He just nodded to show his understanding. The match soon started. The map for the pair's arena was randomly selected by the system. The map for this game was the simple Zaya Square, which was similar to the city square map used in the 3v3 carnival event. However, there were 6 statues in the middle of the city square and 4 stone pillars in the southeast and northwest. Li Cangyu and Ling Xuefeng appeared in the southeast direction. The two of them moved quickly and hid behind the stone's pillars in the southeast, taking positions where they could take care of each other. Su Yu were 2 melees. They just came behind a stone pillar when they happened to see the elf summoner. Su Guangmo didn't hurry forward and carefully maintained a distance. In the absence of the demon summoner, rushing was likely to make him fall into a trap. However, Li Cangyu knew the details of the other side and played very actively. Once he saw them come over, he immediately summoned his water spirit to freeze Yu Pingshen's berserker and then had his fire spirit quickly hit Yu Pingsheng with fireball. Su Guangmo's reaction was also very fast. The moment that he saw his brother being frozen, he turned and killed the water spirit with 2 ordinary attacks before turning to the fire spirit. At this moment, Ling Xuefeng saw Su Guangmo enter his attack range and summoned the demon Banshee, accurately using charm to pull Su Guangmo to him. The match was divided into 1v1 and Li Cangyu started to concentrate on handling Yu Pingsheng. Yu Pingsheng was introverted and walked around quietly like a ghost. His berserker gameplay was the opposite of his personality. It was fierce and violent. Once the freezing effect was lifted, the huge axe in his hand suddenly raised and cut straight down at where Li Cangyu was standing. It cut through all obstacles in the way. Splitting bone chop. The golden axe cut through the air and created a deep crater in the ground. At the same time, the weak summoner lost 20% blood. This was the attack power of the league's first-ranked berserker. Once he raised his axe to chop at a fragile remote, it was simple frightening. Li Cangyu was stunned, but his fingers pressed firmly on the keyboard. He called the Thunder Spirit and used Thunder's Wrath to even out the blood. Then he used Flying Feather Steps to quickly move away and summoned his Wind Spirit. Yu Pingsheng saw the opponent widening the distance and immediately pursued with the charging skill Circle around 3 chops. This skill had the shortest cooldown time of the berserker's movement skills. It allowed the berserker to rush 3 times in a certain direction while attacking 3 times. The attacks could also change direction in the process of the charge, making it very flexible. Yu Pingsheng was obviously very skilled with this skill. He immediately caught up to Li Cangyu, but Li Cangyu's wind spirit was waiting. Storm Fury. There was a gust of wind and Yu Pingsheng was immediately blown back 10 meters. It was hard to catch up with the summoner, only to end up being blown away 10 meters by wind. Li Cangyu's move was equivalent to directly abolishing Yu Pingshen's best chasing skill. The wind spirit was Li Cangyu's most powerful and flexible pet. Yu Pingsheng couldn't help being surprised after being hit and asked Su Guangmo, "Is this cat God?" In fact, Su Guangmo had some doubts at the beginning. The idea of fish farming professional really made people think of a person who likes to eat fish. Still, he didn't dare believe it. After all, Wooden Wind was Ling Xuefeng. Ling Xuefeng and Li Cangyu weren't in the same team, so how could they be together? It wasn't until the first exchange that he found out, they really teamed up together. Su Guangmo's swordsman could tie with Ling Xuefeng's demon summoner, but the berserker wasn't as flexible as the swordman. Yu Pingsheng gradually started struggling. Li Cangyu had a lot of experience playing melee classes. In particular, he flexibly used the wind spirit, making it hard for Yu Pingsheng to get close to him. He flew around like a kite and made Yu Pingsheng uncomfortable. Su Guangmo wanted to help but he was entangled by Ling Suifeng, the skeleton infantry's explosion and the banshee's charm. He wasn't free enough to help his brother. 10 minutes later, Li Cangyu finally killed the berserker and circled around to help Ling Suifeng. The two people summoned the skeleton infantry, demon god, thunder spirit, fire spirit. 4 types of pets attacking. Su Guangmo's death was simply unfair. Congratulations to Wooden Wind and Fish Farming Professional for winning. The team has won 22 matches in a row and the qualifying points increased by 50. Sword of Judgment and Quiet Berserker have failed in the qualifying and lost 2 points. About to exit the arena, please confirm. Su Guangmo didn't rush to press the confirmation button and instead typed, Captain Ling, Cat God, is it okay for you to team up to abuse people? Li Cangyu smiled, what's wrong with it? There is no rule that people from different teams can't pair up. Su Guangmo. The question was, do the two of you want to let others live? Su Guangmo spat out in his heart. However, he thought of the many combinations still to be abused and felt psychologically balanced. He sent a row of thumbs up before withdrawing from the arena with his brother. The next ones to encounter the boss combination was the ghost spirits Lu Zhang brothers. Lu Wuxuan and Zhang Shaowai also set up a team to fight in today's pairs arena. Zhang Shaowai was living with his cousins so they were together even on the holiday. The two computers next to each other in the study allowed for easy communication. The two of them always had a tacit understanding and maintained a winning streak so far. Only this time, Lu Wuxuan felt something was wrong when he entered the arena. This demon summoner and elf summoner, the combination hasn't been seen in the league. Lu Wuxuan pushed up his glasses and said lightly, they should be Ling Suifeng and Li Cangyu. Zhang Shaowai made an admiring expression. Brother, you are so smart. You can actually guess this. Lu Wuxuan looked helplessly at his brother. The IDs are too obvious. Wooden Wind directly contains the character for Feng while the other one is Fish Farming Professional. Cat God has always been persistent regarding fish. Zhang Shaowai suddenly realized. That's right. Lu Wuxuan calmly said, the combination of these two masters, it is a rare encounter. Play well. Yes. Zhang Shaowai immediately responded and entered stealth. Then he moved with his cousin to find the opposite two people. Ling Suifeng saw no one appear for a long time and reacted quickly. Is it a double bloodkin summoner in stealth mode? Li Cangyu asked, the Lu Zhang brothers. Ling Suifeng nodded. It is possible. He just said this when Lu Wuxuan suddenly acted. The sharp blade in his hand raised and he decisively used Death Mark, Backstab and Fatal Blow. The consecutive moves directly greeted Li Cangyu's body. Zhang Shaowai released the same 3 moves on Li Cangyu. The two brothers had a tacit understanding and their assassination ability couldn't be underestimated. The combination of moves directly removed half of Li Cangyu's blood. Ling Suifeng immediately summoned his Banshee and used Witch Demon's Curse to pull the two enemies over. The rescued Li Cangyu immediately used Flying Feather Steps to widen the distance. At the same time, he summoned his Thunder Spirit, Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, and Wind Spirit. The Water and Wind Spirits controlled Lu Wuxuan while the Thunder and Fire Spirits attacked Zhang Shaowai. Ling Suifeng also summoned his skeleton infantry to Lu Wuxuan's side and used Death Imprisonment to confine him. The two people had just started cooperating today but they had a tacit understanding. Zhang Shaowai sighed with admiration, Ling Suifeng and Li Cangyu really cooperate well. Are they actually a team? Why do I feel like they share the same brain when playing together? Lu Wuxuan also had this feeling. He had cultivated his understanding with his cousin since childhood but the tacit understanding between Ling and Li could be compared to them. Fortunately, Cat and Ling weren't on the same team or the other teams in the Miracle League wouldn't be able to survive. This match was much harder than the Suyu combination. The league's strongest killers were really difficult to deal with. They would enter stealth and then pop out for a combo. The even scarier thing was that the two members would tacitly attack the same opponent. After 2 rounds of crits, Li Cangyu only had a bit of blood left. They obviously wanted the advantage of killing one person. However, Ling Suifeng once again saved Li Cangyu at the critical moment. He decisively used a lot of mana to call the Black Crows to cover the vision of Lu and Zhang. Li Cangyu joined hands with Ling Suifeng to kill Zhang Shaowai. Lu Wuxuan let out a burst of hand speed to kill Cat God but Ling Suifeng used this chance to kill Lu Wuxuan and the Ling Cat duo won the arena match in a thrilling manner. Congratulations to Wooden Wind and Fish Farming Professional for winning. The team has won 23 matches in a row and the qualifying points increased by 60. Congratulations Wooden Wind and Fish Farming Professional. You have gained enough points in the silver rank and can advance to the gold rank. Zhang Shaowai saw this and couldn't help sending a thumbs up on the public channel. The two of you are really amazing. It is estimated that you are the first pair in the whole national server to advance to the gold rank. Li Cangyu liked the description of first pair and sent a smiling emoji. You are also fast. After finishing this match, Li Cangyu sent a private message to Ling Suifeng. We have played for 1 hour. Shall we take a break? Yes. Ling Suifeng would never refuse Cat God's proposal. Li Cangyu continued to speak. How will you arrange this holiday? Ling Suifeng replied, I plan to go home for Chinese New Year and then return to the team on the 5th day of the new month. There is a big change in the 7th season, so the team will gather in advance for training. Li Cangyu, I talked to my mother on the phone a few days ago. She told me that she was going to the United States to visit my father during the winter holidays. I have to celebrate the New Year on my own. Ling Suifeng asked, then? What are you going to do? Li Cangyu laughed, is it okay if I go to your house for the New Year? Ling Suifeng. Li Cangyu pretended to be pure as he said, I am just visiting your home as a friend. I will bring gifts for auntie and uncle. Ling Suifeng. If it wasn't a friend, then what did he want to be? Ling Suifeng thought of Li Cangyu's initiative to bring gifts when visiting his parents and couldn't help smiling. Li Cangyu, do you know what you are doing? I will only bring my wife home for Chinese New Year. It won't be easy if you want to play tricks later. Chapter 109 Holiday Period. In the Miracle Gossip group, Zhang Shaowai couldn't help sending a message. Captain Ling and Cat God have teamed up to abuse people in the arena. Everyone be careful. Su Guangmo, who just lost, immediately came forward. The boss and boss together is unscientific. We have to protest. Cheng Wei followed. Protest, protest. Cat God, don't you want to break up with Captain Ling and team up with me? Li Cangyu wasn't polite. You go on your own side. Cheng Wei. Cry cry. Tan Shishan smiled and said, a boss and boss are together. Everyone should directly surrender when meeting them. Su Guangmo, it makes sense. Zhang Shaowai proposed, why don't we also split up and reorganize? Su and Tan, do you want to try playing the bosses together? Maybe you can win against Ling Cat. Su Guangmo hated it. I don't want to be with a weak archer. Tan Shishan also disliked it. I hate Terran swordsmen the most. Su Guangmo sent a handshake emoji. It is good that we hate each other. I will continue to play with my younger brother. Tan Shishan said, Xiao Wei, stop talking nonsense in the group. Play seriously. Cheng Wei, oh. I'm coming. The people were chatting with each other when the event protagonist, Ling Suifeng, came forward. Cat God, I won't be able to fight with you for a bit. There is something I have to do regarding the team. Li Cangyu replied, okay. Go ahead. Onlookers. What was this situation? The boss combination was breaking up? Sure enough, Ling Suifeng went offline and Li Cangyu stopped playing the arena. He turned around and went to Xiao Han to watch him play. Xiao Han and Qin Mo had lost several games. The two of them were used to being carried by their masters and didn't want to cooperate with each other. Xiao Han would strike on his own while Qin Mo didn't take care of Xiao Han. The two people's thoughts weren't synchronized and they were pig teammates to each other. It was a bit sad. Li Cangyu couldn't help saying, Xiao Han, calculate the cooldown of the pets. When Qin Mo is preparing a big move, enter stealth and hit the opponent. Then Qin Mo can directly take away a head. Xiao Han was guided by his master and immediately nodded. Yes. Previously, he hadn't cared about Qin Mo and just rushed forward. This time, he looked back and found that Qin Mo's blood snake was following. Xiao Han typed a word on the team channel, ready. Qin Mo was surprised and soon realized that Xiao Han was giving him a hint. Sure enough, Xiao Han finished speaking and entered stealth, unleashing a smooth combo on the opponent to decrease their blood. Qin Mo had the snake bite the opponent and they worked together to kill the other side. Xiao Han continued typing on the team channel, you control the hunter. Qin Mo was a bit upset. Why was Xiao Han directing him? He was obviously better than Xiao Han. The strange thing was, Qin Mo was used to being at the bottom of the food chain and unconsciously obeyed. His fingers reacted faster than his brain and he fixed his blood spider on the hunter according to Xiao Han's instructions. Xiao Han said, very good. The obedient Qin Mo. The game was won smoothly. Li Cangyu touched his apprentice's head and said, communicate with Qin Mo when playing the arena. Discuss tactics in the team channel. Don't just think in your head. You are teammates now. Xiao Han nodded. Yes, I know. Li Cangyu got up and left, heading back to sit in front of his computer. After playing the pairs arena all afternoon, Li Cangyu found that the game system for the pairs arena hadn't changed much. It was a random map 2v2 mode. Killing the opponents would allow the players to win, but it was more focused on cooperation than the previous single-player arena. The key was still the group battle, which needed to be studied carefully. Li Cangyu opened the officially released database. He carefully reviewed the equipment from the first page before going to sleep at midnight. 1 week later, the 8 people of the Kanglan team smoothly rose to the diamond rank. The training mode arranged by Li Cangyu allowed the youngsters to progress quickly. The 4 people practiced their PK techniques and had a more comprehensive understanding of the skills of other classes. They finally became entry-level esports players. Yet this is far from enough. Next, Li Cangyu printed a thick booklet of information and sent it to the 4 teenagers. Spend 2 hours a day memorizing this data book. The 4 people looked down and found that it was the officially announced equipment library. There were dozens of pages of equipment. They had to remember the information and special effects of each equipment. This was comparable to a university entrance exams review manual. Zhou Hang couldn't help protesting, "Cat God, we have to memorize all of this." Li Cangyu said seriously, "The rhythm in the game is tight. There won't be time for you to slowly look through the information of the equipment. I hope that you can look at the name and the information will immediately appear in your mind." He saw the stunned expressions of the 4 teenagers and continued saying, "This is the basic quality of an esports professional player. Since we are taking the game as our occupation, we naturally have to do it seriously." Zhou Hang looked at the thick data booklet and couldn't help thinking bitterly, "Cat God is too strict. We actually have to recite these equipment from memory." From that day on, the 4 teenagers lived the life of a high school student studying for entrance exams. Every morning, the 4 people would read the equipment book and shake their heads. Li Cangyu would do a spot check from time to time. The penalty for failure was terrible. Thanks to this nightmare difficulty training, which including memorizing the equipment book, hand speed training and playing the arena, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was January and Chinese New Year. This year, the Spring Festival occurred on January 20th. The start of the Miracle Second Division was March 1st. Li Cangyu accepted the training results of the 4 youths and arranged time for the holidays. Dragon Warriors wasn't a new team. Wu Zuan led his team members to return right after the Spring Festival. On the Kanglan side, Li Cangyu asked everyone to return on the 3rd day after the New Year due to time constraints. Lu Chuan had someone set up the plane and train tickets for the team members. He didn't expect that Li Cangyu booked a ticket for Shanghai instead of returning to his hometown of Hangzhou. Lu Chuan wondered, "Why are you going to Shanghai?" Li Cangyu said with a smile, "I am going to meet a friend." Lu Chuan didn't have any doubts. He simply let the assistant book the tickets and reimbursed the costs with the club funds. On January 18th, players went home to reunite with their loved ones. Li Cangyu's parents were abroad, so he was going to Ling Suifeng's place for the new year. After arriving at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport, Li Cangyu took a taxi directly from the airport to Ling Suifeng's private residence. Ling Suifeng was watching a game at home when he heard the ringing of the doorbell. He got up and opened the door, seeing Li Cangyu standing there with a smile. The two of them looked at each other before Li Cangyu rushed over to hug Ling Suifeng. "Long time no see. Ling Suifeng." It was really exciting that the big cat took the initiative to throw himself into Ling Suifeng's arm. Ling Suifeng hugged him back and spoke in an uncontrollable voice, "I wanted to meet you at the airport." "Why did you arrive so early?" Li Cangyu explained, "The boss said that an afternoon flight couldn't be booked, so he bought a ticket for a morning flight. In any case, I know this place and decided to come over instead of having you pick me up." "Okay." Ling Suifeng whispered. He held Li Cangyu, who jumped into his arms and felt his heart soften. Li Cangyu had never been so active before. Even if he actively hugged Ling Suifeng, he was always in good friends hug mode. However, this time his hug was obviously very tight and it was different from the past. When did it start to change? Ling Suifeng thought carefully and found that it seemed to be when Li Cangyu's father was in the ICU in New York and Ling Suifeng stayed with Li Cangyu for the whole night. Since then, Li Cangyu's attitude changed significantly. Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng had known each other for many years and Ling Suifeng naturally noticed Li Cangyu's change. At present, the other person hadn't confessed and Ling Suifeng didn't want to destroy this warm atmosphere. Besides, he enjoyed Li Cangyu's initiative. He wanted to see how far the big cat would take this. The two people hugged silently for a while. Li Cangyu's heart was moving eagerly. Ling Suifeng had apparently taken a shower not long ago because there was the clean shower gel fragrance coming from him. This was clearly a cold person but this hug felt extraordinarily warm and reassuring. He hugged Ling Suifeng again and couldn't control it. Li Cangyu resisted the urge to kiss Ling Suifeng and let go. He changed the topic by asking, "Have you eaten?" As he spoke, he walked into the house like he was the owner. Ling Suifeng brought his luggage into the house and closed the door. "I was waiting for you to eat together. I'll make you fish." Li Cangyu's eyes lit up and he immediately headed to the kitchen. "What fish are you making?" Ling Suifeng said, "I owe you steamed base." Li Cangyu laughed. "Yes, you are really aware. Go ahead and make it. I'm hungry." Then he turned and sat on the sofa, waiting to eat fish. He was outstanding at eating fish but he was a typical kitchen idiot. He couldn't cook at all so Li Cangyu consciously didn't go to the kitchen to mess Ling Suifeng up. He even thought happily that it was good to be served by his wife. It was a blessing that he could find a wife with good cooking skills and good at the game. Ling Suifeng was naturally very happy to serve the big cat who loved to eat fish. He went back to the kitchen to put the processed fish into the pot to be steamed. He set a timer and then skillfully cut a few vegetables and stir-fried them. Look at this man's handsome appearance when cooking. The face was obviously indifferent and abstinent but it inexplicably revealed an intoxicating warmth. Li Cangyu smelt the fragrance that occasionally came from the kitchen and was moved. He never thought that he would one day like a man. He was busy playing games and had no time to consider his feelings. He never encountered a woman who tempted him. Now he suddenly felt that it was very natural to be with Ling Suifeng. There were too many common topics between them and they knew each other so well. No one in the world knew him better than Ling Suifeng. With Ling Suifeng, he wouldn't feel embarrassed even if no words were spoken. Every time he was with this man, he could put down the exhaustion in his heart and the pressure on his shoulders, even peacefully falling asleep next to this person. He always felt that as long as there was Ling Suifeng, no big difficulties would be too hard. Over the years, Li Cangyu was accustomed to being a strong person. He took care of others and protected others, carrying the hopes of the team with his own strength. He didn't say it but this path was extremely hard. Now he could let go of his strong side. It was easy to get along with Ling Suifeng and for him, this was the rarest and quietest life. Chapter 110 Meeting the Parents. Li Cangyu treated his feelings as seriously as playing the game. Since he had made up his mind, he was going to take the initiative because he really didn't want to give Ling Suifeng to anyone else. Ling Suifeng was his. Others might want to hug or kiss him but they couldn't. If Ling Suifeng was a woman, he would have confessed a long time ago. However, the other person was a man who was serious and indifferent. A hasty confession wasn't too good. Li Cangyu wanted to visit Ling Suifeng's house as a friend. In addition to wanting to know more about Ling Suifeng, he wanted to see what Ling Suifeng's parents were like. Could they accept it if their son was with a man? Before their relationship began, he wanted to lay the foundations first. Then he wouldn't be disturbed by the elders in the future. Li Cangyu sat on the sofa and thought about it. Meanwhile, Ling Suifeng quickly prepared the food and set the table. He looked into the living room and stated, "Come and eat." Li Cangyu smelt fish and immediately rushed over. He picked up his chopsticks and quickly tasted a mouthful, praising, "It is so delicious." Ling Suifeng looked at this greedy appearance and couldn't help smiling slightly, his eyes full of affection. It was just that Li Cangyu's head was buried in eating the fish and didn't see it. Once the two of them had eaten, Ling Suifeng went to the kitchen to wash the dishes while Li Cangyu borrowed his shower. The shampoo and shower gel were those used by Ling Suifeng. Li Cangyu hadn't come here with shower gel, forcing him to borrow Ling Suifeng's. After the shower, he found that his body had a faint mint scent. It was the exact same scent as Ling Suifeng's body. Li Cangyu was very satisfied with this and the feeling made him excited. He went out in his pajamas and found that Ling Suifeng had finished the washing and was watching TV in the living room. Li Cangyu went up to him and sat down, discovering that a basketball game was being broadcasted on TV. It was a big NBA matchup. Li Cangyu himself played basketball and watched the games when he was free. There were many stars on the screen that he knew, and he found that Ling Xuefeng was watching the screen seriously. Li Cangyu couldn't help saying, "The number 8 is very handsome. His shooting rate is high." Ling Xuefeng echoed him, "Yet." Li Cangyu suddenly asked, "Do you think I am handsome when playing basketball?" Ling Xuefeng looked over at Li Cangyu and found that the other person was quite serious when asking this question. Ling Xuefeng endured the impulse to directly pounce on him and pretended to be calm. "You are very handsome." Li Cangyu was ecstatic in his heart and there was a bright smile on his face. Being praised by the person he liked really made his mood fly up. The feeling of being appreciated was indescribably good. The thing that Ling Xuefeng didn't tell Li Cangyu was that he actually started to pay attention to basketball because of Li Cangyu. A few years ago, after a pre-match meeting of the Miracle Professional League, Li Cangyu was bored and went to the open-air court behind the hotel with Su Guangmo. It was the first time that Ling Xuefeng had seen him playing on the court. The fast-running teenager with a bright smile in the sunlight, his strong figure when jumping and shooting was a visual shock inscribed in Ling Xuefeng's heart. It was also that day that Ling Xuefeng discovered Li Cangyu's favorite outdoor sport was basketball. He had a favorite team and often took time to watch the games. The sport that his beloved person liked, he needed to know more so that they had a common language in the future. With that in mind, Ling Xuefeng started to pay attention to NBA games. Over the years, he gradually fell in love with this intense sport because it reminded him of the beautiful teenager in his memory who dribbled the basketball with a smile. This scene was as pure and beautiful as a watercolor. Today was the first time that the two people sat together to watch the game. Li Cangyu commented while Ling Xuefeng echoed a few words. It was simple communication, but Li Cangyu felt particularly comfortable. Ling Xuefeng really understood him. They even had similar hobbies. He never thought that these so-called similar hobbies was actually because a person had been silently waiting. By the time the game finished, it was almost time for bed. Ling Xuefeng had bought a 2-bedroom apartment in Shanghai, turning it into 1 bedroom and 1 study. There was no bed in the study, but the sofa in the living room was enough to fit an adult male. Ling Xuefeng originally wanted to give Li Cangyu the bed and sleep on the sofa. Then Li Cangyu offered, "Your bed is big enough. If you don't mind, we can sleep together." Ling Xuefeng. This person was really unstoppable when he took the initiative. Ling Xuefeng saw the pure gaze and smiled. "Fine." The two men brushed their teeth and entered Ling Xuefeng's bedroom to sleep. The size of this bed was really big. Li Cangyu had slept here last time and he remembered that the bed was soft and comfortable. He slept particularly well. Only, this time it was impossible for him to sleep. The person he liked was lying next to him, how could he sleep? He lay in bed with Ling Xuefeng and the two people had the same shower gel scent, like it was wrapped around their bodies. Li Cangyu felt his heart going thump, thump like a runaway drumbeat. He desperately breathed to restrain himself from the urge to turn around and hold Ling Xuefeng. Compared to Li Cangyu's taut body, Ling Xuefeng was calmly lying down next to him. The man's expression was calm, his eyes were closed and it didn't take long for him to breathe evenly. He seemed to be sleeping very well. Li Cangyu heard the uniform breathing sound beside his ears and couldn't help whispering, "Xuefeng, are you asleep?" There was no answer. Li Cangyu boldly turned around. This was the first time he could observe Ling Xuefeng so closely. The tall nose was really carved by the creator. The eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a hint of indifference. With the eyes closed, the side of his face appeared a bit gentle. His lips were the best. The shape was beautiful and people couldn't help wanting to kiss them. This appearance was worthy of being the top 3 in the Miracle League. Of course, there were no fixed standards for netizens in the Miracle League. Everyone had their own preferences. Su Guangmo's hardiness and Tan Shishan's warmth made them a lot of fans. Therefore, no player dared say they were the first. But in Li Cangyu's heart, Ling Xuefeng's was the handsomest man in the league. Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan were on the sidelines. How could they be more handsome than his Xuefeng? He was so good looking that the way he fell asleep was nothing short of a crime. Maybe it was in the eyes of the beholder, but why didn't Li Cangyu realize he was so handsome before? Li closed thought for a while and saw that the other person's eyes were still closed. He finally raised his courage and gently touched this good-looking nose. Then his fingertips touched the lips. His fingers poked the lips. The soft lips were a contrast to the indifferent appearance. Li Cangyu's heart suddenly beat fiercely and breathing was a bit difficult. His mind was blank as Li Cangyu moved like a ghost, slowly approaching and then, gently planting a kiss on Ling Xuefeng's lips. Once his spirit came back, Li Cangyu realized what he had done and immediately moved back. Had his brain short-circuited? He wasn't even sure of Ling Suifeng's sexuality, yet he stole a kiss. This was simply immoral behavior. It was too much, the sin was unforgivable. Li Cangyu was yelling at himself in his heart, but the warm touch on his lips made his mood particularly pleasant. It was his first kiss. What about Ling Suifeng? In any case, it was better than he imagined. It was a pity that Li Cangyu was so afraid to wake Ling Suifeng up that he could only kiss the lips gently. He was worried that there wouldn't be a good end. Li Cangyu immediately turned around and wrapped the quilt around himself to sleep. Still, the kiss left an endless aftertaste in his heart. He was completely unaware that the Ling Suifeng behind him suddenly opened his eyes. The always cold and tough man's eyes were full of turmoil. Complex colors filled his eyes before he finally gave a gentle smile. Li Cangyu woke up the next morning and found that the bed beside him was empty. He guessed that Ling Suifeng was making breakfast and didn't care about him. Li Cangyu first went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Then he headed to the dining room. The prepared breakfast was already on the table. Ling Suifeng saw Li Cangyu coming over and asked, "Did you wake up?" "Yes." Li Cangyu looked into this deep eyes and then his eyes moved to Ling Suifeng's lips. He remembered his daring kiss last night and couldn't help blushing. "Eat something first. We will head to my parents' house in the afternoon." Ling Suifeng sat down opposite him and handed hot milk to Li Cangyu. The two of them ate breakfast and Li Cangyu suggested, "We are free in the morning. Let's go visit the mall so I can buy auntie and uncle a small gift." Ling Suifeng said, "There is no need to be polite. My parents aren't lacking anything." Li Cangyu protested. "How can I do that? It is the first time visiting your home. I can't come empty-handed." He insisted on buying gifts. The helpless Ling Suifeng had to take him to a nearby shopping mall. Li Cangyu opened the buying mode of a local tyrant and bought a super expensive massage foot bath for Ling Suifeng's father and a valuable jewelry for his mother. Such valuable gifts, who would believe the person was an ordinary friend? Ling Suifeng followed to help him carry things. Once he saw Li Cangyu buying presents for his parents, his eyes filled with tenderness. After last night where Li Cangyu stole a kiss, Ling Suifeng was able to be sure that this person had made up his mind. That's why Li Cangyu cared for him and took the initiative to come over to hug, sleep, and gain his parents' approval. Cat God was really enthusiastic, just like the straightforward youth from his memories. The two people hadn't officially entered a relationship, but Ling Suifeng knew how happy it was to have his beloved finally like him back. At this warm time, he wanted to turn 1 second into 10 seconds to slowly relish it. Li Cangyu bought 2 more bottles of red wine and was satisfied. He looked at the big bag of gifts Ling Suifeng was holding and asked worriedly, "What if uncle and auntie don't like what I bought?" Ling Suifeng smiled. "Don't worry. They are already very happy that you are coming home with me for the new year." This morning, Ling Suifeng had sent a text message to his mother, "This year, I will bring back an important person for the new year." Ling Suifeng's mother was ecstatic and immediately went to buy a lot of food. Thus, Li Cangyu arrived at dinner time carrying a large pile of gifts and was unexpectedly warmly welcomed by Ling Suifeng's mother. The well-maintained woman had a gentle and generous temperament. Her face was full of laughter as she said, "You must be Xiao Li. Suifeng often mentioned you. Come in, and sit. This young man, you are really tall and handsome. I made a table of delicious dishes. There is the braised fish that you love to eat. Come and eat." Li Cangyu. "Auntie, wasn't this wrong? You are too enthusiastic." Chapter 111 Spring Festival. Mother Ling was so warm that Li Cangyu felt flattered. After all, Ling Suifeng's nature was cold and severe. Before coming to the Ling home, Li Cangyu always thought that Ling Suifeng's parents would also be very serious and difficult to please. He hadn't expected Mother Ling to be so enthusiastic before even receiving the gifts. He was pulled into the house. Li Cangyu recovered his spirit and immediately handed the gifts to Mother Ling. He smiled politely and said, "Auntie, I brought you and uncle some small gifts. Happy holidays." Mother Ling took it with a smile. "Why are you so polite? You should treat my house like your own house. Bringing gifts is too much. You aren't allowed to bring them in the future." Cough. Ling Suifeng coughed and said, "Mom, let's eat first." "Yes, eat first. Xiao Li, come in and sit down. I'll serve you." Mother Ling placed Li Cangyu's gifts to the side and brought out plates from the kitchen. It was a full table of gourmet dishes. Such a sumptuous table of food was definitely the standard for entertaining guests. Li Kangyu was puzzled and couldn't help asking Ling Suifeng, "You told your mother I was coming over?" "Yes." Ling Suifeng calmly nodded. "Auntie is too enthusiastic. She made so many delicious dishes." Li Kangyu smiled at Mother Ling, who was busy in the kitchen. Then he looked at Ling Suifeng's expressionless face and couldn't help laughing. "It seems like your personality is more like your father's." He just said this when somebody opened the door and entered. Li Kangyu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with deep eyes. This man was 70% similar to Ling Suifeng. He was tall and looked more stable than Ling Suifeng. His expression was cold and serious. He looked very difficult to handle. "This should be Father Ling, right?" Li Kangyu immediately took the initiative to stand up and politely greeted him. "Uncle as well?" "Yes." Ling Boyan replied softly. He looked carefully at Li Kangyu and saw that this man's smile was straightforward and bright, making people feel that he was very sincere. He didn't look like an impetuous young person. Rather, he gave off a decent first impression. Ling Boyan changed into slippers and saw that his wife was busy in the kitchen. He sat down at the table and asked Li Kangyu, "Are you Xiao Li?" Li Kangyu nodded. "Yes, uncle. My name is Li Kangyu. You can call me Xiao Li." "How long have you known Suifeng?" "More than 6 years. We met when we were 17 and 18. "Oh." Ling Boyan nodded. "Suifeng has never brought a friend home for dinner. You are the first." Li Kangyu glanced at Ling Suifeng and smiled. "Is that so? The two of us have a good relationship, like brothers." Ling Suifeng. This guy really had first-class acting. The person who secretly kissed him last night was now acting like good brothers in front of the family? Li Kangyu thought he had covered it up very well. He continued to chat with Uncle Ling in order to build up a good relationship. "What do your parents do?" Ling Boyan asked. "My parents are doctors. They are a Western doctor and Chinese doctor. My sister is also a doctor." Li Kangyu answered seriously. "Then how did you run to play esports?" Ling Boyan's face was filled with doubts. "It is because I'm not very interested in studying medicine. I feel that playing the game is more suitable for me," Li Kangyu said with a smile. "Dad, is this checking an account?" Ling Suifeng interrupted the strange conversation with a displeased expression. Ling Boyan stated gravely, "I am just understanding your friend's basic situation. What's wrong with it?" Li Kangyu agreed. "Yes, uncle is right. He just wants to understand your friends. This is him caring about you." Ling Boyan suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was very interesting and polite to his elders. Ling Boyan stared at Li Kangyu and saw his bright smile. Ling Boyan stopped asking questions. He believed in the look in this person's eyes. The person brought back by his son should be a good person. Ling Suifeng's mother, Yuan Xin, quickly brought out the last dish, which was fragrant braised fish. She placed the fish next to Li Kangyu and smiled. "I heard from Suifeng that you love fish. I made braised fish for you. Come and try it." "Thank you, auntie." Li Kangyu stood up and pulled the chair next to him out in a gentlemanly manner. "Auntie, come and sit down. We have to eat together or the food will become cold." Yuan Xin, who had her chair pulled out for her, laughed and sat down. Xiao Li is sensible. Ling Suifeng watched this scene and couldn't help the raising the corners of his mouth slightly. It seemed that his parents were very satisfied with Li Kangyu. The meal was delicious. Li Kangyu was straightforward and his desire to curry favor with Ling Suifeng's parents had him politely giving the two elders dishes at dinner. Yuan Xin was full of smiles. After dinner, Li Kangyu got up and took the initiative to help clean up the dishes but was blocked by Yuan Xin. "You are a guest. How can I let you clean up?" "I will clean up." "Suifeng, you accompany Xiao Li to eat fruit." Ling Suifeng agreed and took Li Kangyu to the living room. He brought over a plate of fruit and asked, "Do you want to eat?" "I won't eat, I'm full." Li Kangyu just ate a lot of food and more than half the fish. He touched his belly and sat on the sofa to accompany Uncle Ling in watching TV. Ling Boyan was watching a basketball game. Li Kangyu actively brought up the topic. "Uncle, do you like to watch basketball games?" "Yes." "Which team do you like?" "I don't have a favorite. I just watch casually when I have time." Li Kangyu smiled. "I am the same. I haven't been closely following this season's NBA games. I always miss the live matches and will sometimes watch the replays. I particularly like to play basketball. Ling Boyan looked at him. You can play? How about playing a match one day? Is there a basketball at home? Of course. Why don't we play tomorrow? Yes. Li Cangyu's cheerful and straightforward personality was easy to please the elders. He and Father Ling talked happily, the always serious Father Ling showing a rare smile. Ling Suifeng sat next to them but was more like a guest of this family. In fact, Ling Suifeng's parents knew about Li Cangyu's existence a long time ago. It was the year that Li Cangyu led his team to leave Miracle. In order to persuade him to stay, Ling Suifeng bought an expensive ticket and went all the way to New York. At that time, Ling Boyan and Yuan Xin had come to Shanghai to visit him at the club. They found it empty and learnt that their son had flown to New York to find someone. The two of them returned home in a confused manner. Ling Suifeng hated lying. After returning home, he simply confessed to his parents that he liked this person. His parents naturally couldn't accept it and Ling Boyan almost beat him up. Ling Suifeng talked to his parents for a long time before they realized that liking the same sex wasn't a disease and many countries had actually passed the same-sex marriage law. As long as two people loved each other, they could grow old together, even if they were the same gender. On the other hand, the marriages without love between a man and woman could end up in divorce despite being together for many years and having children. Ling Suifeng's father, Ling Boyan, was a businessman. He traveled a lot and was well informed in the last few years. He was sad about his son's love of men, but Ling Suifeng was determined from an early age. As long as he made up his mind, he wouldn't regret it, even if his head ended up bleeding. Ling Boyan knew that his son wouldn't change. He could only hope that his son would calm down as time passed. But after so many years, Ling Suifeng still stubbornly liked that person. Ling Boyan helplessly adopted the do whatever you want. I am too lazy to care about you attitude. Yuan Xin was a gentle housewife but she felt distressed for her son. She saw that Ling Suifeng liked this person so much and gradually accepted it, hoping her son could be sincere. He should chase after the person called Li Cangyu and take him home to show them one day. As a result, this day really arrived. Yuan Xin received a text message from her son this morning, stating that he was bringing someone home. She was so excited that she shed tears and immediately went to the nearby supermarket to buy many ingredients. She wanted to cook a table full of delicious food because she was afraid to be rude to Li Cangyu. She treated Li Cangyu as a VIP. As a mother, she hoped that the person her son liked could be good for her son. The male or female aspect was no longer so important. It was fine since her son liked this person. Ling Boyan wasn't as excited as Yuan Xin and he looked at the person his son brought with questioning eyes. However, Li Cangyu gave a good first impression, not the feminine type that Ling Boyan expected. He was very sunny, handsome, and was as good as their son. The last layer of concern in their hearts were dispelled and Ling Boyan's attitude towards Li Cangyu was a lot softer. Li Cangyu originally came to Ling Suifeng's house to please his future parents-in-laws. The result was that Father Ling and Mother Ling already knew about his existence and had a look of watching the daughter-in-law. They evaluated him and were very satisfied. He already got the elders' approval without knowing. That evening, the unwitting Li Cangyu took the initiative to set up the massage foot bath that he bought, explaining to Ling Boyan, "Uncle, this massage basin is very easy to use. It automatically heats the water and the intensity of the massage can be adjusted. The disinfection function also means that two people can use it with no problems. You and Auntie should use this to wash and massage your feet before going to sleep. It will make your sleep better." "Yes, thank you." Ling Boyan received the gift and felt very appreciative of this young man who knew how to be filial to his elders. Then Li Cangyu gave a set of valuable jewelry to Yuan Xin. Yuan Xin tried it on and Li Cangyu spoke seriously, "Auntie, you are beautiful when wearing this. You look really young." Yuan Xin smiled and looked at herself in the mirror while praising Li Cangyu. "Our Xiao Li is sensible. My Suifeng never bought me things like this. He probably thinks his mother is old." "Ling Suifeng. Li Cangyu is your son, isn't he? Did you get bought by the gift? By the way, I have something for you." Yuan Xin went to her bedroom and grabbed a box. "This is the first time you came to our house and you brought us so many gifts. Auntie didn't prepare anything so I'll just give you this." She placed the delicate box in Li Cangyu's hands as she spoke. Li Cangyu opened it and saw a piece of jade inside. Although he lacked knowledge about jade, the jade was warm and smooth in his hand. It was crystal clear under the light. At first glance, it was a valuable jade attached to a simple red rope, meaning it could be worn as a necklace. It was simple and stylish, making it suitable for both men and women. Li Cangyu was surprised. "Auntie, this is too expensive." Yuan Xin smiled. "It isn't expensive. It contains a bit of my heart. Accept it." Li Cangyu wanted to refuse, but Ling Xuefeng said calmly, "Since my mother is giving it to you, take it." He placed the piece of jade into Li Cangyu's pocket as he spoke. Li Cangyu smiled brightly. "Thank you, Auntie." Yuan Xin replied happily, "You're welcome. This is a talisman that can bring good luck. You should wear it often in the future." "Then I will wear it." Li Cangyu placed the jade around his neck, thinking it was just an ordinary jade necklace. Ling Xuefeng didn't have time to tell him that this was the jade that his mother bought him when he was born. He wore it for a while when he was a child. Later, he didn't want to wear it and his mother said, "Then mother will help you store it. Give it to your wife when you grow up." She gave the jade to Li Cangyu, showing that she approved of the man her son brought home. Li Cangyu didn't know and put on the jade, taking the initiative to wear the mark of the Ling family. Ling Xuefeng smiled slightly and gently placed an arm around his mother's shoulders. "Thank you, Mom." Yuan Xin smiled, but her eyes were shining with tears. "What thanks? As long as you are happy, mother is very content." Chapter 112 Confession. Ling Xuefeng's hometown was in Suzhou, which was close to Shanghai. His family was obviously rich since his father bought a duplex that was nearly 300 square meters in Suzhou. There were 4 bedrooms scattered upstairs and downstairs, as well as a separate study and gym. The house was simple, elegant, and spacious. His parents were at home and it wasn't good to sleep together in front of elders. Ling Xuefeng arranged for Li Cangyu to stay in the room opposite his bedroom on the upper floor. Li Cangyu had no opinion on this and quietly went into the room to sleep. The next morning, Li Cangyu ate breakfast with Ling Xuefeng. Yuan Xin said that she would go to the supermarket to handle the New Year's goods. Li Cangyu took the initiative to say, "Auntie, I will accompany you. I can't buy food but I can help with the bags." Yuan Xin agreed with a smile. "Then come with me and act as my hired laborer." Li Cangyu joked, "Auntie, it is my honor to be your hired laborer." The two of them laughed and talked on the way to the supermarket to buy food. Ling Xuefeng stayed at home and helped his father with the couplets. TL, verses written vertically that are stuck on the doorways on Chinese New Year as a blessing. Ling Boyan was more traditional and attached great importance to the Spring Festival. Every year, he personally had to put up couplets at the door. The windows also had the character Fu hung while 2 festive lanterns hung from the living room's balcony. Of course, after Ling Xuefeng grew up, these activities were done by him. He was just hanging up the lanterns when he heard his father's voice behind him, "Are you sure you want to be with this Li Cangyu?" "Yes." Ling Xuefeng answered decisively. "No one in this world is more suitable for him than me." Ling Boyan frowned. "The two of you, is your relationship certain right now?" "Not yet." Ling Xuefeng replied honestly. "However, it is almost the same. I love him and he also likes me. Dad, you can rest assured that my eyes aren't wrong." Ling Boyan was silent for a moment before nodding. "It is your own matter. Handle it yourself." At the supermarket, Li Cangyu pushed the shopping cart and walked behind as a hired laborer. Yuan Xin put things inside while telling Li Cangyu many things about her son when he was a child. Xuefeng, he hasn't been talkative since childhood. He looked very cold, so many children didn't like to play with him. How did he act when he was a child? He drew or read books at home. But his drawings are really ugly. Is that so? Auntie, show me once we go back. Li Cangyu was interested in Ling Xuefeng's black history. Okay. I have collected them and will show you when we get back. The two people chatted while shopping. They soon bought the food required for the new year and returned home. Yuan Xin went into the kitchen to cook. Before that, she took Li Cangyu to the study to show him Ling Xuefeng's collection of childhood drawings. He was really sole drawer. What was this mess? If this black history was posted to the forums, it was unknown how Captain Ling's fans would react. Li Cangyu was looking at them with relish when Ling Xuefeng suddenly pushed open the door and saw Li Cangyu observing his black history. His expression wasn't embarrassed as he stated calmly, "They were drawn when I was a child." Li Cangyu asked curiously, "You loved to draw as a child? Then what about how? Have your drawing skills improved?" No. Li Kangyu patted him on the shoulder. You are so honest. Ling Suifeng smiled slightly and said, my dad told you to go and play basketball. Okay, I will go and play with uncle for a while. You go help auntie, she is busy in the kitchen. Yes. The two people worked together, one accompanied Father Ling while the other spent a harmonious time with his mother. Li Kangyu accompanied Ling Boyan to play basketball for a bit on the open-air basketball court. He didn't expect that Ling Boyan would be so strong and have such a high basketball level despite being in his 40s. Li Kangyu thought he would let Father Ling win but he could barely make it a tie. Ling Boyan explained, I used to be the captain of the basketball team when I was in school. Is that so? Li Kangyu praised him. No wonder why you are so amazing. Ling Boyan threw the ball at Li Kangyu. He saw the other person catch it and said with satisfaction, come again. The duo played for 2 hours until Ling Suifeng called them home. At home, Yuan Xin had already finished making dinner. The thing that surprised Li Kangyu was that there were 2 more guests. One was a middle-aged uncle and the other was a young man who looked familiar. Ling Suifeng took the initiative to introduce them. This is my uncle and cousin. Li Kangyu politely greeted them. The cousin saw Li Kangyu and immediately came over to shake hands. Xiao Li, long time no see. Don't you know me? Li Kangyu observed the person carefully and finally recognized him. Ah, Vice Captain Yuan. Ling Suifeng's cousin, Yuan Shaiji was the first vice captain of the Wind Color team. At that time, Yuan Shaiji and Ling Suifeng had come to Hangzhou to invite him to the Wind Color team. Yuan Shaiji had only been in his early 20s and now he was a mature man of 27. Yuan Shaiji retired at the end of the 2nd season and handed over the vice-captain's position to Yan Ruwen. Li Kangyu had played against him many times on the field and was impressed with his blood-kin summoner. They unexpectedly met here. Li Kangyu asked doubtfully, where did you go after retirement? Why haven't I heard from you? Oh, once I retired, I went to the Miracle League as a data director. I'm mainly responsible for the balance of data in the online game and the league. I transferred from the stage to behind the scenes. Yuan Shaiji paused and carefully examined the youth in front of him. Yuan Shaiji had definitely heard about what happened to Li Kangyu in the past few years. A few years ago, the 17-year-old boy resolutely refused the position of vice captain of Wind Color and firmly said, I want to build a team myself. Yuan Shaiji had tried to persuade him but the determination in the young man's eyes made Yuan Shaiji give up. After so many years, Li Kangyu was a lot more mature than the memories. However, the confidence and determination in his eyes were exactly the same as that original youth. He was a tough person who became braver the more frustrations he experienced. Yuan Shaiji looked at him with appreciation and couldn't help smiling. I heard that you are returning to Miracle. Li Kangyu nodded. Yes, my team has been assembled and we are preparing to play in the 7th season of the professional league. Yes, I am feeling very optimistic. Yuan Shaiji patted Li Kangyu's shoulder with approval. Then he asked, by the way, why did you come to Suifeng's place for the new year? Li Kangyu thought, I want to advance our relationship through meeting the family and then take Ling Suifeng as my wife. However, Li Kangyu naturally didn't dare tell the truth to Yuan Shaiji. He touched his nose and calmly explained, my parents are abroad and I didn't have anywhere to spend the holidays. Suifeng took me home to eat. Yuan Shaiji was surprised. It is like me. My mother isn't home and my father and I can't cook. That's why we came to my aunt's house for a meal. Li Kangyu smiled. It is really a coincidence. Ling Suifeng heard him lying so easily and slightly smiled. He calmly interrupted them, go to eat. There were many people gathered at the dinner table. They watched TV while eating dinner and this Chinese New Year was incredibly lively. Once the New Year's Eve dinner was over, the Yuan Shao's father and son set up a table of mahjong with Ling Boyan and Yuan Xin. Ling Suifeng went upstairs to take a bath. Li Kangyu didn't play mahjong but he sat next to them to watch. Yuan Xin's heart warmed when she saw Li Kangyu sitting with them and couldn't help saying, Xiao Li, you go to sleep first. You don't need to accompany us. We will play all night and we greet the dawn like every holidays. Yuan Shaiji echoed her words, yes, you aren't playing anyway. Go upstairs and play Miracle with Suifeng. Yuan Xin continued, or take a shower first and go to sleep early. Li Kangyu didn't understand mahjong and had been watching in a confused daze. Once he heard this, he stood up and said, then I will go upstairs to take a shower. Uncle, auntie, uncle, cousin, you play well. Yuan Xin smiled. Go. This handsome young man was sensible and talked to his elders so smoothly. It was estimated that soon after, his uncle and aunt could be changed into father and mother. Li Cangyu went upstairs and took a shower. It wasn't midnight yet and he was bored. Thus, he gently knocked on the opposite door that belonged to Ling Suifeng. Suifeng, are you asleep? I'm not sleeping. Come in. Li Cangyu pushed open the door and saw that Ling Suifeng was sitting on his bed and drying his hair. The man who just showered had a layer of water vapor on his body. His moist hair hung over his eyes and water kept dripping down. A sexy collarbone was exposed and his neck moved up and down as he spoke. Li Cangyu gulped, wanting to directly go over and nibble. Ling Suifeng looked up and saw that the big cat was standing motionless. He couldn't help wondering, what's the matter? Li Cangyu recovered and pretended to be calm. It's nothing. He smiled and sat down next to Ling Suifeng. I was bored and couldn't sleep. Let's greet the new year together. Ling Suifeng asked curiously, do you still have the habit of greeting it? Yes, before my father and sister went abroad, our family of 4 would stay up to 1 o'clock to greet the Spring Festival and see the fireworks. I only feel like it is the new year when it is the Spring Festival. Li Cangyu spoke emotionally, since my father went abroad, I have never had such a lively Spring Festival. Ling Suifeng looked at the man lost in his memories and gentleness filled his eyes. He whispered, do you want to set off fireworks? I have some at home. Li Cangyu's eyes brightened. You have fireworks? Why didn't you say so earlier? My father and I don't like them. The fireworks that my mother buys every year will eventually be taken by relatives for their children to play with. Ling Suifeng got up and grabbed a bunch of fireworks from the study. He found a lighter, turned off the lights in the house and then took Li Cangyu with him to the window, pushing open the window. He had grabbed all the long fireworks that he could hold in his hand. They each took one and lit them with the lighter. Then they tacitly reached out of the window at the same time. Not long afterwards, they heard whooshing sounds in their ears. 2 red and blue clusters of fireworks exploded in the night sky. The decorated sky was extraordinarily beautiful and illuminated the 2 faces. The 2 of them didn't speak as they continued to light fireworks. The booming sound of the fireworks seemed in line with their heartbeats, producing a warm melody. It wasn't until the fireworks in their hands stopped moving that the 2 men looked at each other and laughed. Li Cangyu said, 2 big men standing together while setting off fireworks. Haven't we suddenly become childish? Ling Suifeng replied, no, there is no stipulation that adults can't do this. Then do you want to do it again? Ling Suifeng agreed. Okay. At this time, the clock reached 0 and every household started to set off fireworks to welcome the arrival of the new year. Countless fireworks soared, making the 2 people's faces particularly clear. Li Cangyu looked at Ling Suifeng's handsome face set against the fireworks. His heart suddenly moved and he had a strong desire to tell the other person his heart. It was a monstrous wave that swept over his mind in an instant. Li Cangyu was just about to talk when he heard Ling Suifeng's low and familiar voice in his ears. I like you. The deafening sound of fireworks outside couldn't cover up Ling Suifeng's simple and direct confession. Li Cangyu thought he had misheard and looked at the man in front of him with shock. What did you say? I like you. Ling Suifeng softly repeated. He saw Li Cangyu's big eyes and couldn't help laughing. He leaned over and accurately kissed Li Cangyu's lips. Outside the window, fireworks of various colors bloomed in the sky, causing the night sky to be as bright as day. Li Cangyu felt his mind become blank as he was kissed. It was as if something was wrong but Ling Suifeng's kiss was too gentle. His tongue gently opened Li Cangyu's mouth, slowly and thoughtfully sweeping through every inch of his mouth. Li Cangyu couldn't help indulging in this kiss. This was the best New Year's gift for him. Chapter 113 New Year's Wishes. Ling Suifeng's gentle kiss lasted a long time, making Li Cangyu's brain a bit dizzy. He didn't expect that the intimate contact with the person he liked would be so beautiful. Their tongues were intertwined and it was like their souls were blending with each other. After the kiss, Ling Suifeng let go of Li Cangyu and used his tongue to clean his lips. This embarrassing move made Li Cangyu's scalp number and his mind finally recovered. Wasn't this wrong? He saw Ling Suifeng's deep eyes and Li Cangyu finally reacted. Hadn't he gone to Ling Suifeng's home to inquire about the attitudes of Father Ling and Mother Ling? He hadn't probed clearly yet when Ling Suifeng confessed first. The order was completely reversed. Shouldn't Li Cangyu be the one confessing first? Ling Suifeng suddenly asked, what did you want to say just now? Of course, I wanted to say that I like you. Li Cangyu smiled frankly and said, I wanted to confess to you. The result is that you acted first. I really didn't see it. Ling Suifeng, when did you start liking me? How come I didn't know? Ling Suifeng stretched out and gently pulled Li Cangyu into his arms, whispering, it has been a long time. Li Cangyu was shocked. What? I've liked you for a long time. Ling Suifeng's voice was low and sexy. It slid through Li Cangyu's ears like mellow wine and was especially fascinating at night. Ling Suifeng slightly tightened his arms and placed his chin on Li Cangyu's shoulder. Then he continued, I don't know when I started liking you, but I liked you before you led your team away from Miracle. Li Cangyu's mind was a mess because of the shocking truth. Isn't that 3 years? Yes, it was the reason I came to New York to talk to you. I didn't just think of you as a friend. Ling Suifeng whispered. Li Cangyu recalled the scene of that year, which was still as clear as yesterday. 3 years ago, Ling Suifeng came alone to New York. Li Cangyu thought it was just the loyalty of a friend and hadn't expected that Ling Suifeng already liked him at that time. Ling Suifeng ran all the way abroad to find him, but he firmly said he was leaving Miracle. What did Ling Suifeng feel as he returned to China alone? Li Cangyu didn't dare think about it. Since Ling Suifeng liked him, why didn't he say anything earlier? Li Cangyu couldn't help asking, why did you never tell me? In the past few years after leaving Miracle, the two people hadn't broken off contact. The text messages that Ling Suifeng sent only seemed like concern between good friends. Li Cangyu was completely unaware that something wasn't right. Ling Suifeng was silent for a moment before explaining, I know that you are busy and the pressure on your shoulders is big. I didn't want to put any more burden on you. Li Cangyu's heart trembled slightly and he didn't know what to say. In the past few years, he was in dire straits. He faced accusations every day from the media and fans, while having to rack his brain for the tactical arrangements of every game. The result was that no matter his effort, the Kanglan team kept losing. Li Cangyu was in a calm state, but inwardly, he was very anxious. If Ling Suifeng had confessed to him at this time, it would have placed a greater psychological burden on him. Moreover, with his temper, perhaps the two of them wouldn't even be friends anymore. Ling Suifeng was undoubtedly very considerate. His beloved person was too busy, so he chose to silently wait. He cared for the other person as a friend instead of exerting psychological pressure. It wasn't until he realized that Li Cangyu held some liking for him that he voluntarily confessed. He acted in the same style that he used to play the game. Li Cangyu wasn't stupid and quickly figured this out. Li Cangyu looked into Ling Suifeng's gentle eyes and warmth burst in his heart. The warm temperature flowed through his limbs, as if his body was bathed in the spring sun. It turned out that for the past 3 years, Ling Suifeng had been silently waiting for Li Cangyu to return. It was no wonder that the moment they reunited in the Moonlight Forest district, Ling Suifeng would say, I have been waiting for you to come home. Li Cangyu couldn't help feeling moved. However, what if he was so disheartened that he wouldn't play competitively anymore? What would Ling Suifeng do? Wouldn't it be empty to wait in vain for so many years? Li Cangyu asked, were you so certain I would return to Miracle? What if I didn't come back? Ling Suifeng smiled slightly and whispered, with your nature, you won't be willing to miss out on a trophy. The thing you love the most is the Miracle Elf Summoner. One day you would come back. Wasn't I right? He was right. Li Cangyu's eyes suddenly felt a bit sore. Ling Suifeng was truly the person who knew him the best. Li Cangyu was so lucky that such a person silently liked him and waited for him to come back. Li Cangyu couldn't help clinging to the other person and spoke earnestly, it has been hard on you, waiting for me for so long. The hugged Ling Suifeng smiled and thought, as long as I could wait for you, the hard work is worth it. The two people stood by the window, hugging each other tightly. Fireworks dotted the beautiful sky, making the most beautiful celebration background in their minds. Li Cangyu was hugging and being hugged when he recalled that fascinating kiss just now. He couldn't help looking up and saying, you suddenly kissed me and I didn't react. This time, I will kiss you. Ling Suifeng smiled at his shining eyes and reached out to touch Li Cangyu's head. Okay. Strangely enough, touching his hair felt quite good. Ling Suifeng couldn't help touching it a bit more. Who dared to touch Cat God's head? The small cats worshipped him as an idol while Uncle Zhang and Aishu respected him. The person who was most familiar with him, Bai Xian, was short and couldn't touch his head even if Bai Xian wanted to. However, Ling Suifeng's movements were incredibly natural. After touching it, Ling Xuefeng moved his hand to the back of the head and narrowed the distance between them. Li Cangyu didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, his heart beat like a drum as he looked up at Ling Xuefeng's lips. He couldn't help pouncing, biting on those rosy lips and almost eating Ling Xuefeng's mouth. Ling Xuefeng didn't comment on Li Cangyu's gnawing and biting kissing skills. Such a passionate big cat made Ling Xuefeng feel that this person was particularly straightforward and sincere. His heart softened as he was kissed. His fingers gently touched the back of Li Cangyu's head as he actively guided Li Cangyu to open his teeth. Oh, Ling Xuefeng's tongue plunged into his mouth and gently swept over his gums and teeth. Li Cangyu felt a bit itchy, but there was a strange numbness that washed over his mind. Li Cangyu closed his eyes comfortably. He had long forgotten about who was active and who was passive. The kiss was too deep that Li Cangyu couldn't help letting out ambiguous sounds. The result was that he was kissed and became intoxicated again. Once the kiss ended, Li Cangyu wiped and gasped as he looked at Ling Xuefeng. He asked with dissatisfaction, "Have you had a few boyfriends or girlfriends before?" Ling Xuefeng immediately clarified. "No, you are the first." Li Cangyu glanced at him suspiciously. How could his kissing skills be so good? Ling Xuefeng seemed to guess his thoughts and whispered in his ears, "Do you feel comfortable when I kiss you?" He actually asked such a straightforward question. "Ling Xuefeng, your image of the icy abstinent male god is going to collapse, do you know? If your fans hear you say something like this, they will definitely turn black." Li Cangyu felt his ears become hot and he replied cheekily, "It is okay, very comfortable." Then he added, "You have to teach me. I will learn and kiss you until you are out of breath." Ling Xuefeng agreed. "Good." Li Cangyu declared, "I will come back to PK again." The look in Ling Xuefeng's eyes deepened. Okay. In any case, he would unconditionally agree to anything Cat God said. Li Cangyu looked at the handsome man in front of him and made a serious expression. He reached out to hold Ling Xuefeng and declared, "Xuefeng, I really like you." Ling Xuefeng. The always calm man couldn't help being moved when he heard this. Tenderness overflowed from his eyes. There were more and more fireworks outside the window as many people celebrated the arrival of the new year. When Li Cangyu was young, his sister told him that on every big night, a wish could be realized when fireworks rose into the sky. After growing up, he hadn't set off fireworks for a long time. Li Cangyu looked at the remaining fireworks on the ground and smiled. "Let's keep lighting them until we finish this." Ling Xuefeng nodded. "Yes." He picked up a fireworks stick, handed it to Li Cangyu and lit it with the lighter. There was a whooshing sound as the fireworks emerged. Li Cangyu immediately made a silent New Year's wish in his heart. "I wish that I can stay with Ling Xuefeng for a long time. I hope that the Kanglan team can get great results in the upcoming 7th season, and I hope that the Chinese team will win the world competition." These wishes would all require great effort to reach. In the new year, there were many important things waiting. This rare leisurely spring festival holiday, it was the best time for him to confirm his relationship with Ling Xuefeng. Once all the fireworks were released, Li Cangyu raised his head and demanded, "Kiss me again. Being together with you, I still feel that it isn't real." Ling Xuefeng. This big cat was really active and straightforward. Still, Ling Xuefeng liked his initiative and directness. Li Cangyu wanted a kiss and didn't hesitate. Ling Xuefeng smiled, reached out and kissed him. This kiss was much longer than the previous 2 times, as if to make up for 3 years of waiting. Ling Xuefeng's kiss became fierce as his tongue swept through Li Cangyu's mouth. It was like he wanted to directly swallow up Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu's learning ability was strong and he quickly learned, enthusiastically kissing back. The 2 people shared a hot kiss. The cold wind blowing through the window couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for each other. Chapter 114 Photo of Lovers. That night, the mahjong table set up downstairs by Ling Xuefeng's parents, uncle and cousin played until dawn. Upstairs, Li Cangyu and Ling Xuefeng hugged each other until 3 in the morning before reluctantly going to sleep. Li Cangyu was placed in the guest room and it would be bad if he was suddenly seen in Ling Xuefeng's room the next morning by the elders. So even if they couldn't bear to be separated, Li Cangyu went to sleep in the next room. Once they got up in the morning, Yuan Shaoji's eyes were swollen while Li Cangyu's mouth was swollen. Yuan Shaoji was surprised. "What happened to your mouth?" Li Cangyu replied with a straight expression, "Last night, I ate too many peppers and it was on fire." He didn't dare tell Yuan Shaoji that it was due to Ling Xuefeng's kisses. Don't look at Ling Suifeng's usual indifference and seriousness and how he was called the abstinent god by fans. In the face of the person he liked, this man's enthusiasm wasn't reduced. Li Cangyu washed up and turned on his phone. He found that there were countless unread text messages that were almost all New Year's greetings. Cheng Wei, your brainless fan coming to report at exactly 12 o'clock. I wish Cat God a happy new year, good luck. I am the first, I am definitely the first. If I'm not first, please delete all previous New Year's greetings. Thank you. Bai Xian, old cat, be happy on the Spring Festival. I plan to return on the 2nd. Zhang Zhuiming, I wish all team members of Kanglan a happy new year. All the best and I hope your dreams come true. This is a mass thank you message. Xie Shurong, Cat God, I hope you have a happy Spring Festival. I haven't spent the holiday in China for a long time. It is so lively. Zhou Hang, Cat God, happy Spring Festival. I have been practicing the arena on my own and have become more powerful. Please give me a test when we come back. Xiao Han, Master, have a happy new year. I heard from Qin Mo that masters will give their apprentices a red envelope for the new year. Will I get one? Gu Siming, Cat God, happy new year. Our Kanglan team must win the championship in the new season. Sweep the league, come on. Li Xiaozhang, Captain, happy Spring Festival. He looked at the different styles of text messages and couldn't help smiling. The new year was a new beginning for him, whether it was feelings or his career. This was the happiest Spring Festival from childhood to the present. God gave him a lover who understood him the best and many lovely and excellent teammates. This was his greatest blessing in the new year. He would certain grasp and cherish it. After breakfast, Ling Suifeng's parents and relatives packed their bags to go to their grandmother's house to celebrate the new year. Mother Ling considerately said, Suifeng, you don't have to go this year. Stay home with Xiao Li. Li Cangyu was a bit embarrassed. Is this okay? Won't grandmother be angry? Ling Suifeng replied, it's fine. In previous years, I have been busy and haven't gone to celebrate. Li Cangyu put down his worries. Ling Suifeng sent away his parents and turned to Li Cangyu. Staying home is boring. Do you want to go for a walk? Yes, this is the first time I've been to Suzhou, so you should take me around. The two men went out in thick clothes. Li Cangyu was afraid of the cold and wore a hat. Suzhou's tourist attractions were very famous in China, especially Suzhou Gardens. However, there were too many people during the Spring Festival. Ling Suifeng didn't recommend looking at the scenery in such a crowded place. Instead he took Li Cangyu to a place he often played at when he was a child. The surrounding villages weren't as famous, but there were beautiful mountains and scenery. There weren't many people, making it like a rare quiet paradise. The two men were walking next to each other when Ling Suifeng suddenly extended his right hand, gently holding Li Cangyu's left hand. Li Cangyu was startled and actively held his hand. They had hugged each other a long time last night, but now that they were holding hands in the daytime, Li Cangyu was particularly excited. His heartbeat was faster than when they kissed last night. Hey, what if a paparazzi takes photos of us? Li Cangyu asked as he looked around. It won't happen. Ling Suifeng's mouth lifted slightly. Paparazzi also have to celebrate the new year. Besides, there is no esports club in Suzhou. There won't be as many esports reporters as there are in Shanghai. Li Cangyu let go of his worries and held Ling Suifeng's hands, their 10 fingers interlocking. His mood was great. Wasn't this a date? Walking hand in hand, it was very simple but warm. It felt more romantic than a TV show. Of course, unlike the TV dramas, the wife wasn't a beautiful woman but a handsome man. Li Cangyu couldn't help smiling at this thought and looked over at Ling Suifeng. If your fans know that I am holding hands with you, will they collectively drown me with saliva? Ling Suifeng came close to him and asked, are you afraid? Li Cangyu waved his hand in a chic manner. What am I afraid of? I will tell them that the first male god in the league belongs to Old Cat alone. After watching the live broadcasts, they can't lick the screen. Captain Ling can only be licked by me. Let them be jealous. As he spoke, he moved up and kissed Ling Suifeng on the side of the face, like a seal of confirmation. His eyes were full of pride. Ling Suifeng was amused by him and couldn't help pulling Li Cangyu into his arms. Yes, I will be yours alone in the future. Ling Suifeng declared. That's right. Li Cangyu smiled in a particularly pleased manner. The two people hugged for a moment on the scenic street. The winter sun shone on their bodies. They listened to the other person's heartbeat and felt warm. After a while, Ling Xuefeng opened his arms and asked softly, "Do you want to stay at my house for a few days?" Li Cangyu said, "I booked a flight back to Changsha tonight." Ling Xuefeng was a bit surprised. "You are going back so early?" "Yes." Li Cangyu asked curiously, "When will the Wind Color team gather?" "We will gather after the Lantern Festival. The first division starts in May, so we have a lot of time." Li Cangyu nodded with understanding. "I have juniors, so I have to go back and prepare in advance." He felt very reluctant because he wanted to stay with Ling Xuefeng a few more days. But as the captain, Li Cangyu had a responsibility to bear. He couldn't set aside his teammates and dreams because he fell in love. Fortunately, Ling Xuefeng understood him and didn't ask much. Instead, he said thoughtfully, "You should go back early to prepare. The second division will start on March 1st. The Kanglan team only has 30 days of training time left." Li Cangyu was moved and held him tighter. "You truly understand?" Ling Xuefeng, who was once again actively hugged. Sure enough, after the confession he needed to be prepared to be caught by the big cat at any time. Ling Xuefeng smiled and said, "The opening ceremony of the 7th season in May, will you attend with Bai Xian?" Li Cangyu asked, "Are you so sure that the Kanglan team can make it there?" "I have complete confidence in you," Ling Xuefeng declared. "What is the second division? Aren't you aiming for the world competition?" Li Cangyu nodded. "You truly know me the best. It is great that I have you." Ling Xuefeng found that Li Cangyu wasn't embarrassed when speaking such loving words. The strong and courageous person turned soft in front of his lover. Just then, there was a sudden click sound. It was obviously the sound of a camera's shutter being pressed. The two of them immediately separated and looked back, seeing an approximately 20-year-old girl who was panicking. "Ah, sorry, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to shoot the house and accidentally photographed you." She was alone and carrying a travel bag with the SLR around her neck. Apparently she had come out to play. Li Cangyu was relieved that it wasn't a paparazzi and smiled. "It's okay. Can you delete this photo?" The girl immediately replied, "I will delete it right now." She turned the camera around because she wanted to delete it in front of them. However, Li Cangyu looked at it and found that the scene was too beautiful: sunshine, green trees, long streets, and two people hugging together. The whole photo was like a soft watercolor painting, soaked in a quiet and calm atmosphere. Li Cangyu suddenly felt reluctant to delete it. He saw that the girl's finger was about to press the delete button and cried out, "Wait, don't delete this photo. Can you send it to me after you go back? I will leave you my email address." The girl was stunned and promised to send it as she carefully wrote down the email address. Not long after the two of them arrived home, Li Cangyu received an email with the photo from the girl, along with a message, "Sir, I sent you the photo. Rest assured, the negatives on the camera have been deleted and it won't be used for other purposes. I wish you happiness." She was just a passing stranger, but she was clearly kind and didn't make a fuss when she saw two men hugging. She left them alone and didn't pry into their private matters. This goodwill placed Li Cangyu in a pleased mood. He saved the photo and directly set it as his phone background. Ling Xuefeng copied the photo and also set it as his phone background. Li Cangyu told him, "You should take care of your phone. Don't let it be seen by people in your team." Ling Xuefeng nodded. "Yes, you too." The two of them smiled at each other, as if they shared a secret only they knew. In the evening, Ling Xuefeng took the initiative to drive Li Cangyu to the airport. They arrived at the airport together. Once the security checks were passed, Li Cangyu took a few steps with his luggage. Then he suddenly turned back and gave Ling Xuefeng a hard hug. "I will miss you." Ling Xuefeng's heart was really warm when he heard this. Once Li Cangyu made up his mind, he would express himself directly. He wasn't shy like many girls or introverted like some boys. He had a frank and straightforward character, treating his loved ones with the greatest sincerity. "I will miss you." This was what he most wanted to say to Ling Xuefeng when saying goodbye, and he didn't hesitate. Ling Xuefeng held this person in his arms and his mood was great. He particularly liked Li Cangyu's sincerity and honesty. It was very relaxing and warm to fall in love with such a person. Ling Xuefeng couldn't help tightening his arms as he whispered, "I will also miss you. Contact me often." "Yes, then I'm going." Li Cangyu let go and waved. Then he turned around and left. There were too many parting scenes between them, but this time was different. The two of them weren't in the same city, but their hearts were closely connected. Ling Xuefeng opened his phone and looked at the beautiful photo of the two people hugging, lips slightly raising. In the new year, we must continue to work hard. Li Cangyu, my strongest opponent, my favorite lover, I will wait for you on the stage of the world competition. Chapter 115 Pre-Competition Training. Li Cangyu returned to the Dragon Warriors Club at approximately 10 o'clock that night. Today was Chinese New Year and there was no one present. Li Cangyu headed back to the dormitory alone. Uncle Zhang, Xiaogu, and Xiao Han hadn't returned, making the dormitory seem empty. Li Cangyu tidied up his luggage and had a bath. After returning to his bed, he found that his phone was on and the screen showed an unread text message, "Are you there yet?" It was sent by Ling Xuefeng. They were simple words but they made Li Cangyu's heart warm. It was good to have a boyfriend. He was still cared for when returning to the dormitory. Li Cangyu immediately typed back, "I just arrived. I'm alone in the dormitory." Ling Xuefeng, be careful and go to sleep early. Li Cangyu said with a smile, "Yes, I'm going to sleep now. Good night." Ling Xuefeng, "Good night." The text message exchange before bedtime made Li Cangyu's heart feel very solid. He soon became sleepy and peacefully fell asleep. He slept until dawn. Li Cangyu finished washing up and planned to go downstairs to buy some breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Xian carrying a suitcase at the door. He was preparing to open the door with a key. Li Cangyu was surprised. "Are you back already?" Bai Xian heard his voice and turned around with a smile. "I sent you a text message about coming back on the 2nd. Didn't you see it?" "I saw it. I thought you would arrive in the evening. Why are you back so early?" "My parents have gone to visit relatives to celebrate the new year. I was bored being at home alone. I decided to come back to help you." Bai Xian laughed. "Why does it seem like I'm not welcome?" Li Cangyu saw the gentle smile of the man in front of him and was moved. Bai Xian was his most trusted right arm. Without Bai Xian, he would have had to work a lot harder over the years. They had known each other for many years and struggled together since childhood. Bai Xian looked gentle with a good temper, but he was actually as tough as him. That's why he could continue all the way to the present, staying despite his stomach problems. Li Cangyu reached out to pat Bai Xian's shoulder and sighed. "How can I not welcome you? It's great that you came back." At this moment, a laughing voice was heard from the side. "Cat God, Vice Captain Bai, you're both here." It seemed to be A Shu's voice. Bai Xian looked back and saw Xie Shurong's bright smile. He was wearing a large grey coat with skinny jeans underneath and a colorful scarf around his neck. He looked taller and more upright. He had always been handsome and such a style of dressing suited his superior temperament. This person was younger than Bai Xian but was taller and more handsome. It was simply killing a person. Xie Shurong saw Bai Xian look up and down and couldn't help grinning. "Do you think I have become handsomer?" Bai Xian was speechless. "Have you learned to boast as well?" Xie Shurong came over and stretched out his arms for a big bear hug. "Happy New Year!" The captain's aura was too strong and Xie Shurong didn't dare to hug him. He had to hug the gentle and good-tempered vice captain. Strangely, the vice captain was particularly soft in his arms. Xie Shurong hugged him tightly and didn't want to let go. Bai Xian rolled his eyes and asked, "Why did you come back so early?" Xie Shurong rubbed his chin against Vice Captain Bai's shoulder and complained with a wronged expression. "My parents are killers in the kitchen and can only make dark dishes. If I stay at home for a week, it is too much for my stomach. The team's food is too good and I have been thinking about it for the past few days. Make something delicious for me." Bai Xian was amused by his reasons. "You are such a big person yet you still care so much about food." Xie Shurong responded in a reasonable manner. "Appetite is human nature. Besides, Vice Captain Bai's cooking is too good. I can't resist it." "Okay, stop talking." Bai Xian smiled. "Put your luggage away and then we will have breakfast." "Yes." Bai Xian opened the door and the two of them entered their dormitory to put down their luggage. Then they headed downstairs to have breakfast with Li Cangyu. The location of the Dragon Warriors Club was convenient for transportation and lifestyle. The food court hadn't opened because it was the first day of the new year but there were many small stores around. The three people went to a roadside stall and casually ate some soy milk buns. They ate breakfast and returned to the dormitory together. Li Cangyu came to Bai Xian and Xie Shurong's room, bringing his USB and laptop. He came back early to study the rules of the new system as well as the situation of the second division teams. The three people had a detailed discussion in the dorms and finally organized the key contents. In the evening, Uncle Zhang also came back from his studio. The four old players met in the dormitory and Li Cangyu asked about the youngsters. Zhang Xueming explained, Xiao Gu's current level means there won't be any big problems on the field. However, this child is a typical radical player. Once he appeared on the field, he will definitely go forward. It is okay when dealing with weak teams but he will easily be caught by a strong team. He needs to be tempered. Well, Xiao Gu has the best foundation among the four people. I believe that he will calm down with more experience in the future. Being too impulsive isn't a good thing. Li Cangyu paused and then asked, what about Xiao Zhang? Bai Xian was responsible for the one-on-one training with Li Xiaozhang. The advantages and disadvantages of this boy were very obvious. The advantage was that he was calm and stable. No matter how fierce the opponent, he would still play slowly and he was never in a hurry. The disadvantage was that his style of play didn't vary. It was always a slow style and could be easily targeted. Bai Xian thought of this and smiled. Xiaozhang is using this time to learn seriously but his hand speed is slow. The room for progress is limited. I have been making him stabilize his original style of play to maximize it to the extreme. Then we will have to use a lineup that cooperates with him. Li Cangyu nodded. Li Xiaozhang had the worst foundation among these teenagers but he was particularly hard-working. He might be a slow snail but he always tried to climb forward and never fall behind, which wasn't easy. Xie Shurong took the initiative to say, Zhou Hang has made rapid progress. He knows a lot about esports. I think he previously had the guidance of a master, and he particularly knows the Miracle League. I am curious about his origins. Li Cangyu was also very curious about this. Zhou Hang had recommended himself confidently and he was calm when dealing with professional gods. This wasn't something that ordinary masters could do. We will talk about it when he comes back. Li Cangyu smiled and continued, Xiao Han's progress is also very fast. Once they arrive, I will give them an arena assessment. If everyone is qualified then we will try the arena team battles. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, training was a gradual process. The four youngsters had to first practice their personal standards to a relatively stable state. Then they would cooperate in the team battle, so that they didn't drag down the team. On the third day of the new year, the four youngsters returned to the team. Li Xiaozhang carried a large bag of duck neck and stuttered, My brother told me to bring back some Wuhan duck. Zhou Hang saw him speaking with a red face and couldn't help taking the initiative to help him finish, Is it Wuhan duck neck? I know it is quite famous. Give it to everyone to taste. Li Xiaozhang looked at him gratefully and immediately gave him a share of the duck neck. Xiao Gu rushed to grab it. Me, I also want it. Li Xiaozhang gave everyone a share. Li Cangyu asked the youngsters to sit around a table and said, Everyone, open your phones and log into the team's Q group. Everyone thought that the captain had something important to announce and immediately took out their phones. Li Cangyu filled the group with New Year's red envelopes. Happy New Year, Kanglan must win. The red envelopes popped out and everyone rushed to grab them. Xiao Gu was the most active and his hand speed was extremely fast. He grabbed the red envelope and the result was 1 yuan. Zhou Hang followed closely and grabbed 19 yuan. Xiao Han received 25 yuan. The slow Li Xiaozhang was the last to move but he grabbed the biggest amount 55 yuan. The 100 red envelopes were randomly divided into 4. Gu Siming was very dissatisfied with only grabbing 1 yuan. Why is it so little? Li Xiaozhang was very happy. I grabbed such a big red envelope. He was obviously excited as he repeated big several times. Li Cangyu smiled and rubbed Li Zaijiang's head. Being slow isn't necessarily poor, being fast isn't necessarily good. I will send you a few more to let you grab it. The four of them immediately replied in unison, yes. It was good to have such a captain. Every round of red envelopes was 100 yuan. At this time, Bai Xian was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Xie Shurong actively helped him out with washing the dishes while Uncle Zhang sat on the sofa and watched an anti-war movie. From time to time, the sound of machine guns was heard. Li Cangyu and the four small cats played the game of grabbing red envelopes in the dining room. Li Cangyu looked up and saw that Bai Xian had started cooking. Aishu was following behind him while Uncle Zhang watched TV in the living room. The youngsters sat next to each other at the table, looking up at Li Cangyu like they were saying, "Cat God, send us more." There were so many good teammates gathered together that Li Cangyu couldn't help being in a good mood. He generously sent another 100 red envelopes in the Q group. The young teenagers became more excited. He saw Xiao Han look up at him, saying with his eyes, "Master, I want a separate big red envelope." Li Cangyu patted Xiao Han's shoulder and said, "Giving a red envelope to the apprentice is just Qin Mo lying to you. Ling Suifeng also gives red envelopes to the wind color team." Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. "Oh." Li Cangyu said, "Come on, grab it." He sent another 100 yuan and the 4 people immediately jumped up to grab it. It was the new year, the red envelopes were a common sight and this much money wasn't much. It was great that the children were happy. Soon, Bai Xian served a table full of dishes, including Li Cangyu's favorite fish. Everyone gathered at the table and ate a reunion dinner. At dinner, everyone showed the true nature of the food squad. Chopsticks were weapons, the table was the battlefield and the amount they ate depended on what they grabbed. Be too slow and the food would be gone. The ribs and chicken wings were quickly snapped up. The fish was naturally taken by Li Cangyu. The slow-moving Li Xiaozhang made an expression of "How can this be?" By the time he recovered, a lot of the food was gone. Bai Xian smiled and secretly gave a bowl to the slow-moving youth. "I left you some food or else you wouldn't eat enough with this group." Li Xiaozhang looked gratefully at the vice-captain and silently ate over the small bowl. This appearance was really like a poor stray cat who couldn't insert himself into the cat war. Bai Xian looked at the chopsticks flying across the table and helplessly pressed a hand to his temple. The style of the team had become crooked because of Cat God. Strangely enough, looking at this scene made his heart feel particularly warm. The 8 people eating together was like a happy family. Starting tomorrow, everyone would enter an intense training period and the things waiting for them in the future were unpredictable. Still, Bai Xian believed that under the leadership of the powerful Cat God, as long as everyone joined hands, the Kanglan team would be able to ride the wind and waves, smash the thorns and establish themselves in the Miracle League of Masters. He was looking forward to when these 4 teenagers grew up and became the most eye-catching stars of the 7th season. Chapter 116 Opening of the 7th season. On the 4th day of the new year, Li Cangyu came to the training room with the team members and turned on the computer as the 4 teenagers lined up for their test. As discussed yesterday with Bai Xian, the 4 youngsters made rapid progress and successfully completed the basic training tasks of the first phase of consolidation and speed. They finally became entry-level esports players. The next step was the focus of the training, their ability in a match. It was no good being strong if they couldn't cooperate with their teammates. Li Cangyu decided to take the 4 teenagers to the team battles in the arena to train them to cooperate with teammates and to follow the team's commands. Since they had to fight a team battle, everyone had to understand the rules of a team battle. Li Cangyu first opened the human-machine training mode, taking the 4 teenagers to a simple city square team battle map. He placed marks on the map and explained carefully. The new system is actually playing a boss. Our ultimate goal is to destroy the white crystal in the center of the map. Whoever destroys the crystal first will win. The white crystal is the boss. In order to get close to it, we must first destroy the surrounding defense towers, as well as the ice and fire phoenixes protecting it. Once the game starts, we will be wearing the most basic equipment. It will be difficult to rush to destroy the crystal. Therefore, everyone needs to go to the east, south, west or north wild areas. Fight the mobs, gain money and buy more powerful equipment. There are 3 types of wild monsters. One is an ordinary mob that will only drop money. The second is the blue mobs, which will restore your blue for a certain amount of time after killing them. The third one is the red mob, which will restore your blood for a certain amount of time after killing. It is equivalent to bringing your own milk dad. 5 minutes after the battle starts, an ice dragon will appear on the field. Killing the ice dragon will increase the team's economy by 10,000 coins and we can freely purchase equipment. 10 minutes after the start, the fire dragon will appear. Killing it will increase the entire team's attack by 20%. The ice and fire dragons can't be beaten alone. A group fight is needed. They are important resources that the 2 sides must compete for. At that time, you must obey the commander's orders. A few teenagers were dazed. In the old system, there were no such things like blue mobs, red mobs, ice dragons and fire dragons. Once the 2 teams met, it would be a wave of fighting and then it was simple to win the crystals. This new competition system was obviously much more complicated, but it was also more interesting. Zhou Hang opened his mouth. This is similar to the competitive game LOL and Dota that used to be popular in the world, and it is the most balanced group battle system. In fact, it is easy to understand that we must prepare before facing the boss White Crystal. Kill mobs and the Ice Dragon to make money. Once there is enough money to buy good equipment, rush to the towers and destroy the crystal. If there isn't enough confidence in the team's attack power, you can kill the Fire Dragon and increase the whole team's attack by 20%, making it easier to win the boss. The Ice Dragon gives money, the Fire Dragon gives attack. They are important resources that the two sides will compete over in the early stages, right? Li Cangyu heard this and couldn't help asking, Xiao Zhou, is there anyone in your family who plays in competitions? Yes. Zhou Hang confirmed with a smile. My family has several esports players. He obviously didn't want to elaborate. Li Cangyu didn't ask again and looked at him with appreciation. Xiao Zhou summed it up well. The new system is actually a process of laying the groundwork to kill the boss. We must have enough patience, especially when killing the mobs in the early stages. Don't worry, today we will practice the method to kill mobs while consuming the least amount of resources. Fortunately, the major teams were also new to this system. They were standing on the same starting line and it was relatively fairer. Li Cangyu was also in a state of learning while playing. This new system meant more tactical ideas. If he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the league's update, he would certainly be eliminated. Thus, he couldn't relax for a moment. That afternoon, Li Cangyu and his teammates familiarized themselves with the maps of the new competition and found some important rules. The Ice Dragon that gave money and the Fire Dragon that increased attack refreshed in fixed positions. There was usually a big pit around them as if to say, I have dug a pit for you. If you aren't afraid to die, then kill me. If the whole team jumped down such a big pit, it was very easy to be hit by the other side. Therefore, the captain must consider the current situation before deciding to kill the dragons or not. It was obviously that if they were too heated up and hit the dragon, the result would be destruction by the other team. This was once a popular phrase in the past, hitting a dragon will ruin your life. Another example was that no matter what type of map, the blue mobs would only appear in the east and west wild areas, while the red mobs only appeared in the south and north. This would produce a series of butterfly effects. Classes like magicians and healers, who were prone to consuming blue, would make sure to kill the blue mobs. Melee classes like swordsmen and berserkers might be inclined to kill the red mobs to add more blood to themselves. In the stealing of the wild mobs, the two sides were likely to meet alone or in teams of 2 or 3. This would inevitably cause some small-scale fights. The ability to act alone or in a team, both would be tested in the new system. Only a team with a comprehensive strength would achieve the final victory. This new system was complicated, but the more Li Cangyu studied, the more excited he felt. He was looking forward to making a big impact in the 7th season. Time passed quickly. The 30 days of high-intensity training allowed the players of the Kanglan team to become familiar with the new system. Now Li Cangyu could casually ask about the refresh times of various mobs and they would answer without making mistakes. The teenagers also worked hard to memorize the special equipment in the arena. In particular, the equipment they usually used were on the first few pages. The attack power, the crit rate, the hidden skill effects that could be triggered, all 4 teenagers remembered them clearly. The small cats were so powerful that the old players like Zhang Chuiming, Bai Xian and Xie Shurong were embarrassed to lag behind. Li Cangyu didn't make them remember the equipment, but the 3 people consciously memorized all types of equipment. Everyone was excited and nervous as the opening of the 7th season got closer and closer. Li Cangyu was calm as he trained during the day and watched new videos recorded by netizens at night. He researched tactics and chatted with Ling Suifeng, seemingly very relaxed. In fact, he was also nervous. After all, he hadn't been in the Miracle League for a long time. At the end of February, Li Cangyu received a call from the official Miracle Committee. They asked him to take all players to the competition area to register their data and complete the registration of players. There were many teams in the Miracle 2nd Division, since any teams who passed through the league's online assessment could join. The regular season of the 2nd Division didn't adopt the method of home and away match rotations. The organizing committee designated a main stadium and all matches would be conducted there. For the 7th season, the main venue selected was in Guangzhou, which was very close to Changsha. On the 27th of February, Li Cangyu said goodbye to Lu Chuan and took the high-speed rail to Guangzhou with his team members. After checking in at the official hotel, Li Kangyu went to find the person in charge of the tournament committee. Then the person took everyone to the venue to register the data and confirm their identities. In addition to the Kanglan team, there were many new teams registering, making the room very lively. The staff at the front desk responsible for reception spoke politely, "Hello, please enter your professional player ID, your real name, the ID number you want to register with. Confirm the information is correct and then submit it." Li Kangyu quickly entered it on the computer next to him. The female worker saw that the ID submitted was Old Cat and couldn't help exclaiming with surprise, "Hey, you are Cat God." The remark drew the attention of the team next to them and a group of people immediately surrounded him. "Cat God, can I have a signature? Cat God, you came to play the second division. It feels like we will cry after being abused by you. The level of Cat God is enough to be a strategist for the world competition. To actually fight in the second division." Li Kangyu said with a smile, "There is no need to be so polite. I haven't played for several years and am starting from scratch." The players in the second division weren't as good as the 8 giants, but they were still young people working hard for their dreams. Li Kangyu didn't look down on them for being weak. He readily signed a lot of signatures before returning to look at the registration of his teammates. Uncle Zhang's ID was Chuimingzi, which was the ID he used in the first season. Many people might have no impression of this ID, but he reactivated the name to prove himself. Bai Xian used the English version of his name like Li Kangyu. This time, he changed to the Chinese ID White Fox. Xie Shurong didn't need to use tree like he did in the United States. He changed it to the Chinese characters Ashu. For the 4 teenagers, Xiao Han registered the name Frost Descends. Gu Siming still used the ID of as the name suggests, Li Xiaozhang registered Snail Crawling Slowly and Zhou Hang was Great Navigator. Once their IDs were registered, the teenagers showed obvious excitement. The IDs were the symbol of a professional player and couldn't be repeated. It was bound to the ID card and miracle data. Even if they transferred, it couldn't be changed. Once registered, it would usually accompany them for their entire career. With the formal registration of their IDs, they finally became real professional players. Li Kangyu used the name Old Cat, English, in the first season because the name of the team, FDD, was also in English. 3 years ago, the FDD team was disbanded and the information on Old Cat was completely erased from Miracle. Today, he led the Kanglan team to return and changed back to the Chinese characters for Old Cat, opening a new journey. Looking back, he saw Bai Xian's moist eyes and knew what he was thinking. Li Kangyu patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "We are back." Bai Xian smiled and spoke emotionally, "Yes, the name has changed, the team has changed and the teammates have changed. We are back." Li Kangyu declared calmly, "This time I will change the ending." He was no longer the person who would lead his team away or helplessly watch the team disband. This time, he would absolutely change the ending. Li Kangyu firmly believed it. Chapter 117 Pre-match Arrangement. Once the registration was over, Li Kangyu looked up and found that this year's event schedule was being shown on the electronic screen. The second division was from March 1 to May 1. The champion team would get the opportunity to advance to the first division. On May 10, the Miracle's first division would officially open. The regular season would continue to the end of September, where there would be a week off that coincided with the World Carnival. Once the carnival was over, it would be followed by the first division's fierce playoffs and then the first world competition would open in late November. In the middle of these events, there were also the King's Cup Free Challenge, the live platform team tournament, the TGA Grand Prix and other events. In general, the 8 giant teams of the first division had no time to participate in these events. The teams from the second division were free to register for them. Li Kangyu's eyes quickly swept through this year's schedule. Obviously, this year's schedule had been adjusted according to the world competition. The events during the world competition had been cancelled, making a live broadcast convenient. The other team members saw the captain watched the event arrangement and looked up at the big screen. Xie Shurong couldn't help asking Bai Xian, "The King's Cup Free Challenge, what is that? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Bai Xian explained, "It is an event that only started in China last year and can involve both professional players or private masters. There are 3 modes of 1v1, 3v3, and 6v6. The registration threshold is very low and it has the highest number of participants." Xie Shurong smiled. It turned out to be like this. As he spoke, he took the initiative to put an arm around Vice-Captain Bai's shoulders. Bai Xian didn't like close contact with people and unceremoniously removed the hand before turning to find Cat God. Xie Shurong looked at Bai Xian's back with a depressed expression. Shall we go back to the hotel first? Bai Xian asked. We will go to dinner first. There is the opening ceremony in the evening, so we should watch it with a full stomach. Li Cangyu waved. Everyone gather. The 4 teenagers looked up at their captain's call and immediately ran back. They headed to a nearby restaurant and sat in a big private room. Xie Shurong sat next to Bai Xian and attempted to continue the conversation. Vice Captain, the King's Cup Challenge, it is in the middle of the regular season's holiday. The reward for the single-player bonus is high. Should I sign up for it? Bai Xian said, it is a national event and many masters will register for it. Professional players who are famous generally won't participate or they will be yelled at by the netizens. Li Xiaozhong suddenly whispered, I took part last year. Bai Xian looked over at him curiously, is that right? Did you get a trophy? The shy teenager had red cheeks but his eyes were extraordinarily bright. I got second place. Bai Xian smiled and touched his head. Amazing! Zhou Hang suddenly cried out, I was the champion. Then the slow black magician who lost to me last year was you. Li Xiaozhong. Li Cangyu asked with interested, then did you meet before? Zhou Hang smiled and said, I was bored last year and joined the King's Cup solo event. I made it all the way through and took the championship in one breath. Cat God, don't you think I'm great? Li Cangyu was too lazy to praise him. The point is that you fought against Xiao Li. Oh. Zhou Hang looked at Li Xiaozhong. In the finals, I met a slow black magician. His style was very similar to Li Xiaozhong. In the end, I won, right? Li Xiaozhong. Li Xiaozhong's head hung lower. Zhou Hang was feeling proud that he won against Li Xiaozhong when he heard Li Cangyu suddenly say, that's right, in tomorrow's game, you will form a combination with Li Xiaozhong for the first arena stage. Zhou Hang was shocked, ah. Li Xiaozhong also looked up with surprise. I will partner with Zhou Hang. Yes. Li Cangyu told them seriously, the two of you are fast and slow, this combination will make the opponents very confused. It hasn't been used yet in a match so we can try it. Zhou Hang. He really didn't want to partner with this slow snail. Bai Xian said with a smile, it is a good idea. In any case, this is the beginning of the new system and we have many new players. We can try all types of lineups. Yes, I got the schedule for the second division. Take a look at it. Li Cangyu handed the file to Bai Xian next to him and continued, our first opponent is the Dream Team. This is a medium-sized team in the second division. The game time is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The pairs arena stage will be played by Xiao Zhou and Xiao Li. The remaining 6 people will participate in the team battle. It is the first match. You don't need to feel pressure but you should play seriously. We are still becoming familiar with the new competition system. The event schedule was quickly circulated while they listened to the captain's arrangements. There were originally 16 teams in the second division. Li Cangyu led the Kanglan team to return and another new team was formed, making a total of 18 teams. Due to time constraints, the second division wouldn't play the home and away games of the regular season. Instead, it would be played in 3 rounds. For example, they would play 3 matches tomorrow against the Dream Team. The 2 sides would each choose a map for 1 match. If the first 2 rounds were tied, they would enter the third tiebreaker round. The third round would have the system randomly pick a map. The arena was a 2v2 partner showdown and winning 1 game would give 2 points. The team battle was a 6v6 competition over the crystal, winning a game would give 5 points. While waiting for the food to be served, Li Cangyu quickly arranged the lineup for tomorrow. As for tactics, there was no need to rack their brains for special tactics against a medium-level team in the second division. Tomorrow they would first look and adapt to the new competition system. Zhou Hang seemed unhappy with tomorrow's arrangements while Li Xiaozhong was a bit nervous about being put in the pairs arena. Li Cangyu looked at them but didn't say much. The psychological quality of the youngsters wasn't enough and they needed to be grinded. The evening of the same day, the opening ceremony of the Miracle Second Division began on time at the Guangzhou Esports venue. It was just a sub-competition but there were still many people who came to see the opening ceremony. The seats at the venue were full, showing how popular the game Miracle was. The opening ceremony also brought in a number of well-known singers to cover the Miracle theme songs. The audience was very excited, giving off deafening screams and applause from time to time. Li Kangyu didn't have much interest in the show. He sat in the audience and texted Ling Suifeng. I'm going to play on the field tomorrow. Do you have anything to say to me? Do well. Ling Suifeng replied in a simple manner. Only these 2 words? Are you my boyfriend? Li Kangyu suddenly wanted to tease this serious man. I'll watch the live broadcast of the match. Ling Suifeng replied. Is there anything else? I miss you. Li Kangyu was satisfied. He looked at the simple I miss you and his heartbeat accelerated. To be honest, he wanted to see Ling Suifeng. He sent text messages every day, but it was a big gap from meeting, hugging and kissing. Fortunately, there was a great chance of the Kanglan team qualifying. As long as they successfully advanced to the first division, the number of times he could meet Ling Suifeng would naturally increase. Are you ready for tomorrow's game? Ling Suifeng asked in a concerned manner. Pretty much. It is just looking at the system. There is no need to put pressure on everyone in the first game. Li Kangyu replied. Suddenly, Bai Xian's doubtful voice was heard from the side. Who are you texting with? You are smiling so happily. Li Kangyu calmly put away his phone and said, It is my sister. Bai Xian didn't doubt it and continued to watch the opening ceremony. Li Kangyu took out his phone again and saw the photo of the 2 of them on the screen. He couldn't help smiling. Texting without his teammates knowing, it had feeling of cheating. If other people knew he was with Ling Suifeng, wouldn't they be so scared that their eyes would bug out? That night, they returned and the 4 old players bathed and slept calmly, recharging themselves. The 4 teenagers were full of energy and couldn't sleep. Li Xiaozhang and the enthusiastic Xiaogu were arranged in one room. Li Xiaozhang sat on the sofa and carefully thought about it before deciding to talk to Zhou Hang. He knocked on the door next door. Xiao Han was taking a shower while Zhou Hang had finished washing up. He was wearing pajamas and playing mobile games. He saw Li Xiaozhang standing up the door and asked with a smile, Are you looking for me? Li Xiaozhang nodded. Yes. Tomorrow we will fight together in the arena. My speed might not follow, I can't keep up with you. Don't worry, taking care of me, go on your own, go ahead and fight. Zhou Hang heard him finish and thought, I already didn't intend to care about you, small snail. Yes, I know. Then go back to sleep. Zhou Hang patted Li Xiaozhang on the shoulder. Good night. Li Xiaozhang originally wanted to talk to him more. The result was that he was blocked by a good night. He was stunned for a moment before saying with a red face, good night. Then he walked away silently with his head down. Zhou Hang ignored him, closing the door and returning to the room to play games. Xiao Han came out after taking a shower and asked in a confused manner, Did Xiao Li come to see you? I thought I heard his voice. Zhou Hang casually made a sound and continued to play the mobile game. Xiao Han was too lazy to talk to him. He lay in bed and turned on his phone, logging into his queue. Shepherd, are you going to play tomorrow? Qin Mo had sent him a message. He and Qin Mo were poor sheeps that had been put together by their masters. Some time ago, they played together in the pairs arena and would now occasionally chat on queue. Xiao Han replied, Yes, my master is there. I am sure I will win. Qin Mo, don't you have a lot of confidence in Cat God? Xiao Han, don't you have a lot of faith in your master? Qin Mo, of course. My master can definitely sweep up the league. Xiao Han, my master can sweep up the world. Qin Mo, don't talk. If my master and your master PK, my master will win. Xiao Han, who said that? Obviously my master will win. The 2 people started a pointless debate on whose master was more powerful. They weren't aware that their masters had long hugged and kissed. They even set up a couple's photo as the background for their phone. Chapter 118 The First Arena. The next day at 8:30, the second division of the Miracle League finally began. The Kanglan team's match was arranged for 3 p.m. and Li Kangyu let everyone rest. He took them to the stadium once they all woke up. The official commentators for the second division were still a man and a woman. The male was called Xiao Yu and the female was called Chen Weiwei. Their commentating style wasn't as strict and calm as Yu Bing, but they were easy and cheerful. They often gossiped in the middle to raise the atmosphere. As soon as the Kanglan team appeared, Chen Weiwei said with a smile, The biggest god of the second division has come out. Please welcome Cat God, who is debuting in the second division with a brand new team, the Kanglan team. Xiao Yu looked over and asked, Weiwei, what do you know about Cat God? Chen Weiwei replied, Cat God had already left Miracle when I started commentating. I only heard some of my predecessors say that he is a contestant with a very distinctive personal style. This is the first time I've personally watched him in a match. I suddenly feel particularly honored to be explaining the first game after Cat God's return. I feel honored too. Xiao Yu said, of course, let's tell the audience about the other members of the new Kanglan team. The big screen showed the data of the 8 players. Chen Weiwei followed closely with, this lineup is really luxurious for the second division. In addition to Captain Old Cat, Bai Xian is one of the best healers. Xie Shurong's identity should be no stranger to everyone. He is the youngest brother of the Flying Feathers 3 Musketeers. In addition, Zhang Zhuiming is an old contestant. Xiao Yu, do you know him? Xiao Yu nodded. I checked the information of this player last night. He was a captain the first season but his full moon team has long since disbanded. Captain Zhang had been missing for many years. To even dig out a player who has been retired for many years, Cat God's ability to collect teammates is absolutely first class. Chen Weiwei was excited. The members of the Kanglan team have entered. We can see that the 8 of them are dressed in neat uniforms and the style of the uniform is also very good. Lu Chuan urgently found a manufacturer to custom make the Kanglan team's uniform. The white base had a blue wave pattern and a simple wave-shaped team logo. It looked very refreshing and gave the cool feeling of summer. It was just that the 4 teenagers were almost the same age and it was hard to distinguish them when they were neatly dressed in uniforms. I'm a bit dizzy. Why do I feel like the 4 teenagers are 4 brothers? How do I distinguish them? Chen Weiwei had a headache. There is one who is easy to recognize due to his blonde hair. Xiao Yu said with a smile. The person with blonde hair is Xiao Han. I will remind the audience that his hair isn't dyed. He is a mixed-race child. Oh, this golden hair is really easy to recognize. What about the other 3? The shy one walking at the end with his head down is Li Xiaozhang. Of the other 2, the tall and handsome one is Zhou Hang while the very cute one with a bit of baby fat is called Gu Siming. Xiao Yu's explanation allowed the viewers to attach names to the 4 teenagers. The players of both teams entered and checked their equipment while Chen Weiwei started to introduce the members of the Dream Team. Moments later, the referee turned on the light that signaled the start of the match. The first was a 3-game, 2-wins elimination battle. In the first round, the Kanglan was the home team and could select the map. Li Cangyu sat in the command post and quickly selected the Magic Mirror Forest. The characteristic of this map was that there were many tall trees obscuring line of sight. It was suitable for Xiao Li's Black Magician to move while casting and slowly killing the opponent. It was also suitable for Xiao Zhou's Hunter to arrange traps according to the terrain. Once the map was confirmed, the players from both teams sat in the contestant seats. Chen Weiwei was surprised. The Kanglan team sent 2 teenagers? The old players aren't playing. Xiao Yu speculated, perhaps Cat God wants to take the opportunity to train the players? In any case, it is the beginning and there isn't much pressure regarding points. It makes sense. Chen Weiwei nodded. However, the Dream Team sent their ace combination. It is an archer and white magician, with the captain personally playing. It is obvious that they place great attachment to this game with Kanglan. It was natural since Cat God's name had spread like thunder after the glorious victory against the US at the World Carnival. This story had spread through the Miracle League. Such a big god appeared in the second division, making all teams treat him as the ultimate boss. Li Cangyu's mentality was relatively calm. He took the 4 teenagers who never played and would take advantage of the second division to practice their training and try out a variety of lineups and combinations. Today's Dream Team had clearly brought out the strongest lineup to deal with Kanglan. In the soundproof room, Bai Xian made a worried expression. The opposite side sent a white magician and archer. Won't it be very difficult for Xiao Li and Xiao Zhou to fight? The archer can restrain Xiao Zhou and then it is the white magician's magic against Xiao Li's black magic. I don't feel very good. Li Cangyu's expression was calm. That doesn't mean there isn't a chance. I gave them a very advantageous map and it depends on how well they cooperate. The game soon started and the players refreshed at the same time in a corner of the map. Li Zaijiang's snail crawling slowly and Zhou Hang's great navigator refreshed in the southwest corner of the map. Zhou Hang didn't care about Li Xiaozhang and walked in front by himself. Li Xiaozhang reacted a bit slowly and waited a bit before slowly following. Once the 2 of them arrived at the central part of the map, Zhou Hang immediately took advantage of the elf's superior agility to place some traps on the ground. He waited for the prey to enter the net while Li Xiaozhang hid behind a tree and patiently searched for opportunities. Moments later, the archer and white magician appeared in their field of view. The white magician walked in front and the archer followed. The white magician saw Zhou Hang and started off with God's seal to seal this hunter. However, Zhou Hang's movement speed was very fast and his positioning was flexible. He teleported sideways and just escaped from this skill. Chen Weiwei couldn't help praising him. Zhou Hang's reaction response is very sharp. It is like this isn't his first time playing competitively. Xiao Yu agreed. His movement skills are skillful. The two of them praised Zhou Hang, but on the big screen, there was a sudden change in the situation. The archer's big move Death Arrow Rain suddenly fell. The hiding Zhou Hang just stepped into the range of this group attack. The white magician was obviously very skilled. If Zhou Hang didn't hide, then he would be hit by God's seal. If he hid, he would enter the scope of the archer's big move. The only way to deal with it was to retreat, but Zhou Hang hadn't expected it and didn't retreat. He was hit by the archer's big move and Zhou Hang's blood instantly fell by a third. He saw Li Xiaozhang secretly hiding behind a tree and anger filled his heart. Zhou Hang couldn't help saying on the team channel, "Come out, why are you hiding?" He was such a slow snail. Why had Cat God partnered him up with Li Xiaozhang? It was better to change to Xiao Han or Gu Siming. Li Xiaozhang didn't come out to help Zhou Hang. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he felt the timing of his current shot wasn't good. He was waiting for the white magician to take one step further. Yes, it was this moment. Li Xiaojiang's hands had long held back the control skill, finding the right time to use Death Fear. The move successfully hit and the opposite white magician entered a state of fear. Li Xiaozhang followed with the three big moves of Death Spell, Shadow Winding, and Hellfire. The speed of his casting almost killed the audience. However, once it hit, the effect was quite terrible. The blood of the white magician instantly fell by 30% from these three basic spells. It was almost equivalent to a black magician's big move that consumed a lot of blue. Chen Weiwei couldn't help saying, "This player is very distinctive. A slow black magician is rare." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Most of his stats are placed in attack and his weapon is also an attack one. The speed of his actions are slower, but as long as the opportunity is grasped, every move is very important. In fact, the effect is quite good. As explained by the commentators, Li Xiaojiang's attack was slow, but the three moves suddenly pulled back the blood gap. If Zhou Hang could follow up with control, then they could kill the white magician. Li Xiaozhang thought this and immediately looked at Zhou Hang. However, Zhou Hang hadn't paid attention to what he was doing and quickly went around to fight the archer. The other side's elf archer was the captain of the Dream Team. His level wasn't high, but he had played 2 years in the 2nd division and his experience was quite rich. He was an elf player and his movement speed didn't lose to Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang was fast, but he could be faster. The result was that Zhou Hang chased the archer while putting down traps, but it was useless. On the other side, the white magician in charge of control had the fear effect ended. He cautiously opened the distance with Li Xiaozhang and started to look for opportunities to fight Li Xiaozhang. It was Li Xiaojiang's first time on the field and he was a bit nervous. Still, he was used to playing slowly, not matter how nervous. White magic and black magic restrained each other. In a match between black and white magic, it was about who could seize the opportunity. It was obvious that the little rookie Li Xiaozhang had no way to compare to the experienced vice-captain. He was controlled by the opponent's control skills and a set of consecutive moves evened up the blood gap. At this time, Zhou Hang and the elf archer had gone far away and were having a fierce one-on-one match. In the commentators' room, the two commentators felt a bit awkward. Chen Weiwei watched for a while before saying, "It might be that they haven't adapted to the new system. The 2v2 combination effect can't be seen at all. It is 2 1v1 matches." Xiao Yu had some doubts. Cat God is famous for his unfathomable tactics. What tactics is he using today? Chen Weiwei wondered. "I feel like there is no tactic." This was what many viewers were wondering. The two teenagers, what are you doing? It was clearly a combination, but there was no tacit understanding between the combination. When Li Xiaozhang needed Zhou Hang to take over control, Zhou Hang wasn't there. When Zhou Hang needed Li Xiaozhang as the output, Li Xiaojiang's skills were cooling down. 5 minutes later, 2 kill prompts appeared on the big screen. Dream God has killed Great Navigator. Dream South Star has killed Snail Crawling Slowly. Once these 2 kill prompts appeared on the screen, the Grey Failure appeared on their screens at the same time. In the first round, the Kanglan team lost and the Dream team took the lead in the score. The score on the big screen became 2:0. Zhou Hang scratched his head with chagrin while Li Xiaozhang looked at the screen with a stunned expression. Both of them were a bit dazed. Their debut match, they inexplicably lost? Under the stage, Bai Xian was feeling helpless. They aren't cooperating at all. Maybe we should have let Xiaogu and Zhou Hang go together. Li Cangyu said calmly, I deliberately sent Li Xiaozhang in order to grind Zhou Hang's arrogance. Bai Xian turned to him doubtfully. You did it deliberately. Li Cangyu nodded. Xiao Han has a stubborn personality but he won't look down on those below him. Zhou Hang is different. He looks fine on the surface but haven't you found that there is a strange sense of superiority in his heart? Xie Shurong heard this and couldn't help saying, no wonder why Zhou Hang sticks to me and wants me to take him to the pairs arena. He doesn't want to go with the other teenagers because he thinks that among the 4 youngsters, he has the highest level. Is there some sense of superiority in his heart? Uncle Zhang also added, it is because one of the top gods in the Miracle League is his relative. Yes, no matter how the person is, Li Cangyu's eyes narrowed. I have to clean up Zhou Hang. Chapter 119 First Team Battle. The second division had the team battle after the arena. Li Xiaozhang and Zhou Hang lost the home game of the first round. They could only take a break and enter the second game, which was the away game. This arrangement was a great test of the players' psychological quality. In the second game, the map chosen by the Dream Team was Zaya Square. This map was very common in online games. It was a typical square map with a wide field of view. There were several stone pillars in the central confrontation area. Players could walk around the stone pillars to achieve a tactical purpose. Compared to the complex forest and swamp maps, this simple and open map minimized the effect of terrain on the game. It was more suitable for a pure frontal confrontation that revealed the true strength of both sides. On this map, Li Zijiang's casting was easy to be interrupted. Zhou Hang's hunter play was also restricted, while the archer's big shots would be more comfortable in the open area. The selected map was obviously a big advantage to them. In the regular season, the map selection of both sides would be submitted to the tournament committee before the game. The Dream captain selected this map when he didn't know what lineup the Kanglan team would send and was obviously very lucky today. The god of good fortune gave them confidence and they gained a great advantage in the beginning. On the Kanglan side, Li Xiaozhang and Zhou Hang still couldn't form a good cooperation. Li Xiaozhang took the initiative to try and cooperate but Zhou Hang was too fast and Li Xiaozhang couldn't keep up. The psychological pressure was too great after losing the first game and their combination collapsed in less than 5 minutes. In the arena stage, the Dream Team won 2 games in a row and the third decider didn't need to be played. In other words, Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang couldn't get 1 point and gave 4 points to the opposite side. The faces of the 2 teenagers were a bit ugly as they saw the dazzling red 4:0 score on the big screen. They walked down from the players' seats and sat down, their heads hung low as they didn't dare say anything. Li Cangyu didn't scold them, instead saying to the other 6 people, prepare for the team battle. In the commentators' room, Chen Weiwei wouldn't bear it. The 2 young players, this is their first match. As a result, they lost 2 games. They should be hard hit. Look at them not talking. This is a necessary experience for new people. Xiao Yu added. Some newcomers will be full of enthusiasm when debuting. They will kill many players in succession and become a god in one swoop. On the other hand, some newcomers start off playing badly. After a period of training, their level will gradually rise. These type of players are relatively slower and need to be given time to grow up. Yes, the competition is just beginning. We can't use this strength to evaluate their strength. I feel like Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang aren't playing to the normal level today. Let's look forward to their next performance. The 2 commentators were obviously full of admiration for Cat God and didn't blame his teammates too much. After all, Cat God had worked hard for all these years and gaining the courage to come back wasn't easy. They would guide public opinion so that the players didn't suffer too much. However, some netizens didn't buy the kind commentary. The live screen was full of bricks. What type of mess are these kids showing? If they aren't up to the arena then play in the online game. Is it really okay for Cat God to have them as teammates? It feels like those 2 will drag down the team. Such questions were inevitable. Li Xiaozhang saw the comments on his phone Weibo and his head dropped lower. Zhou Hang wasn't in the mood to read the comments and was frowning in a daze. The 2 people stayed in the corner and silently thought about things. Next to them, Li Cangyu quickly made arrangements for the group battle. The 5-minute break ended and the team battle stage officially began. The first game was the Kanglan team's selection and Li Cangyu still chose the Magic Mirror Forest map. Chen Weiwei laughed. Cat God is lazy and didn't change the map. This saves us a lot of effort because we don't need to introduce the map in detail. The map might have the same name but there is a big difference between the arena map and the team battle map. Xiao Yu added. The team battle map will be 5 times bigger than the arena map and it will be divided into 4 wild areas. The wild areas between the roads can't be seen and have to be illuminated with lights. There is a barrier around the central crystal area, which can't be entered before the defense towers are destroyed. Xiao Yu quickly explained the team battle map while the players on both sides selected the basic equipment. The game interface started to count down. 10 seconds later, the players on both sides were refreshed in opposite corners of the map. This was the birth point, i.e. their base camp. After death, they would be resurrected at the base camp. The battlefield store was also located here. The initial economy of the team was 3,000 gold coins, with each person having 500 gold coins. Bai Xian wasn't responsible for investigation and bought a sapphire to restore mana. The other 5 people bought lamps. The team map was divided into 4 wild areas by vertical and horizontal lines, like a square character. The Kanglan team was born in the lower left corner that was the southwest. The Dream team was born in the upper right corner that was the northeast direction. The 2 wild areas were naturally the best places to occupy for both sides. The remaining 2 areas would be fiercely competed over. Li Cangyu quickly made a mark at the fork on the small map and issued instructions on the voice channel. A Shu and Xiao Bai will hold the southwest home area. Xiao Gu and Uncle Zhang will go to the northwest. Xiao Han and I will go to the southeast. Quickly occupy these 2 wild areas. On the big screen, the 6 people walked forward and divided into 3 different directions. Since the battlefield had 4 areas, there were many ways to split up. Li Cangyu chose to divide the team into 3. This was for the sake of being conservative. In any case, it was the first match and they could try this style first. Everyone had just arrived in a good position when the mobs in the wild areas refreshed. There was no need for Li Cangyu to give instructions. Everyone immediately started to kill the mobs at the fastest speed. The team economy on the data panel was growing rapidly. The Dream team was also killing mobs but the map was too big and the 2 sides hadn't met yet. Xiao Han saw a blue mob in the front area and consciously ran to kill. Master had told him that when encountering mobs in the wild, priority should be given to killing the blue and red mobs. They had the effect of adding blue or blood, while white mobs only gave money. The blue mob's refresh point happened to be at the junction of 2 areas. Xiao Han saw it and the white magician on the opposite side also saw it. Xiao Han entered stealth to steal the kill while the white magician happened to fire God's Belief. The opposite white magician was very clever. He didn't attack the mob but used the group attack skill to hit Xiao Han who had just entered stealth. His reaction was also very fast. He immediately followed up with God's Seal to fix Xiao Han in place. The Dream team's captain was behind him and saw that his teammate had handled the opposite assassin. He didn't hesitate to fire the long bow and use the archer's strongest single target skill, Seize Life Shot. Xiao Han's blood dropped by 1/3 and he was still stuck, making the situation quite dangerous. However, Li Cangyu didn't rush to help. His position was in the blind spot on the other side of the field. This meant that the people of the Dream team couldn't see Li Cangyu and the 2 players thought Xiao Han was the only one in the area. It was why they were so bold and direct with starting the battle, because 2v1 was almost always a winning situation. This was very common on the battlefield. The assassin wasn't far away but there were 2 of them. This was a good opportunity that no one would let go. Li Cangyu didn't directly go to help Xiao Han. He made the bold move to go around. He took advantage of the rapid movements of flying feather steps and instantly circumvented around, coming behind the archer and white magician. The 2 people couldn't see Li Cangyu but teammates shared a field of view. Xiao Han could clearly see his master's position. Li Cangyu said, "Let's cooperate." Xiao Han immediately understood. Master intended to strike from the front and the back. The fixed effect on his body finally finished and Xiao Han immediately pounced fiercely. The sharp blade in his hand moved and greeted the white magician, quickly cutting his blood by 20%. The white magician wasn't afraid of Xiao Han at all. The assassin was going to die. Sure enough, the archer used ice arrow. The cold arrow flew to Xiao Han and rapidly froze him, once again setting Xiao Han in place. The two men had been partners for many years and this was obviously a very tacit cooperation. After freezing Xiao Han, the archer was the main output while the white magician took a few steps to widen the distance. He wanted to continue to attack Xiao Han from a distance when at this moment, an ID suddenly appeared in his field of view. Old Cat. The visibility in a team battle was only 5 meters. He just retreated within 5 meters of Li Cangyu's ambush point and saw that Old Cat was behind him. Not good. Alarm bells rang in his heart but it was too late. Li Cangyu already summoned the water spirit and froze the white magician. He followed up with the rapid outbreak of the fire spirit and quickly smashed him. The archer found that his teammate was being ambushed and wanted to go back to help. However, Xiao Han was already in a state of residual blood. Going back to help would be abandoning Xiao Han. The rational approach should be to kill Xiao Han and then return to join his teammate. After all, there was a blood volume advantage. The Dream Team's captain didn't have the wrong idea. It was just that he ignored Cat God's explosive power. What was this advantage in Li Cangyu's eyes? Fireballs flew in succession like fireworks. The white magician couldn't take care of his life. Then this was followed by the Thunder Spirit's Thunder's Wrath, directly causing the white magician to fall to residual blood. Fortunately, the white magician's frozen effect was finally lifted. The white magician had just turned to run when Li Cangyu's wind spirit came out. The move Wind and Cloud's Destruction was accurately thrown in the direction of the two people. A strong gust of wind blew and the white magician and archer were blown 5 meters away. The angle at which Li Cangyu released Wind and Cloud's Destruction was excellent. The white magician was blown into a big hole and couldn't climb up for a while. The archer just deviated from his original position but this distance was enough that he couldn't attack Xiao Han. Using one move to take care of two people, this was the powerful control ability of Cat God's Wind Spirit. Chen Weiwei couldn't help exclaiming excitedly, the legendary Wind Spirit's field control, today is the first time I've seen it. Xiao Yu was also very excited. Yes, everyone knows that the elf summoner's 4 race pets are the water, fire, wind, and thunder spirits. The water spirit freezes players, the fire spirits use single attacks and the thunder spirit has the big group attack. Meanwhile, the wind spirit isn't used by many people and some people think that its skills are useless. In fact, an elf summoner's most powerful pet is the wind spirit. We have just seen it. Cat God used the wind spirit's move to directly stop the attack power of the opposite two people. The control effect of this pet is excellent and doesn't lose to the demon summoner's banshee. How many years had it been since a wind spirit appeared in the Miracle League's arena? Many professional players were emotional when they saw this scene. In the past, Li Cangyu was incomparably strong in the arena. He relied on his wind spirit to control the field. His use of the wind spirit was so superb as he used wind to blow people away. Some people said that Cat God used the wind spirit to turn the group into a mess and then clean them up with the thunder spirit, simply giving them no way to fight back. Today, the wind spirit had reappeared. It was only a small 2v2 team battle in the league's second division but it caught the eyes of many spectators. Their strongest elf summoner was really back. Chapter 120 Result of the team battle. Li Cangyu's wind spirit controlled the field. The white magician fell into a pit while his apprentice was rescued from the archer's violent attacks. Xiao Han only had a trace of blood left and the effects on his body were finally lifted. He immediately chose to enter stealth and save his life. Master had said that in a team battle, he couldn't casually give his head. One head would give the other person 500 coins and a 5% status bonus. Li Cangyu saw his apprentice smartly turning to run and had no worries. He summoned a fire spirit to kill the white magician in one breath. Old Cat has killed Dream South Star, first kill. The archer saw that his teammate was called and had no confidence facing Cat God alone. He had used too many key skills in order to kill Xiao Han and the consumption of blue was very serious. It was impossible to win against Cat God in this state. He wanted to run but Li Cangyu wouldn't give him the chance. In addition to freezing the opponent for 5 seconds, the water spirit also had a slowdown effect. Water ball, water ball. The lovely blue water spirit threw small water balls at the archer, causing a 2% slowdown which became a 4% slowdown. After being hit by a few water balls, the archer slowed down like a layer of mud was on the soles of his feet. The other elf player was slowed and Li Cangyu naturally caught up easily with him. He used the fire spirit's attack and the thunder spirit's big move to instantly kill the other side. Old Cat has killed Dream God, double kill. The applause was thunderous and the audience watching the live broadcast didn't hesitate to give Cat God a bunch of flowers. In the commentator's room, Chen Weiwei made an admiring expression. This wave of attacks is quite beautiful. If replaced by another player, it is likely that they would directly attack from the front. Cat God thought of using the blind spot to sneak around. It is clear that not only is he very calm, he is also very smart. Xiao Yu felt that Chen Weiwei was quickly becoming Cat God's fangirl. Still, she was right. It was true that a person's psychological quality was crucial in a match, and Cat God's psychological quality was obviously stable enough. On the field, Li Cangyu won 2 consecutive heads and his personal economy took the lead. He got 450 coins from killing mobs, and the 2 heads rewarded him with 1000 coins, adding up to 1450 coins. Rather than rushing to return, he placed a light in the middle of the southwest wild area. At the same time, the hidden Xiaohan placed a light in the northeast edge. With the placement of these 2 lights, the field of view on this wild area side became incredibly open for the Kanglan team. The mobs in this wild area were quickly cleared thanks to the illumination. Li Cangyu patrolled in a circle and found a mob he missed, killing it in 1 strike. His personal economy finally reached 1500 crystal coins. At this time, Li Cangyu chose to return. He returned to the base camp, opened the battlefield store and bought the Elf's Tears necklace from the equipment library. The effect of this necklace was to increase attack by 5%. Chen Weiwei couldn't help sighing. After his double kill, he already has a 10% attack bonus. Add this 5%, it is scary. Xiao Yu said with a smile, if he takes a few more heads, he will turn into a boss. As a result of the 2 kills, the overall economy of the Kanglan team surpassed the Dream Team. In the northwest top area, the combination of Uncle Zhang and Xiaogu didn't encounter the opposite side. Uncle Zhang was relieved and assisted, giving up the mobs to Gu Siming. Gu Siming now had 1000 coins. In the middle southwest area, Bai Xian and Xie Shurong divided the resources, each person holding 500 coins. Xiao Han had been controlled for a long time and couldn't kill mobs. He had the least amount of money with only 400 coins. Once everyone returned to the city, Li Cangyu ordered, Xiaogu, buy the meat clothes. Meat clothes meant a defense outfit. Gu Siming was the main T in the front row. The stronger his defense, the more reassured the outputs in the back row could be. Gu Siming heard this and immediately bought a guardian light shield from the store. This increased defense by 10% and cost 1000 coins. Xie Shurong bought a ring that added attack while Bai Xian bought a ring that added to the healing amount. The rings were relatively cheap and could be bought with 500 coins. Xiao Han was so pitiful at 400 coins that he couldn't afford the cheapest ring. Li Cangyu looked at the data on the economic panel and said, Xiao Han, buy a scouting light. He could still afford this type of item. Xiao Han immediately bought a scouting lamp according to master's order. A lighting lamp could widen his field of vision while a scouting lamp could detect the lighting lamp placed by the other party within a range of 10 meters and extinguish it. This was the most interesting visual field control of this new system. If there was no vision in the wilderness area, it was like being blind and it would be difficult to fight. Li Cangyu had Xiao Han buy the scouting lights to control the opposite side's field of view. Compared to the Kanglan side, the Dream Team seemed very poor. They couldn't afford the 1500 coins attack necklace. They could only buy a few rings at most and then used the spare money on the scouting lamps. The economic gap between the 2 sides led to a gap in equipment. Fortunately, there were 2 ways to remedy this. First was to kill the enemies in the field and destroy the economic gap. Second was to kill the ice dragon that refreshed in the wild. The ice dragon would supplement the team's economy with 10,000 crystal coins, which was simply sending them money. This setting was to give the initially disadvantageous team a chance to reverse the situation. Li Cangyu definitely wouldn't give this opportunity to the Dream Team. The ice dragon was about to refresh and the first wave of large-scale fighting couldn't be avoided. After buying equipment and refilling their blood and blue, Li Cangyu and his team rushed to the ice dragon's refresh point. The ice dragon refreshed in a fixed location and there was an obvious pit around it. Players didn't necessarily have to jump into the pit when playing the ice dragon. For example, magicians and archers could stand outside the pit but melee must jump in, otherwise they wouldn't be able to reach the dragon. The Dream Team had to win the ice dragon because they knew that if the Kanglan team got it, they had absolutely no chance to win. The 2 sides met at the ice dragon's refresh point. Li Cangyu hadn't had time to open his mouth when Gu Siming rushed over like a best, using the move Fighting Howl to directly pull over the other side's paladin. Li Cangyu. He really was a small madman. Gu Siming went forward and Xie Shurong had no choice but to follow. Xiao Han also followed along, the three melee unleashing their hand speed to attack the paladin. Zhang Xueming immediately released a white magician's auxiliary skill, inspiring voice, and song of encouragement. The entire team's attack power increased for 10 seconds. It was only 10 seconds, but this was enough for the Kanglan team members. Li Cangyu's explosive ability was already very strong. Now he had the 10% attack bonus from the double kills and the 5% attack necklace. Together with Zhang Xueming's skills, his attack power was amazing enough to be incomparably painful. Old Cat has killed Dream Everlasting, 3rd kill. This was an additional 5% status bonus. Cat God truly became a boss and could beat anyone. After killing the paladin the front row, they chased after the rest of the group and Li Cangyu cleaned them up one by one. Old Cat has killed Dreamless Ice, 4th kill. Old Cat has killed Dream Polar Bear, 5th kill. Old Cat has killed Dream Sky, 6th kill. Old Cat can't stop. Old Cat has become Super God. Li Cangyu walked around with his pets and directly defeated the Dream Team. The live audience clapped while thousands of Cat God 666 comments filled the screen of the online broadcast. Victory! The big golden characters suddenly appeared on the screen. Li Cangyu was startled. The central crystal hadn't been destroyed, but victory was suddenly decided. The other side had probably pressed the surrender button. In the team battle, as long as all teammates agreed, a team could choose to surrender in advance. In a situation where it was impossible to reverse the result, it was better to surrender directly instead of delaying the time and slowly affecting the human heart. This way the teammates wouldn't completely lose confidence. The captain of the Dream Team didn't want to continue this game because he knew exactly what Old Cat has become Super God meant. He already made a judgment on Cat God's personal strength after today's fight. This man had left Miracle for so many years. Forget about a status decline. He was even more terrible than the past. A Super God Old Cat with a 50% increase in attack would really be a boss. Such a super Old Cat, even Ling Suifeng would kneel if he encountered it, let alone their small team. It was better to simply surrender. Li Cangyu successfully won 5 points in the team battle and touched his chin with a smile. The first team battle after returning to Miracle ended with the other party taking the initiative to surrender. Li Cangyu was in an excellent mood. Chapter 121 Ingenious Tactics. The first round of the team battle, the Dream Team took the initiative to surrender and concede defeat. In the second round, it was the Dream Team's turn to select the map. The other team's captain chose Moonlight Waterfront. Once the map appeared on the big screen, Chen Weiwei immediately explained to the audience. The Moonlight Waterfront is a beautiful dating place in the Elves' Moonlight Forest. However, the Moonlight Waterfront in the team battle is very different. 90% of the entire map is in the water. There are 2 roads in the middle that divide the map into the character, forming the 4 foggy wild areas. Xiao Yu followed with, this should be the first time that the audience is seeing the Moonlight Waterfront map under the new system. The environment is still beautiful, but the 90% water map will be very difficult to play. In particular, the mobs in the wild area all swim in the water and used ranged spells. The melee players will definitely have a headache. The water map was undoubtedly a difficult map for the new team because the effect of many moves in the water were completely different from the land. Moreover, the fog area was full of water and everyone's speed in the water would be slow. A melee class would be greatly limited. The archer was the class with the furthest attack distance of all classes. The Dream Team's archer could stand at a distance and shoot arrows, using the advantage of his attack range to suppress the enemy. This map was particularly beneficial to the Dream Team while disadvantageous to Li Cangyu and Xie Shurong. With such a targeted selection, the captain had clearly worked hard before the game. Li Cangyu's expression was very calm when he saw this map. At the beginning of the team battle, the members of the Kanglan team refreshed in the northeast area in the upper right corner of the map. Li Cangyu immediately issued instructions on the voice channel. Xiao Gu, Xiao Han, and Old Zhang will go to the northwest while A Shu and Xiao Bai will continue in our home base. I will go to the southwest wild area. This time, it was still a 3-road plan, but Li Cangyu went alone instead of bringing a partner. In the commentator's room, Chen Weiwei couldn't help wondering, Cat God is going to the wild area alone, what is he trying to do? Xiao Yu thought for a moment before guessing, does he have the confidence to beat them 1v2? Chen Weiwei was somewhat worried. Cat God's personal strength is very strong, but it is unrealistic to fight 1v2 in a water map. The advantage of the elf summoner is its quick actions. All pets will be affected by the water in the water map. They will become sluggish and the fast-moving style can't be played at all. If an archer who can attack from far away shows up, 1v1 will be difficult, let alone 1v2. Li Cangyu's bold decision confused many viewers. The thing that made everyone more afraid was that from their point of view, the Dream Team's ace combination of Elf Archer and White Magician had gone to the southeast corner in the lower right. If there was no accident then they would meet soon. The wild mob areas refreshed on time and Li Cangyu started to clean up the mobs where he was standing. He had just killed 4 mobs and got 200 crystal coins when both sides met in the wild area. Due to dealing with the long-distance mobs, Li Cangyu lost 10% of his blood. Meanwhile, the 2 Dream Team members were full of blood because they joined hands to kill the mobs and were safer and faster than Li Cangyu. This was a completely overwhelming advantage. To the surprise of the audience, the Archer and White Magician of the Dream Team didn't kill Cat God. The audience sitting under the stage felt urgent while the live commentators typed. Come on! 2 against 1 and Cat God has lost blood, he can absolutely be killed. Hurry and kill Cat God. There is a sense of accomplishment in killing Cat God. Why aren't they going? What are they hesitating for? Chen Weiwei was also worried about them. Once she discovered that the 2 people hadn't acted, Chen Weiwei couldn't help saying, Cat God is standing in front of them with less blood yet the people of the Dream Team aren't going to kill him. Are they scared from the last game? Xiao Yu shook his head and analyzed, I guess that they are wondering if there is an ambush behind Cat God. After all, Cat God is notorious for his unfathomable tactics. Xiao Yu guessed right. The 2 of them did hesitate because they didn't think Cat God would dare wander alone on a water map. They thought that Cat God must have a teammate behind him. Thus, the 2 people of the Dream Team didn't rush. They first placed a light on the left and right sides of Cat God in order to check the situation around him before making a decision. Li Cangyu had been calmly killing the mobs, as if the 2 opponents in front of him didn't exist. Once the Dream Team's captain placed the lights down, they found that Cat God was indeed alone and boldly ordered, Go! The White Magician immediately cast a control skill in order to send Cat God into the water. However, Li Cangyu expected this and used flying feather steps to transport to the right and avoid this control. The archer followed with Ice Arrow to freeze him in place and then unleash a combo. However, Li Cangyu used a small sliding step and once again subtly escaped the archer's control skills. Chen Weiwei saw the Ice Arrow pass Li Cangyu in a thrilling manner and couldn't help clapping. She praised, these movements are simply godlike. Xiao Yu also sighed, this is Cat God. His random walking is really handsome. Despite this being the more unfavorable map for him, he can rely on his walking technique to continuously avoid the 2 control moves. Then while avoiding the control, he took the time to throw a water ball and kill a mob not far away. We can see that Cat God is surrounded by 2 people but his personal economy has gone up. Yes, it is because he has been seriously fighting the mob from beginning to end, not missing a single one. Cat God has killed 6 mobs and now has 300 crystal coins. Meanwhile, the 2 people of the Dream Team hesitated to kill him and only have 100 crystal coins. It seems that this is Cat God's intention. At this time, a fierce small battle broke out in the northwest area on the upper left. Then 2 prompts filled the screen. Frost Descends has killed Dream Everlasting, first kill. Frost Descends has killed Dream Polar Bear, double kill. Cat God's performance in the last game was too prominent and his name was always filling the screen. Thus, people didn't expect the first battle to be in the northwest wilderness area and for it to be a big victory for Kanglan. The guide immediately cut the camera back and replayed the scene just now. Chen Weiwei finally reacted, admiration filling her face. Cat God's sudden change in tactics is very useful. He moved 1v2. This might seem like he has a disadvantage but he relied on his strong walking skills to hide from the opposite side's control. On the road, the Gu, Zhang, and Xiao trio took on 2 members of Dream. 3v2 is relatively good plus the player Gu Siming was full of momentum. Xiao Han used stealth while Gu Siming drew the attention of the 2 players. In this case, Xiao Han relied on Zhang Chuiming's help to use a beautiful sneak attack to take 2 consecutive heads. Xiao Yu said, the Dream Team probably didn't expect Cat God to change the way he divided the team members. The 2 people in the northwest wild area were too careless and even gave away 2 heads. The 2 people in the southeast were too careful and now they can't kill Cat God. Chen Weiwei said with a smile, this way, the negative impact of the water map has been successfully solved by Cat God's clever tactics. Xiao Han now has 2 heads and his sneak attacks will be harder to deal with. As the 2 people analyzed, Li Cangyu accurately caught the cautious attitude of the Dream Team's leader. He appeared in the southeast in a brave manner, so that the other side couldn't easily act. Then in the northwest area that had 3 people, Xiao Han cleverly used Uncle Zhang's assistance to kill 2 people, successfully establishing an initial advantage. The next step was to play even better. Li Cangyu was surrounded by 2 people and didn't hurry to fight back. Instead, he withdrew while killing wild mobs. Once he killed 10, he could get 500 crystal coins and directly return to the base to buy a ring. After playing for so long, Cat God calmly returned to his base. Both of the Dream Team members wanted to vomit blood. The thing that made them even more frustrated was they spent so much time trying to kill Cat God that they missed a lot of mobs. Their accumulated money was so poor that they couldn't even afford a ring. The Kanglan team's slight advantage was steadily growing and they maintained this to the end. Xiao Han's performance in this game was very bright. He took 2 heads and was like a fish in water, hiding in the darkness for all types of sneak attacks and annoying the Dream Team. After the Ice Dragon appeared, the Dream Team went all out, the elf archer suppressing them from a distance. They successfully killed Gu Siming in the front row but also lost a member. The 2 sides had a fierce exchange and both teams had 3 people die. The remaining 3 people couldn't beat the Ice Dragon and they consciously returned to their base. However, the Dream Team was desperate because the 3 people who died were all killed by Cat God. Cat God's level after gaining heads was terrible. He once again bought the Elf's Tears necklace and became a boss. This time, the Dream Team didn't surrender. Consecutive surrenders would cause them to drown in the netizens' curses. However, they were quite frustrated. It was obvious that a water map was beneficial to their side but the result was that they were controlled. It was like a group of cotton emerged to catch their ankles, dragging them to a chronic death. In the end, Li Cangyu accumulated enough of an economic foundation and the Kanglan team unleashed a wave of attack, sending the Dream Team back to their base. Then everyone rushed down the east road, pushing through the defense towers, killing the Ice Phoenix and ultimately destroying the white crystal. The effect of the crystal bursting was quite gorgeous. Countless fragments of different sizes flew up, looking like dazzling diamonds under the light. Along with the clear sound of the crystal breaking, the golden word victory finally popped up. Li Cangyu smiled and reached to take off his headset. He didn't expect for the camera's lens to zoom in on his smile, causing a new round of rioting to appear in the live broadcast room. Cat God is very handsome close-up. He is a handsome man. Why didn't I know he was this handsome before? Handsome, are you still lacking leg pendants? Cat God 66666. Our Cat God is handsome and manly. Lit Cat God. Cat God, marry me. Ling Suifeng looked at the screen filled with Cat God is handsome and couldn't help gently smiling as he thought, this handsome cat is mine alone, not yours. Chapter 122 Summary after the game. Due to the 2 consecutive victories, Kanglan didn't need to play a third round of the team battle. The match between Kanglan and Dream was over and the final score was 10:4. The initial 2 youngsters lost in the arena round but Li Cangyu personally led the team battle and won twice, finally scoring 10 points. In the commentators' room, Chen Weiwei and Xiao Yu gave a simple explanation of the game. Both of them praised Cat God's first match after returning to Miracle. In the soundproof room, Li Cangyu signed his signature on the form submitted to the referee and then took the players to the opposite room to shake hands with the Dream Team. The Dream players were very depressed but they admired Cat God's personal strength and ingenious tactical arrangements. After coming back, Li Cangyu brought everyone to eat dinner. Today's first match harvest of 10:4 wasn't bad. Bai Xian proposed to eat in celebration and Li Cangyu also had this idea. He took everyone to a local restaurant in Guangzhou to eat Cantonese cuisine. The team was sitting in a chartered car arranged by the club for during the competition. Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang both sat down and Li Cangyu didn't care about them. He opened up WeChat and sent someone a message. We played 10:4 in the first game. It was naturally sent to Ling Suifeng. I watched it live. Ling Suifeng returned a message in seconds. Aren't you going to comment on your boyfriend's performance? Li Cangyu continued to ask. Very handsome. Ling Suifeng was helpless towards the big cat who desired praise. However, his eyes couldn't help becoming gentle when he typed these words. The always serious man was unable to say flowery words so Li Cangyu no longer embarrassed him. He smiled and sent a hug emoji, before asking, by the way, do you know Zhou Hang? Ling Suifeng wondered, the newcomer in Kanglan, the one playing the elf hunter. Yes, do you know him? I don't know. Li Kangyu looked back at Zhou Hang and found that this youth was looking out the window. The side silhouette was handsome and his slightly raised chin made him look really proud. His eyes were no longer as bright as usual after losing the game. They were a bit bleak. Whose child was he? Li Kangyu turned around and thoughtfully touched his chin. Everyone arrived at the restaurant and circulated the menu while chatting. They were all happy apart from Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang. Gu Siming took the initiative to pat Zhou Hang's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Don't be sad. We might have lost in the arena but we won 2 rounds in a row and got 10 points. Xiao Gu obviously intended to be kind but the result was counterproductive. To Zhou Hang's ears, it just sounded like sarcasm. Zhou Hang didn't answer and turned away with a pale look. Gu Siming received the cold shoulder and scratched his head before turning to comfort Li Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang, don't take it to heart. Today's loss in the arena isn't your responsibility. Li Xiaozhang's head hung low enough to hit the table. Zhou Hang's face became paler. Li Kangyu was speechless. This Xiao Gu added to the chaos. Only Xiao Han wasn't worried. He knew his Chinese wasn't good enough and didn't speak nonsense. He just lowered his head and focused on the menu. Bai Xian saw that Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang's faces had become uglier and couldn't bear it. He gently rubbed Li Xiaozhang's head and smiled. Don't mind it. It is normal to win or lose in a game. You are still newcomers and it doesn't matter if you didn't play well in the first match. When I was a newcomer, my fingers were shaking so much that I couldn't add blood. Why don't you take it slowly? There will be many games in the future. You are slowly making progress, don't worry. Vice Captain Bai's voice was very gentle. Like soft feathers, it gentle swept over their ears. Li Xiaozhang had these comforting words and his mood improved. The dishes were quickly served and once the table was full, the group immediately moved their chopsticks to grab the food. Li Xiaozhang was slow and always couldn't grab the food. Bai Xian considerately set a small bowl of various dishes in front of him. Li Xiaozhang gratefully looked at Bai Xian before bowing over the small bowl of food in front of him. Zhou Hang was silent. Once the turntable reached him, he would casually move his chopsticks like it was an errand. He was clearly absent-minded. Li Kangyu took the initiative to raise the water glass and made a toast. During the competition, the team is banned from drinking wine. Today, we will use water to replace wine. Let's raise our glasses for gaining 10 points in the first match today. Everyone stood up. Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang had to follow and hold up a glass of water to clink it against everyone's glasses. Cheers! Kanglin must win! Gu Siming shouted excitedly. There will be more points in the future. We will win the championship in one go. Zhang Zhuiming readily drank the water in the cup. Bai Xian couldn't help saying, Old Zhang, take it easy. It isn't alcohol, so is there a need to chug it down? I'm thirsty. Zhang Zhuiming laughed. If this was liquor, I would drink it all in one go. Uncle Zhang's words made everyone laugh, apart from Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang. Li Kangyu didn't want to teach them at the dinner table. He saw that the 2 teenagers were still looking down and couldn't help saying, Xiaozhang, Xiaozhou, since we came to eat, you should eat well. Don't think about anything else at the dinner table. The chicken here is very famous. Come and try it. He took the initiative to give Zhou Hang a chicken leg as he spoke. Zhou Hang was flattered and quickly picked it up, almost knocking over his plate. Li Kangyu smiled at him and thought, boy, eat a bit. You need strength for when I clean you up later. Everyone returned to the hotel and Li Kangyu ordered, Xiaozhang, come to my room. Zhou Hang, come 10 minutes later. Li Xiaozhang hung his head and followed. Zhou Hang's face was also ugly. Cat God named them separately. Wasn't this to scold them? In order to give Cat God time to teach them, Uncle Zhang who lived with him took the initiative to go with Xiao Han and Gu Siming to play the computer. Once Li Kangyu opened the door, Li Xiaozhang entered and said, Sorry Cat God, I didn't play well today. I. Li Kangyu saw him stuttering for a long time with slightly red eyes and couldn't help feeling pained for this kid. His voice was gentle as he said, Xiao Li, I'm not scolding you. Don't rush to admit your mistakes. Come and sit down. Li Xiaozhang looked up with a startled expression. He found that the captain's face wasn't terrible. Instead, he was smiling. Li Xiaozhang couldn't help feeling confused as he went to the sofa and sat down. Li Kangyu then asked, I arranged for you and Zhou Hang to fight together in the arena. How did you communicate with him? Li Xiaozhang hesitated for a moment before answering, I went to him but I didn't know how to tell him. Li Kengyu's eyes were cold. Did he ignore you? Li Xiaozhong lowered his head. It was obvious from this action that Li Xiaozhong was definitely ignored by the proud Zhou Hang before the game. Poor Xiao Li, he was very introverted and couldn't speak without stammering. He took the courage to find Zhou Hang to try and cooperate, only to be ignored by Zhou Hang. Wouldn't Li Zijiang's heart at that time be sad? Li Kengyu couldn't help gently patting Li Zijiang's hair. Your approach is right as communication is very important. You don't speak much but at least you know how to cooperate with the team. In this game, I found that you cooperated with Zhou Hang many times but couldn't keep up because of your slow hand speed. This isn't your fault. You tried your best. Li Xiaozhong was stunned as he stared at his captain. He didn't expect for the captain not to scold him. Li Kengyu went on to say, you were actually very calm in this match. You judged the timing that is most advantageous and carefully controlled and consumed the other people according to your own rhythm. The problem is inexperience. There is no need to blame yourself. This is just the beginning, so have more confidence. Don't question yourself. The fact that I chose you as my teammate is a confirmation of your strength. Li Xiaozhong looked emotionally at Cat God. His eyes were wet and full of gratitude. It was like a stray cat that no one wanted was finally picked up and found a good home. Li Kengyu softened at the sight and couldn't help smiling. He smoothed out Li Zijiang's hair and stated, in the future, I will give you more opportunities to fight. There might be many times where you will need to pair up with Zhou Hang for the arena. You have to remember to believe in your own judgment and play at your own pace. Don't try to accommodate Zhou Hang. You are the core of this combination, understood? Li Xiaozhong nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Li Kengyu found that this child was outstanding and worked very hard. However, the stuttering made it difficult for him to communicate with others. He lacked confidence from an early age and habitually let others take the lead, becoming a supporting role instead. Still, the Black Magician was a highly aggressive class. It was necessary to build up Zijiang's confidence as soon as possible. Li Xiaozhong left and Li Kengyu poured a glass of water, slowing drinking it on the sofa. It didn't take long before he heard the ringing of the doorbell. He opened it and found Zhou Hang standing at the door. They were a similar age but Zhou Hang was taller and stronger than Li Xiaozhong. His appearance was very handsome, especially when he laughed. He was a typical sunny handsome person in a young idol campus drama. Once he grew up, his appearance and figure would improve. Even if he wasn't an esports player, he could rely on his face to eat. He was tall, handsome, and had a relative who was a big god in the esports circle. It was no wonder that he had a sense of superiority. He was young and his character wasn't stable enough. His own conditions were good and he was pampered since childhood. It was normal for him to have a sense of superiority. However, Li Kengyu wouldn't allow him to bring this to the field. It was absolutely taboo to not cooperate with his teammates or to abandon his teammates in his heart. If Zhou Hang had won in the arena today, he would rush over to hug Li Kengyu and say, Cat God, was I good? Now that he lost, Zhou Hang obviously wasn't happy. He lowered his head after entering the house and cried out, Cat God. Li Kengyu didn't let him sit down. He walked back to the sofa and sat down. He took a sip of water before asking seriously, Powerful hunter, tell me why you lost today. Zhou Hang. Cat God's posture was like a parent teaching their child. Zhou Hang suddenly felt afraid of him. Li Kengyu saw that the other person wasn't speaking and went on, Okay, then let's change the topic. Who is the relative in your family? He might be quite famous in miracle to give you such a sense of superiority. A hint of embarrassment flashed on Zhou Hang's face. Cat God, please don't ask. Why, are you ashamed? Li Kengyu's voice deepened. If you can't overcome the psychological barrier, I have to at least know who your relative is so I don't send you to those matches. Zhou Hang. The boy looked very embarrassed. Li Kengyu wondered, the great gods of the Miracle League, they can be counted on 10 fingers. Let me guess, are you related to Su Guangmo, captain of the Flying Feathers team? Zhou Hang lowered his head and didn't speak. Li Kengyu kept asking, what about Tan Shishan? Zhou Hang's head lowered further. Li Kengyu was surprised. Really? You know both Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan? Zhou Hang. Li Kengyu saw his sad expression and couldn't help smiling. Then you really aren't small. Chapter 123 Zhou Hang's background. Speaking of the relationships in Zhou Hang's family, the word complicated could be used to describe it. Zhou Hang's paternal grandfather had two younger sisters. The youngest sister was nearly 20 years younger, and later, she married Su Jiuzheng and had one son, Su Guangmo. From the blood relationship perspective, Su Guangmo's uncle was Zhou Hang's grandfather, and to Zhou Hang, Su Guangmo was the son of his grandfather's sister. Tan Shishan was a relative of Zhou Hang's mother. Zhou Hang's mother was also surnamed Tan, and Tan Shishan was her cousin. The age gap between Zhou Hang and Tan Shishan wasn't big and was still within one generation. Thus, Tan Shishan was Zhou Hang's maternal cousin. Zhou Hang's parents were born in a big family. Zhou Hang was the only son and never had any grievances when growing up. This made him develop a confident nature with a high sense of superiority. Zhou Hang's grandfather might be in his 70s, but his spirit was very good and he had a strong body. Every year, everyone had to go to his home to celebrate Chinese New Year. Zhou Hang and Su Guangmo became familiar with each other from childhood, despite being separated by a familial generation. Their ages were similar and they had a common language. When they were young, they piled wood together, played with trains and swam together. Su Guangmo's personality was refreshing and he didn't care much about generations. He always treated Zhou Hang as a younger brother. Their relationship lasted from childhood to adulthood and were more like friends. On Tan Shishan's side, Zhou Hang often saw him when visiting his maternal grandfather's house. Tan Shishan had a gentle personality, was handsome and had a good sense of humor. He often told funny jokes and his stories were more interesting than novels. As a child, he often told stories to amuse Zhou Hang, thus Zhou Hang also had a particularly good relationship with Tan Shishan. Speaking of which, Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan actually met each other before the league. 4 years ago, Zhou Hang's father had a car accident while on a business trip. He had to rest at home after surgery and relatives naturally came to visit. Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan happened to come over on the same weekend and met each other at Zhou Hang's home. There was no blood relationship between Su and Tan, but Zhou Hang introduced them, causing the two of them to quickly becoming familiar with each other. After dinner, Zhou Hang proposed that they play basketball and the three people went to the court to practice. Su Guangmo found that Tan Shishan's skills weren't bad. The two of them stayed in contact with each other and would play basketball together when they had the chance. At that time, Su Guangmo was already a newcomer in the Flying Feathers team. Tan Shishan hadn't yet debuted and was just a small rookie in the online game. Later, Tan Shishan formed a strong interest in Miracle and his level was getting higher. He wanted to play in the professional league and asked Su Guangmo about the situation of the Miracle League. Su Guangmo was the captain of the Flying Feathers team, but Flying Feathers was a melee team with the swordsman as the main force. It was useless for Tan Shishan's archer to join Flying Feathers. The Time team was focused on long-range player and Su Guangmo gave Time's old captain Su Luo a private recommendation, allowing Tan Shishan to have a direct interview with Captain Su. Su Luo appreciated Tan Shishan's talent and nature and recruited him as an apprentice. Tan Shishan debuted in the 4th season and successfully won the Best Newcomer award. Then he became the Time team's captain after Su Luo's retirement in the 5th season. He became the youngest captain of the new generation of Miracle League players. The media wasn't aware that Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan had this relationship. The reporters just thought that they two people disliked each other. Every time the reporters asked Tan Shishan who the most annoying player was, he would smile and say, "Of course the person I dislike most is Su Guangmo. It is too annoying to be chased and killed by a swordsman." When a reporter asked Su Guangmo the same question, Su Guangmo would say, "The one I dislike the most is the archer Tan Shishan. The remote kiting is too annoying." Think carefully. If they weren't familiar with each other, would it be possible for them to publicly say words that would offend the other person? Not long ago, Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan had a very good understanding in the basketball event and won a small award. People thought it was because they both played basketball. They completely didn't know that Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan had been friends for several years, playing together since they met through Zhou Hang. Whenever Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan were together, in addition to playing basketball, they would talk a lot about the Miracle League. Zhou Hang became curious and went online to check. He knew that these two were Miracle professional players and under their influence, he also fell in love with the Miracle game. He was a bit talented himself and studied for a year. His standards soared and he had no rivals in the online game. Zhou Hang felt that both Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan were great gods in the Miracle League. They certainly weren't bad, but he knew that neither the Flying Feathers team or the Time team needed an elf hunter. He wanted to find a team himself and maybe he would one day be the captain. He was filled with these dreams and confidence as he looked for a team in the league to accept him. On the day that Cheng Wei forwarded Cat God's recruitment post, Tan Shishan also forwarded it. Zhou Hang saw this message on Tan Shishan's Weibo and didn't hesitate to recommend himself to Cat God. His talents were indeed appreciated by Cat God and he formally became a professional player. Only, his superiority was too strong and his tail too high. He fell to the ground in the first game. Li Cangyu had no doubt that Zhou Hang had a relationship with Tan Shishan and Su Guangmo. He asked Ling Suifeng and Ling Suifeng said that he didn't know Zhou Hang. Thus, he asked Zhou Hang whether he knew Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan, following the order of the league's most popular players. The result was that Zhou Hang really knew them. If he didn't know them, he would definitely say it. Not only did he not refute Li Cangyu's words, he lowered his head when Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan were mentioned. This was too obvious. Li Cangyu couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw this boy's head move lower and lower. He asked, "You don't want to say it? Should I call Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan right now to confirm it?" "Don't." Zhou Hang immediately looked up. "Don't call them. Then tell me exactly what is your relationship with them." Li Cangyu was very curious about this. It was no wonder that Xiao Zhou had such a strong sense of superiority if he had two gods like Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan at home. It was natural to be confident. Zhou Hang scratched his head and whispered, "Su Guangmo is the son of my paternal grandfather's sister and Tan Shishan is my mother's cousin." Cough, it is complicated. This might sound complicated but Li Cangyu understood. Su Guangmo was a relative of Zhou Hang's father while Tan Shishan was a relative of Zhou Hang's mother. Su and Tan had no blood relationship. Zhou Hang's age wasn't much younger than Tan Shishan and Su Guangmo but they were in different generations. It seemed that a player qualified to enter the Miracle League at the bottom had finally appeared. The other players were mostly a younger brother generation while Zhou Hang came out and was in a completely different generation from his relatives. Tan Shishan was Zhou Hang's maternal cousin, then Cheng Wei, who was Tan Shishan's peer, would also be Zhou Hang's maternal cousin. Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing at this thought and asked, "Then do you usually call Su Guangmo by uncle, father's younger brother? Do you call Tan Shishan by uncle, mother's brother?" Zhou Hang hung his head with red ears. There was no other way. Who told him to be born in a home with such a complicated family tree? He didn't clearly know his uncles and aunts. He always called Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan by uncle, causing him to be scolded many times by the elders. Li Cangyu stood up and walked to Zhou Hang. "Captain Tan and Captain Su must have seen today's game. Do you believe me?" Zhou Hang. Many players in the professional league were watching Cat God's return. The two captains were bored so it was normal for them to watch the second division. Zhou Hang's head hung ever lower when he thought of this and he almost cried. Li Cangyu asked curiously, "Did you tell them about the Kanglan team?" Zhou Hang made an awkward expression. "I didn't tell them." Li Cangyu smiled. "Then won't they be very surprised right now?" As soon as these words were heard, Zhou Hang's phone rang. The caller ID was Su Guangmo. Zhou Hang awkwardly picked up the call. It had just connected when a man's refreshing voice was heard. "Xiao Hang, the elf hunter from Kanglan who played particularly badly in today's arena, was that you?" The elf hunter who played particularly badly. Captain Su was really direct. Zhou Hang looked at Li Cangyu with embarrassment. Su Guangmo continued to ask, "Why did you suddenly run to the Kanglan team?" Zhou Hang. Su Guangmo frowned. "Speak." Zhou Hang explained with a bitter expression, "I want to play in the professional league as well. I just tried it." Su Guangmo suddenly realized. "No wonder why you were hiding and secretly sending text messages during the Spring Festival. I thought you had a girlfriend but you were sneaking around to play competitively." Zhou Hang. Su Guangmo said, "I really can't bear to watch you play the game. You were literally abused by the other side. You ran to Cat God's team but are you sure you won't be driven out by Cat God? A newcomer's tail is so high that you aren't afraid to step onto air and fall into the mud. If I was Cat God, I would make you look at the keyboard all night as reflection." Zhou Hang. The young boy looked at Li Cangyu with a wronged expression. Li Cangyu was very happy when he heard Su Guangmo scolding his small nephew on the phone. It seemed he didn't need to come forward. Su Guangmo would first scold the arrogance out of this child. Su Guangmo spoke a few more sentences before finally hanging up. Then Zhou Hang's phone rang again. This time, the caller ID was Tan Shishan. Zhou Hang held the phone and didn't know what to do. Li Cangyu smiled and ordered, "Pick it up." Zhou Hang was forced to pick up the call. A gentle voice entered his ears, "Xiao Han, why are you in the Kanglan team?" Tan Shishan had something to do today and didn't watch the live broadcast of the match between Kanglan and Dream. Once he came back in the evening, he was caught by the brainless fan Cheng Wei and watched a replay of the game. Cheng Wei kept boasting about how handsome and cool Cat God was, but Tan Shishan's eyes were fixed on a little boy with a proud face in the soundproof room. Wasn't this person Zhou Hang? How did he appear in the Kanglan team? Tan Shishan was full of questions and immediately called his small nephew. "You didn't tell me that you wanted to be a professional player. How did you suddenly join Cat God's team?" Zhou Hang explained, "I usually watch you play and wanted to try it myself. The professional league isn't as simple as you think. Your current level is still a bit worse than good professional players." Tan Shishan said with a smile, "I'm not against you playing competitively, but you have to be clear about your strength and don't be overly proud. I saw your arena games today and you played badly. You have to practice more." Zhou Hang nodded. "Yes. Cat God is a good captain. Follow him and study hard." Tan Shishan spoke softly, "Many competitors are better than you. You are new and should have a humble attitude. When you played Miracle with me, I didn't say anything when you made mistakes because you are my family, not a team member. However, the team is different. Since you have become a professional player, you must be serious. Cooperate with your teammates and integrate with the team as soon as possible." "Understood." Tan Shishan was the youngest and gentlest captain in the Miracle League. Even when teaching the team, he usually spoke in this kind and cordial tone. He was reasonable but spoke in lightning words. Thus, the players were convinced about this despite his young age. Cheng Wei listened to him talk on the phone and couldn't help asking curiously, "Do you know Zhou Hang?" Tan Shishan smiled and explained, "He is my nephew." Cheng Wei was immediately excited. "Ah? Then I am your peer and he is my junior. Ha ha ha, my seniority is upgraded." Tan Shishan saw his happy expression and couldn't help rubbing Cheng Wei's head, thinking, "You really have to upgrade generations. After all, you will be my wife in the future." Cheng Wei didn't know Tan Shishan's thoughts and was studying the relationship between Zhou Hang and Tan Shishan. Zhou Hang was red-faced and a bit stunned. His head dropped as he said, "I understand." Tan Shishan suddenly asked, "Didn't Cat God scold you?" Zhou Hang looked up at Li Cangyu. He thought, "Cat God hasn't scolded me yet. You and Su Guangmo took turns to call and scold me." Tan Shishan saw that there wasn't an immediate reply and guessed, "Is Cat God next to you?" Zhou Hang whispered, "Yes." Tan Shishan ordered, "Give him the phone." Zhou Hang handed the phone to Li Cangyu who accepted it. "Captain Tan is looking for me." Tan Shishan touched his nose and spoke somewhat awkwardly, "My Xiao Hang isn't sensible and brought Cat God trouble." "It isn't a problem." Tan Shishan continued, "This child's nature isn't bad. He is too arrogant because he is an only child. He is used to being spoiled by his family. He is now an adult, so Cat God shouldn't be polite with him." Li Cangyu glanced at Zhou Hang and smiled. "Of course. Leave it to me." Then Cheng Wei's excited voice filled his ears. Apparently he had stolen the phone. Cat God, your performance in today's match was as handsome as always. Super God is too handsome. Quickly finish playing the second division. The first division starts in May and I want to see you on the field." Li Cangyu smiled. "Yes, I will." He hung up and returned the phone to Zhou Hang. Then Li Cangyu patted the teenager's shoulder and stated, "Captain Su and Captain Tan have finished their calls. Is it my turn?" Zhou Hang. He could imagine that every time he made a mistake, Su Guangmo would scold him, Tan Shishan would speak to him, Cat God would train him. Wasn't his sense of superiority actually an illusion? He was the real bottom of the Miracle League player. Other people would only be scolded by their captain for a mistake. If he made a mistake, he would be scolded by 3 captains. Chapter 124 Brilliant Idea. Zhou Hang hung his head in a depressed manner, waiting to be scolded by Cat God. The thing that surprised him was that Cat God didn't directly scold him, instead saying earnestly, "Xiao Zhou, your talent isn't bad, but there are many talented players like you in the Miracle League. There aren't many who can stick out. Do you know why?" Zhou Hang was stunned and looked up at Li Cangyu. He tentatively answered, Is it a matter of opportunity?" Opportunity is an important factor, but the key is to rely on yourself. Li Cangyu explained seriously, many talented players experience a few setbacks in the newcomer period. They suffer severe psychological blows and then collapse. There are also many talented players who have too smooth a path. They climb all the way up, but once they finally fall, they can no longer get up. Li Cangyu looked gently at the teenager in front of him. Xiao Zhou, you are thinking too lightly of the league. Like me, there are many players who haven't won trophies for many years. Like old Zhang, there are players who can't achieve their dreams and leave with regrets. The players who can stand out are only a small percentage. The professional league is a very cruel place, and everyone who can become a god has worked harder than others. Don't look at Su Guangmo and watch Tan Shishan. He is so popular now and is sought after by countless fans. Yet he also experienced a lot of setbacks and tempering in the newcomer period. You are still a newcomer and your posture can't be too high. Climb up step by step, making your foundation stable. If you become boastful because you know a few great gods, there is no need for me to tell you what will happen. I will be direct. The key to losing today's matches is you, not Xiao Li. You should know that Xiao Li is very introverted and shy. He doesn't know how to express himself, but he tried to cooperate with you many times. However, from beginning to end, you never paid attention to what he was doing. This is the pairs arena, not the solo arena. You completely lost the meaning of a combination. You should remember the match between China and the US at the World Carnival. If Ling Suifeng, Su Guangmo and Chu Yan kept playing 1v1 against the US team's 3 attackers, it might be a losing situation. They eventually won because they relied on the power of cooperation. You and Li Xiaozhang certainly can't fight when facing these old players alone and will be broken one by one. It is only when combined together that 1 + 1 = 2. You lost 2 arena matches and was almost abused because you looked down on Li Xiaozhang. You thought he would drag you down and didn't want to cooperate with him. This subconscious thinking is fatal on the field. In order to get your teammates' help, you first have to trust your teammate. Xiao Zhou, even I don't look down on Li Xiaozhang. What right do you have to be biased against him? Zhou Hang was stunned. He thought for a long time before his head dropped, his eyes turning red. He couldn't refute a single one of the captain's words. He only feel ashamed and embarrassed. What qualifications does he have to swell up with confidence and look down on others? Even a world-class player like Cat God could calm down and cooperate with the 4 newcomers. Why did Zhou Hang act like he was superior in the team? Li Xiaozhang was indeed introverted and took a long time to stutter out a sentence, but this wasn't his fault. He was born like this. He played slowly on the field because it was his style. Since Cat God let them form a fast and slow combination for the arena, they should have looked for the advantages of the combination and find a way to use these advantages to defeat the opponent. Instead, he questioned if Li Xiaozhang would drag him back or not and decided that regardless of Li Zaijiang's life or death, he would fight alone. Today's match, it was estimated to be a farce that wasn't as good as the online games arena in the eyes of many great gods. It was no wonder why Su Guangmo called him and why Tan Shishan gently told him that newcomers should be modest and learn more. They clearly saw his pride and hoped to wake him up in time. Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan, these great gods wouldn't be so blind. Zhou Hang was a newcomer who just debuted and he actually dared to look down on this teammate. Regardless of whether his teammate could play on their own or not, this was really a big joke. Zhou Hang formed fists as he thought this and whispered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." This teenager's voice was very small, just like a mosquito. From an early age to when he was older, he hadn't bowed to people when making mistakes. This time he sincerely admitted it, so Li Cangyu didn't want to force him. Putting down this child's pride wouldn't happen overnight and too much might be counterproductive. Li Cangyu thought this and gently touched Zhou Hang's head. His tone was mild as he told Zhou Hang, "It's okay. We have a lot of time and can slowly adjust this." Zhou Hang nodded seriously. "Yes." Li Cangyu paused and asked, "Do you have an opinion on Xiao Li?" Zhou Hang's head was lowered as he replied, "No." Li Cangyu inwardly sighed and stated, "Xiao Li grew up in a very different environment from you. His parents aren't cultured and he didn't see many people growing up in the country. He isn't like you who has worn the best clothes and eaten the best food since childhood. There might be a big difference, but since you have become teammates, I hope you can get along well." Zhou Hang was silent for a moment. I will go back and change rooms with Xiao Gu." Later Gu Siming will live with Xiao Han and you will live in a room with Li Xiaozhang during the away matches. Zhou Hang was shocked. I will live with him. Li Cangyu asked gravely, didn't you just promise to get along well? Is this remorse? Zhou Hang was embarrassed. I have no common language with Li Xiaozhang. Li Cangyu smiled. Then start with a mutual understanding and look for a common language. Zhou Hang saw that Cat God had made up his mind and scratched his head. Oh, okay. Li Cangyu couldn't help inwardly laughing at the reluctant look. He would let the confident Zhou Hang live with the unconfident Li Xiaozhang. Perhaps they would influence each other and their mentalities would become more stable. This is a wonderful idea, Li Cangyu thought happily. Chapter 125 New Roommate. The first match against the Dream Team ended with a score of 10-4. This result soon became hot news on the major esports websites. Many media reporters were concerned about the movements of Cat God's new team. Cat God's team battle was widely praised while Zhou Hang and Li Xiaojiang's erratic play in the arena stage was questioned by many netizens. There were many esports reporters who wanted to interview Li Cangyu. The second division didn't have rules for interviews after matches. Due to the tight schedule, it was up to the players to decide if they wanted to accept an interview or not. Li Cangyu didn't want to let the media's attention affect the state of the teenagers and declined all interview requests. It was still early after he finished his evening scolding of Zhou Hang. Li Cangyu summoned the players to his room for a small meeting. He gave a brief summary of today's performance and gave special praise to Xiao Han who played well in the team battles. He had spoken privately to Zhou Hang and Li Xiaozhang and it wasn't good to say anything in front of everyone else. Li Cangyu skipped them and focused on analyzing the game tactics. Today's splitting up tactics achieved remarkable results. This is a bold attempt and there will be more tactical changes in the future. As long as we keep up with the commands and cooperate with each other, I believe that the new system can't beat us. Li Cangyu spoke confidently. Bai Xian smiled. It seems that this new system isn't really complicated. It is just that the map is divided into 4 wild areas and the grouping methods will be more varied than with the old system. Moreover, killing an opponent will give 500 crystal coins, which is equivalent to killing 10 small mobs. Killing people to make money is faster than killing the mobs. Xie Shurong immediately agreed. Vice Captain Bai is right. Bai Xian continued, in the future team battles, try to kill people. If you don't meet any opponents, focus on killing the mobs. The new system uses the economic warfare as the core. If you have money then you can strike. If you don't have money, you can only be abused. Xie Shurong continued to nod. Vice Captain Bai is right. Bai Xian couldn't help looking at him. You are praising me so much. Are you hungry again? The thick-faced Xie Shurong said, I want to eat the ribs made by Vice Captain Bai. When will we go back to Changsha? Bai Xian rolled his eyes. According to this schedule, we have no time until next week. Li Cangyu added, next week, we have 2 matches. On Friday, we can collectively go back to the club to take a change of clothes. Later, try to go back as little as possible. After all, running back and forth is energy-consuming. Zhang Chuiming agreed. Yes, we should just wait until the second division finishes before going back. The hotel costs are all paid by the league and I really hate going back and forth with the high-speed rails. The proposal was endorsed by the group. Li Cangyu went on to say, I believe that everyone should be clear about the new system after today's match. The level of the second division isn't strong but we can't be careless. The regular season is ranked by total points. Every match, regardless of whether it is the arena or team battle, try to get as many points as possible for the final qualifiers. The group nodded seriously. In the regular season, I will let old and new players alternate playing in the arena to give new people more opportunities to learn and practice. In the next game, Aishu and Xiao Li will play the arena. Zhou Hang doesn't have to play. Aishu will give you a demonstration so watch closely and study seriously. The match after that one, I will have you continue to cooperate with Li Xiaozhang in the arena. Do you understand? Li Cangyu's method of letting a new person cooperate one and then replacing them with an old player was to let the newcomers learn more things. Otherwise, the newcomers' heads would be dull and they would head into a dead end they couldn't escape from. Zhou Hang immediately nodded and cried out, I understand. Li Xiaozhang also said, I understand. Li Cangyu added, there is still one thing. After this meeting ends, Zhou Hang and Gu Siming will change rooms. Later, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Li will live together, Xiao Gu and Xiao Han will live together. The four of you are the same age. If you have something to say, don't keep it stewing in your heart. I hope the four of you can get along well and get to know each other better so that you can trust each other on the field. The four youngsters nodded. Yes. Li Cangyu smiled with satisfaction. Okay, go back and rest. After returning to the room, Xiao Han lay in bed and held his notebook while watching a TV series. He had lived in the US for many years and hadn't seen a Chinese TV drama for a long time. He was curious and had just watched 80 episodes of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He recently started watching Outlaws of the March. He looked at the costume drama with a serious expression like it was an academic research report, making Zhou Hang feel strange. Zhou Hang walked to the bed and stood there a while. Xiao Han raised his head to look at Zhou Hang. Then he lowered it and continued to study the TV drama, treating Zhou Hang like he was air. Zhou Hang wondered, why aren't you asking me what Cat God told me in private? Xiao Han glanced at him and quietly said, didn't Cat God scold you? Since he has already scolded you, I don't want to mention this incident and make you sad. Qin Mo called this sprinkling sugar on the wound. Zhou Hang's chest felt stuffy. It is sprinkling salt, sprinkling salt. Xiao Han mused, isn't it the truth to sprinkle sugar on a wound? Will sprinkling sugar hurt? Zhou Hang sincerely suggested, you should find a Chinese teacher. Then he turned back to his bed and packed in a depressed manner. This time, he came from Changsha to Guangzhou. Apart from occasional trips to the club on weekends, most of the time he would be staying here. Therefore, Zhou Hang had a lot of luggage. There was a change of clothes, a SLR camera, iPad for playing games, laptop, umbrella, etc. Zhou Hang might have an arrogant nature but he was careful when living. This was because he had a father who traveled all year for business and an unreasonable mother. As he grew up, he slowly learned how to care for himself and had daily necessities like band-aids and cold medicine. Xiao Han kept watching the TV. Once he saw that Zhou Hang had finished packing, Xiao Han couldn't help saying, I might not be good at Chinese but you can understand most of what I am saying, right? I think that sprinkling salt and sprinkling sugar will both cause pain and inflammation of the wound. Then why do you say sprinkling salt in Chinese? Zhou Hang. Help, wasn't there anyone slightly normal among his peers in the team? Xiao Han's brain circuits were different from everyone else. Zhou Hang didn't know what he was thinking about all day in that golden head of his.